We're gonna go ahead and get started. Um, it's like, wow, it's something about being in front of a microphone that still gets me. Just let me introduce myself really quick, and I'm gonna go into some housekeeping things. My name is Kaya Jackson. I am San Carlos Apache, and also from the Fort Peck, Montana tribe, Assiniboine Sioux. Thank you guys for joining us today, and thank you for those online joining us. Kind of on that note, when you are coming, if you're a speaker, please utilize the mics. We have several of them. We have one up here if you're going to be at the podium, or we have some handheld ones. Use one of them. That way we can, we're able to hear for the online audience. And then if you're an attendee and you have questions, because we definitely love questions, we like interaction between presenters and the attendees, raise your hand and myself or Yvette will run a mic over to you so that way you guys can answer your questions and the online audience is able to hear as well. Restrooms, they're right outside the doors on your left and right. If you reach out to Nicole, she's sitting in the front. She can let you know where those are as well. We have coffee in the back. We have some donuts and fruit on the side over here. So please feel free to help yourself to any of that. And my goodness, so beautiful here. If you need to stretch your legs and everything outside, let the breeze hit you, definitely wakes you up. Let's see. I just want to say thank you to our team. We have several of our National Center team here with us, and I just want to recognize them. We have Rich Schelling. He is our CFO with the National Center. He'll be speaking today, and super grateful to have you here with us. And then we have Yvette Fielder. She is our program director, and she's really amazing. She did a lot of work to really put this NEI together, so I'm super thankful for her. And then, like I said, we have Nicole Watson. She's sitting out front and manning our registration booth. Nicole is a technical assistant specialist, and so does work similar to what I do alongside working a lot with our clientele to give them technical assistance. And then we have some really great contractors here with us. We have our video team. We have Skyburn Media, and specifically Jack Brinkley with Skyburn Media. So thank you so much, Jack, for joining us and making this possible so we can have our online audience join us. A couple other folks I wanted to mention in the room. We have Andy Bradford. We've worked with Andy for a couple years now, and he's going to talk about cybersecurity today. And then I saw John Shiraka walk in. John is amazing, does everything with government contracting. I think that's pretty much it for the housekeeping. I do want to bring up Yvette Fielder so she can give us a little welcome. I'll let her come up. All right.
I'll put my name up. Okay. Since we have names here. I saw that we had names. That's so funny. Well, thank you so much for being here. Like Kai mentioned, my name is Yvette Fielder, and I'm a program director here at the National Center. One of our offices, our main office in Mesa, Arizona. I've been with the organization, I think, since 2018, and my third stint at working with the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. Like Kai mentioned, we do put on the Native Edge Institutes all across the country, depending on different funding streams. This is funded in part by KeyBank, one of our great partners over the years, as well as we've had other funding such as the Minority Business Development Agency, the Small Business Administration, Wells Fargo, and others that have participated in supporting us to put on these free one-day Native Edge Institute trainings. John's joined us for a number of those for several years now. We have some great fun stories when we're trying to get to a venue if something had happened and occurred along the way, but we always find our way there. And of course, Sky Bear for joining us and advancing us. When we first started doing the live streams, we used to do short little feeds on Facebook Live, if you can believe that, when we first started. And then of course, when we went into COVID, we had to pivot and have a very small audience or no audience at all and just have the presenters present from the comfort of their homes. And we've just continued to grow along those lines. So thank you so much for being here. It's meant to be a small, intimate affair during the Native Edge Institute. So this is your day. This is the time to ask many questions because we do have a lot of experts that will be showing up today for speakers. I would also like to thank and do a land acknowledgement of the peoples that originally resided here in the Maine and the Bar Harbor area. And I apologize up front if I mispronounce any of these names. Also forgot to mention, I'm an enrolled member of the 3 affiliated tribes from North Dakota. On my maternal side, I am 2 of those tribes, Hidatsa and Mandan, and on my paternal side, I'm from the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. And so the land acknowledgement would be the Penobscot Nation, Pasquatomie, Milicete, and the Micmac. And I also wanted to acknowledge that there is the Abbey Museum that is located here in Bar Harbor, and that we are almost approaching Indigenous Peoples Day on October 13th. So I hope that you will all visit your local museums and learn more about your Indigenous peoples of that community and really be involved within your communities, because it's so important for us all to be involved with our communities where we reside. Again, so thanks so much for those tribes that were here, and welcome those that came along, and as a result, here we are in this beautiful building in Bar Harbor, and they're still here, and that's the main message, is that we are still here. So thank them for that. So I do have also, let me look here. Oh, we just passed the Orange Shirt Day. That happened just recently on September 13th. So I'd like to acknowledge that the children that we lost during the time of the Indian boarding school time frame of 1819 through 1969, those that didn't make it home. And it's just a way for us to honor and recognize those that didn't make it back from those early boarding school experiences, and they're still being found today. So that just passed. So wear your orange shirt every September 30th to acknowledge that we are still thinking of those children and locating them to this day. I also want to acknowledge that one of our long-term board members, Mr. Ernie Stevens, just passed over into the next world. And I came into work that day, and we had a really major rainstorm in the Phoenix metropolitan area. And the front of our building, there was a whole siding that had come down. And I thought, oh my goodness, like that was a major storm. And we didn't really have a lot of the monsoon weather that we had recently. Usually that starts in July in the valley. I'm sure you've heard of the haboobs that come. It's a huge dust storm that hits, and then the rain kind of follows. Really didn't have a lot of that this year, but we've had major rain, especially that day. And so just recently, Mr. Ernie Stevens Jr. passed on, and so we would like to thank his family so much, as they've shared him so many years with us. His father, Ernie Stevens Sr., was one of the founders of the National Center that started in 1969 in the Los Angeles area. Mr. Ernie Stevens Jr. was a longtime board member as well, and just passed. And so we'd like to thank and acknowledge his family for sharing him with us for so many years as a father, a leader, a husband, a friend. And I know he was greeted by so many ancestors and relatives on the other side. I'm sure there was a big welcome home for Ernie. So thank you so much, and thank you for those that are here. Again, don't be shy. We are going to have the mic. We're going to run it around. John really likes for everybody to be really interactive during these sessions, and we will work through lunch. And thank you to the online audience for joining us today and hanging in there. And thanks, Jack, for setting that up and really progressing us over the years from when we first did the Facebook live feeds. And somebody would try to post something on Facebook, and there's a Native Edge Institute going on today, and it's held up, so you can't do any kind of live feed. So it's just been a great time getting to know everybody across the United States and even friends up into Canada. Kai and I are going to present later on today about different programs at the National Center, so I want to save that for later. But if you get a chance to ever come to Bar Harbor, we're right here, right in the bar, this is the, I think it's the Maine, let me think, I think I wrote it down. The Gulf of Maine, which of course goes on to the Atlantic Ocean. It's really crispy out there, especially me where I reside in Arizona, but it's very beautiful. So if you ever get a chance to come up here, especially this time of year with the color of the leaves changing, the orange and the reds, it's very majestic and beautiful. So I welcome anybody to please come. Kaya's pointing something. Oh, we do have some giveaways today. And so we have some airline tickets that you can use anywhere. And then, what's that? Oh, for those that are in person, yes, sorry, online. For those that are in person, we're going to have a drawing, so there's going to be opportunity for you to win at our giveaway that we're going to have, as well as I think we have maybe a res ticket to also give away, which is our largest economic summit in the nation, the Reservation Economic Summit that's coming up in March, and we'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later. Again, I love this building, the woodwork. For those of you that are online, it's a really beautiful building. All of the stage reminds me of my elementary school. Growing up in the cafeteria, we had a stage very similar with the wooden floor and everything, and you always wanted to go in the back room and see what was going on back there, right? And then finally one day you were old enough to like be in a play or sing in the choir, and you got to really see what the stage background was like. So I kind of feel like that. I wish this was my house. When I walked in, I said, oh, I'd love to have this foyer. And then off to the left would be my living room and dining room, and somewhere a little kitchen room, I guess, but a formal dining. And then off to the right, you know, master bedroom or the primary suite, I guess, and then the extended bedrooms. It's a beautiful property. So if you ever get a chance, please come to Bar Harbor, Maine. Very beautiful. So I don't want to keep it any longer. Mr. Derek Watchman was held up. He's our chairman of the board. He says he's a Navajo from Navajo and makes us laugh, and longtime board member and chairman of the National Center, but he was stuck in DC and wishes he could be here, and wasn't able to make a connecting flight to make it over to Maine last night. So he's going to be on a return trip back to the Valley. So Derek, if you're out there, we're sorry you didn't make it, but we're still proceeding. And I wish I could say I was a Navajo from Navajo too, but that's your line, that's your tagline, and Derek's a lot of fun. So thank you so much for being here. Again, Kai and I will be walking around if you have any questions, and we are going to get to know you though, because we're going to bring the microphone to you, and it's a very small, close-knit family here at the National Center. So thank you, and welcome to Bar Harbor, Maine.
Thank you, Yvette. I forgot to mention about the giveaways. How we're going to be able to do that is if you have a business card, we're going to have a little area where you can put them in. If you don't have a business card, you can write it down on a piece of paper. I just need your name and email address for that. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our first presentation. We have Latasha Redhouse with Intertribal Agriculture. And if you could please come up, I will get you situated. And you can be up here, or if you can want to be at the table, whichever one works. Okay. Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Latashia Redhouse. I am a proud member of the Navajo Nation from Navajo, I think. I reside over in Utah in the northeastern part where we experience 4 seasons. So this feels really, really good. It's nice to get away, although we're landlocked, so it's kind of really cool to see all this water. I think I'm terrified a little bit. But again, yes, Latashia Redhouse. I am with the Intertribal Agriculture Council. I'm the American Indian Foods Program Director. I've been with the organization since 2019 and really have enjoyed, getting to know all of the Native American ag and food companies all across Indian country. It's been a pleasure to serve and just really support our stakeholders. So let's get to the overview of the American Indian Foods Program. And I really hope that there are some ag producers online or even in the group, because food is where I thrive. Love food, eat food, can't live without it. Do I go this way? Yeah? Oh, okay, perfect. So the American Indian Foods Program is one of many different types of programs that the Intertribal Agriculture Council offers. But the American Indian Foods Program is primarily, what I say is really focused on 3 pillars. There is the market access, whether that's domestic or international, the marketing promotional opportunities, that's very important, especially with our small businesses that are really do not have the marketing capacity or marketing funding to support their endeavors, and also marketing resources and support. Again, those are like our 3 pillars, market access being one of them, whether it's through federal government contracting or saying they're wanting to export across to the international markets. And how that all works together, again, one of the other pieces of our program, which is really how all of our programming works, is through the Intertribal Agriculture Council's certification trademark. It's the Made and Produced by American Indian certification trademark, and it is just an amazing aspect to what I get to do in terms of marketing and promoting Native American goods. It's a no-cost application. It's free. It's probably like 5 to 10 minutes long to complete. And to qualify, the company has to own 51% or more of the business. I love to share this slide or this image, in that the American Indian Foods Program, or the IAC certification trademark, has been around since 1993. And one of the major reasons that the IAC had, created this programming piece was to prove authenticity. That's super important, especially in today's world. We are able to really share the story of where these foods come from. When you look at that, you kind of see how different certification programs came about. And so we were right there just in 1993. Eligible trademarks, there's about 75 or more different products or goods that are approved for use under this trademark. However, if you do not see a product that your product under the eligible product area, feel free to reach out. The process to get your product eligible is pretty simple. We present it to our board. Just recently, we got beer approved under the trademark. Just a ton of different goods, from food, fibers, skincare, beverages. It's just been really great. Again, we have Passamaquoddy wild blueberries as one of our companies that we get to promote and represent, but that's one of many folks that we are able to assist and market their products globally. I just want to share this slide because oftentimes people say, oh, I have to be export ready to participate in the American Indian Foods Program. That's not the case. Some of the companies that we represent are small scale. Most of the times they're focused on local or community-based markets, saying that they're looking at incorporating their foods into their school systems, or they're looking at setting up at their local farmers market. So these are again just companies or examples of folks that we assist. So there's Gray Fox Farms out from Washington State. She's a small-scale farmer, and she sells jams, jellies, preservatives. You can check out her website. San Javier Co-op, amazing group. I'm sure our Arizona friends probably have heard of them. They've got a really neat operation there, and it's very sustained and focused on community and local markets. Seca Hills out from California, so I really encourage y'all. They have a really good website, so if you're ever wanting to buy some olive oil, they have the best. It's amazing. Just Peachy Biscochitos, again, out from Arizona. She makes traditional Pueblo cookies. Recently, we sent her, or offered some support to attend the America's Food and Beverage Show in Florida, which was fascinating for her because it opened up so many doors, but also increased dialogue with potential consumers. One Farm Poultry out from Oklahoma, they specialize in organic poultry products. Just a husband and wife duo, and they just are amazing at what they do. So again, just an example of the folks that we get to represent. Another piece of the certification trademark is that it also includes arts and crafts. So there are certain arts and crafters that utilize this trademark to prove, again, authenticity. If you're interested in looking at the different companies that utilize this trademark, you can visit the trademark directory on our website and take a look at all of the amazing things and just go and support these tribal companies. So in terms of global marketing, again, how we package everything is under the certification trademark, and the different products that we're marketing, at least that we're seeing in the global marketplace, ranges from arts and crafts, beverages, tourism, being that's agritourism, and food products. Food products, we definitely are thriving in the high premium industry. So that's been a really fascinating thing because of the story or the origin of the product and how we're able to position the value when we're communicating with buyers. The benefits of the AIF program, we offer cost sharing, and I'll get into that here in a short while. We're able to attend high-level trade shows and trade missions that are hosted by USDA or approved by the USDA for an ag service. One of the other things is spreading tribal agriculture awareness. Oftentimes, again, I just flew in on a little charter Cessna from Boston to Bar Harbor. Amazing experience. Got to document quite a bit of the little slips here and there, but the folks that I got to sit in there have never heard of Indian agriculture. They've never heard of Native Americans. They did not know that there are still Navajos speaking the Navajo language. In my case, my grandma and grandparents, they're all still speaking Navajo, and they do not speak English. And that was so fascinating to them. And so I shared with them, hey, you want to know something about tribes? We also are thriving in agriculture. And I got to share this amazing directory with them. And again, it's just spreading agriculture awareness, or just spreading awareness about the whole, we are here, we're thriving, we're doing great. There's also meeting and connecting with vetted buyers. In this day of age where there's so many spam emails, or there's folks that are just looking at a quick, or just privacy concerns, whatever, we're really able to help producers or companies really vet buyers. Say, for example, one of our companies got an email from a buyer in Dubai, and they wanted to import some of their blueberries, and it was just something that we were kind of concerned about because we didn't know whether this was a legit buyer. So we worked through our networks and went through and vetted and made sure that this was a true buyer, and it worked out. So we're still going through negotiations and all of that process, but again, we're here for support because it can be complex when you're entering the export world, but also even if you're trying to sell off reservation as well. There's also market authenticity. Again, storytelling, that branding aspect is so important in this day of where we have conscious consumers that are really interested in supporting authentic tribally made products. We definitely have a ton of tools and resources. You can visit our website at indianag.org just to find several different resources. Again, this is all at no cost. Or you could visit our YouTube page. There's tons of resources there. We just recently had released the Native Market Success workshops that really dive into marketing and business developments topics. And then we also did something along the lines of meat and poultry processing. So that's another like really good series to go and tune in. So trade shows with AIF, this is again, IAC is a nonprofit organization that really thrives in supporting what our stakeholders are requesting or needing on the ground in real time. So companies will say that trade shows are the #1 resource or tools that they get to use through the AIF program, and that they're increasing their connection with consumers, or they're building brand awareness. You don't have to be ready to retail. This could be an avenue for many companies to just go and check out competitors or look at different marketing strategies or techniques and just see what's going on globally in terms of food and ag. But this trade shows are at typically a cost sharing level with our companies, in meaning that we can cover up to 100% for one representative to attend a trade show, which is very meaningful to a lot of our small to medium-sized companies that maybe not have the budget to invest in sending a producer to a trade show. And oftentimes trade shows are very expensive. And so this is a great way for us to come together and collaboratively share the different company or the different food products. I'm hoping this will play. Okay, this is just a quick overview of the trade shows that we attend in Chicago.
Hi, my name is Latasha Redhouse. I'm the American Indian Foods Program Director with the Intertribal Agriculture Council. We're here at the National Restaurant Association show to promote and highlight the different Native American products that are within our Made and Produced by American Indian trademark program.
We're with Red Lake Incorporated. Super excited to be here meeting new potential partners.
So my name's Pat Davis with Chemical Patty Food Company. I'm the CEO apparently.
I'm with Cat Spring Yopon. What's Yopon? Well, it's the only source of caffeine in North America. I'm really honored to be here today with IAC.
So I'm here for 3R Brewery, which is Recon Reservation Road Brewery. It's just really fulfilling for us to establish a productive business.
Hi, I'm Robin Cunningham. I'm here with One Farm Poultry. We are really excited to be working with American Indian Foods and all of the producers and companies within it.
Awesome. So that was a highlight of, I think, our trade show rounds. We attend trade shows in the U.S. and globally. Again, these are cost sharing, so the companies are receiving travel support. We cover the entire cost of the booth. And again, it just opens up doors for the companies that are participating. Along with those trade shows, especially ones that are abroad, we are able to work closely with USDA Foreign Agricultural Services to offer market overviews. We also work with other contractors to provide retail tours in those markets. Again, this really gives them a competitive edge in understanding the market. We also really emphasize and support companies in the marketing and export planning of their business. Again, just walking through all of the different aspects of how to complete a marketing plan or even an export plan, because there's so many things to consider, whether it's packaging and labeling regulations, the different shipping and freight forwarding considerations. There's just so much to consider, and it can become overwhelming to small companies and sometimes large companies, but this is where we're able to provide the resources and support. And if we don't have the answer, we certainly have someone in our network that we could reach out to, because we are very close with the other USDA cooperators, including the state trade regional trade associations, like what are we in Maine? So it'd be Food Export Northeast, and then there's other state trade regional groups that we are closely collaborating with. But yeah, again, it could be confusing. Exports, when you say exports, people often think, oh my goodness, this is going to be so complicated. But oftentimes it's usually, it's pretty, I won't say simple but easy, but there are different things that we have to consider. Just recently, one of our companies also was able to send their jerky out to Africa through their connection that they made at the National Restaurant Association show. So again, these things are super important to our companies. Again, they're small scale, but they were able to export, and that was very meaningful to them. Additional AIF services, like I mentioned, market assessment and research is super valuable and important, especially when you're trying to navigate this changing landscape. It is very up in the air, and I think everyone now knows that trade is also very up in the air. So we're navigating all of that, and we want to be here to help iron out the things that make no sense. There's also the reimbursement, like I mentioned, cost sharing. We can reimburse companies on certain things if they are an approved or eligible activity that we've collaborated on with USDA, labeling and shipping assistance. We also have, again, I mentioned a suite of different series. It's open to anyone, but you could access that information on our YouTube, or our online platform is Mighty Networks. You'll have a slide here shortly. But again, you could access other programming, not just AIF. There's also the Technical Assistance Network that are our boots on the ground. They really get into the communities and really try to understand how they can further support. And they also offer USDA introduction to USDA programming. There's also youth programming. So if there's youth online right now, or there's youth in the audience, I feel very youthful, so I think I'll take that. But the youth professional development or young professional development programming offers some really neat opportunities, including internships. There was just a group that just completed their, a cohort of them that just completed some research, which was just fascinating. They got to present in it, and it's really, really encouraging to see the next level of Indian ag leaders really pursuing some really amazing things. There's also the Regenerative Economies Program. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. The firms that you represent, are they tribally owned firms? Are they individually owned firms? Can they be any kind of firm? Like, how do you distinguish your eligibility criteria to participate in the program?
Yep. So if it is both individual or tribal enterprise or entity, so they can apply, and then an individually tribally owned company. As long as those entities are owned 51% or have share ownership of 51% or more, they are eligible to participate in the certification program. Other than that, like across the board, IAC, anyone can access our program. But through the certification and the marketing programs that we offer, the certification program eligibility does stand. But again, I'm not gonna, if you don't qualify for the certification program, say for example, you're a small jerky company, don't qualify the certification program, we're still able to assist. Just there's some pieces to the programming that we are able to, that we have to acknowledge, that where we have to acknowledge the certification program. But again, I'm not going to deny or turn away anyone for services. We've oftentimes, because there's also border towns where there are folks that work directly with non-tribal members. And they're also looking for resources, and so this is where we're able to offer. So a lot of the IAC programming is free programming for all. So anyone can access this information. Yeah, so youth programming, definitely one of those other ones that is amazing. And then also natural resources, which is really pushing more of the conservation and traditional ecological knowledge, sustainability. So this is just something that wanted to call out because I didn't have a slide of all of IAC programming, but they definitely have some other initiatives and projects that they also are working on as well. So what we're seeing as far as trends in American Indian agriculture, and this is like global, native agriculture has nearly doubled in size over the last 5 years, from a 3.5 billion industry in 2019 to a 6.5 billion industry in 2024. And that was through the USDA census. And we're really excited about that because that means that a lot of our companies are really, I mean, this is probably more community driven, as we saw that during COVID, a lot of our tribal communities really invested in agriculture to really emphasize food sovereignty, right? And so that has grown tremendously, and so that's very, very exciting. Traditional foods resonate strongly with healthy-minded and sustainability-focused type of consumers, and that's huge in the global world. And so this is something we're also excited about because that means that we're getting some healthy traditional foods also in Indian country as well. Supporting local foods equals advancing tribal sovereignty and empowering tribal communities. This is super important now more than ever, where everyone is trying to make sure their communities have access to healthy traditional foods. Storytelling is a tool. Again, I feel like I'm just on the background telling people's story, which is very fascinating in itself, and it resonates with the buyers and consumers as well. And authenticity is a unique selling point. It's super important, again, when we're able to show the certification trademark. I just wanted to cover some of the AIF program success stories so that way you guys understand kind of the applicability of our program and the services we're offering to food and ag companies. Last year, we recently collaborated with USDA Foreign and Agricultural Services Canada and hosted the first ever Indigenous trade mission to Vancouver. And we brought several, like more than 25 companies and tribal leadership and representatives to Vancouver. We had a full dialogue with First Nations. It was a week-long itinerary. It was beautiful. It was amazing. Along with that week, we also hosted a retail promotion where Cat Spring Yopon, Navajo Mikes, and Red Lake Nation Foods took part in that first ever retail promotion, and their products were featured at 6 Save-On Foods, and it resulted in first export sales and created valuable contacts that, you know, is still maintaining and there's still relationships building there. But I thought that was so successful because how cool was that? And it ran during Reconciliation Week in June in Canada, so it was a really phenomenal experience for all of our First Nations and Native Nation relatives. Another one is we hosted a Thailand inbound trade mission at the IAC annual conference. This was really valuable in really increasing the cultural connection with our buyers and really sharing the story. So our buyers that came from Thailand, never been to Las Vegas. They've very knew little about American Indians and American Indian agriculture, so they were just amazed. They walked into the arts and crafts area and wanted to buy everything. And it was just fascinating. We were amazed by that. But that was a 2-day event. We were able to connect them with different companies. And in that same space, one of the companies walked away with $100,000 in export sales. So, these are just maintained relationships over the years that we're hoping to continue. But yeah, it's just success stories overall. I mentioned Native Market Success Workshops. This was in collaboration with the USDA Office of Tribal Relations. So if you are interested in free resources to further your marketing efforts, or you're wanting to know where to start, this is a really good series to listen into. You can scan the QR code, but we cover different topics from selling foods to the schools, creating your pricing structure, whatever else. So you can certainly view that and just let us know if you want to see anything else. We have the IAC annual conference. So if you want to learn more about all of the cool resources that we offer, definitely visit our annual conference. There's also space for you to connect with companies that are currently in the program or that we currently are working with. So that's December 9th through the 11th. Any questions?
So I know you kind of answered them, but how can non-native businesses or individuals support the intertribal ag or producers?
Yeah, just get involved. Again, there's no cost to getting involved with the IAC. There are multiple ways to connect with us, depending on which program, or you can just email us and let us know how we can support you. Sometimes it's more of just, again, creating that network between producers or companies, and that's super valuable for our stakeholders.
Next one was, can you go into the trademark process?
Yeah, absolutely. The trademark process is very simple. I think we ask like the general name, company, whatever else, and we just ask a few questions around if the company has, and this is more so in relation to our USDA Foreign Ag Service collaboration and partnership, but we ask companies whether their product contains 50% US-based agriculture. That's one major question. And then the company submits their tribal verification documents, whether that's their CIB or tribal enrollment information, or if it's more of a tribal enterprise, they can submit like articles of organization, or even what is it called? Their business leaders or their leadership can send a memo or a note saying that this company is truly tribally owned and it is a tribal enterprise of this tribe. But that's about it. It's not super lengthy. I always tell people if it takes more than 10 minutes, call me. And we will go over it because it's very, very simple. And again, it's just a free application. And typically our response time, this year was a little bit slower, but typically our response time is about 2 weeks before we send in any type of updates.
Okay. Sorry, the question is from me. I'm asking about this one. So you said tribally owned. Does that mean individuals who are enrolled with federally recognized tribes as well?
Yes. Okay. Individual tribal companies, yes. So as long as they're enrolled in a federally recognized tribe, then they can participate or utilize the certification trademark.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. Does anyone else have questions?
How difficult is it if you're able to get a stamp of approval from the USDA? it kind of goes along with the trade question a little bit, but some growers, or maybe they have some cattle and they want to get into producing, how long does it take maybe to get that approval? And is it a real lengthy process?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you asked that question because it depends again on the commodity, right? So say, for example, beef, that's going to, sometimes it is lengthy because then you have to have a federal, what do they call, inspector. Say, again, if you're trying to retail off-res or even nationally or internationally, you'd have to have your product federally inspected, and that could take, sometimes it could be easy depending, but in Indian country, we're so rural that oftentimes they don't have access to those processing facilities. One of the companies that we work with has to drive 3-4 hours to their processing facility that is USDA inspected, and they do have a federal inspector on site, and it's not all the time. And so they have to plan diligently and make sure that that's all there. And then they have to coordinate a refrigerated truck to ship or transport their product then back home, that 4-hour drive. So it's complicated and complex sometimes because, again, we're in Indian country, we don't have the necessary infrastructure or access to some of those facilities. That could really increase the level of the competitiveness, but we're seeing that in real time right now where companies or tribal enterprises or even just tribal leaders are looking at investing into those type of facilities. So we have like Quapaw and Osage and Cherokee. They all have processing facilities, and so they're able to, again, get that in real time or send their product off real time. Other USDA type of certification programming, like you saw the organics, that could also be complicated because they want a ton of information, right? But that's also where our regenerative economies programming and also our technical assistance programming can come into play as well, in that they're able to help with bookkeeping and record keeping and just making sure you have all of the necessary documents in place so that way it makes that certification process easier. Fortunately, we don't ask for that. All we ask is for your tribal enrollment information but yeah, that's pretty simple. Again, it depends on what certification program you're looking at seeking through USDA, but overall, it depends on where you're at, what kind of commodity, but we're here to help.
I can imagine that it entails what type of pesticides might have been used, and there's forms, and then on the other side with cattle, that, what type of immunizations have they had, that kind of thing. I'm sure there's all that type of documentation as well.
Absolutely. And I will say our Regenerative Economies program does a phenomenal job in walking companies through that, because they go through, strategy. Let's go through the strategy part of things. Also, let's go through the record keeping, because that's where it is important, because no one is going to accept handwritten notes or a time lapse of records. So record keeping is super important. They stress that. And I will stress that too, because how are we supposed to know the value of your product when we're considering pricing strategy, right? And so just record keeping is so important. But absolutely, we're able to assist even in that level. So yeah, just again, I'm going to encourage people to reach out, because I don't think that there's any question too big or too small.
Great. Any other questions? We have a question in the audience here. Let me get the mic to you.
Thank you. Just wondering if outside of entities that sell products, is there any capacity building services for, say, food sovereignty nonprofits, or even introductions to startup capital for these the food sovereignty initiative?
Yeah, I think overall the IACU organization, again, one of the things that our TAs are in support of is trying to find funding or capital, because that's, again, even on our side as well, it's very scary for companies to enter the export world because of the lack of capital. Most of the CDFIs do not invest, or at least the ones that would support tribal exports, they don't, are not tribal experts, tribal companies, they typically don't support international endeavors. And so it's a little bit, one of those are one of our constraints, but the technical assistance programming definitely offers some assistance there. They work closely with, again, I mentioned the San Javier Co-op, and they are like a food sovereignty initiative as well. And our TAs typically work directly with them on building out the plan or even working through different considerations or strategy and just getting the dialogue going. Because oftentimes it is a little bit difficult to bring the community together and really understand what is the full initiative or goal. But yeah, our TAs do just a phenomenal job. I think several of our folks out in Rocky Mountain as well sit on different food sovereignty boards or efforts, and they're just there as a resource too. So I would say if you're a smaller company or tribal individual that is looking to invest or build a food sovereignty initiative, reach out to the IAC and we can start providing that dialogue or have a conversation. Also, again, I'm going to mention this, the network capacity within IAC is tremendous. So I say, if I don't remember or know something, I definitely know another company or someone from our suite of staff have experienced this in the past. And I can go and have a conversation or bring them into the conversation. So I feel like the amount of knowledge and skills on the IAC staff is just so tremendous that I feel like I sometimes when I say I don't know, but I know someone who does. Hopefully that answered your question. Okay.
I had the opportunity to attend your conference in Vegas last year, and it's growing. I mean, it was standing room only in the keynote opening. Was it like 11 or 1,200 people, I think, that participated?
Oh, yeah, it felt large. I think we capped at 1,500, so it was about 12 or 1,300. That was probably, it was huge. And this year we're moving back to the Virgin, and yeah, we're really excited about just I guess right now, it's just really important that we have those conversations and we're able to build a strong community. One of the things that I always mention in a lot of and I didn't mention it this time, dang it, is strong community, because that's back to traditional teachings. And one of the things I really love and fascinated, especially with like partners with NCAIED and NEI, or even our USDA partners, is that there's so many multi-agencies involved in the success of a company, right? Because we're all offering these different services. And so we get to celebrate that at the annual conference by bringing all our partners together, and we're able to say like, oh my goodness, it's good to see you. Check out what these guys did with their product. So yeah, it's just an amazing time to celebrate, and then we get to enter into the holidays, which then it's just like this cheery spirit right before we get into the next year.
And it really even touches those that want to get into even like cosmetics. Mm-hmm. I mean, and they already have some producers already have the key things that are ready to go. And if you're creating your own brand, your own line, then there's that opportunity, and you could probably help guide them to those even other organizations.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a few that are, I'll say, Arzotica out in Alaska. They use tundra or forage out in the tundra, and then use those ingredients to make chapsticks and skincare. So yeah, it's just fascinating to know like all of these things that are available to Indian country, and it's great to see them. I was traveling out in California, and I saw one of the drinks, one of those like collagen drinks that they're part of our program, and they were in there in the airport, and I was thinking, wow, this is so cool. Also, like Takabe is out in the Denver airport, and it's really cool because he sources ingredients from companies that are in our program. So just again, I feel like it's such a great launch off at the IAC annual conference, because you don't know who you're going to talk to. You don't know who's in the audience. We have folks from, again, we have folks from FAS, Foreign Ag Service, or even from state trade regional groups. We also have the different multi-agencies, and again, just partners like yourselves, which is very important to our producers' exposure to the reality of the types of resources available to them.
A lot of networking opportunities. You mentioned Ben Jacobs with Takabe in the Denver area, and he did participate in one of our Native Edge Institutes. And actually, we had a reception the night before with the Indian Center, and he procured the food for us that evening, and it was fabulous. So if you're ever in the Denver area, Denver Airport, look up Takabe. Well, I don't have any further. You have a question? Good.
Okay. So, with everything that you've been seeing, what is like the most, I guess, like produce that you see produced within our Native communities that you guys are assisting with?
I want to give you a solid answer, but because of the diverse and amazing abundance of produce that are available in Indian country, I feel like it's not just one, because I'll say that it's fascinating to see the amount of different products that are being grown in Indian country, and we can all celebrate that because. And it's all regional too as well, right? So up here we see blueberry companies, and down south we see corn and watermelon, tepiary beans. That's like a big thing out that way. And then there's also like, guava out in California. I mean, it's amazing just to see the abundance of ingredients that are grown and produced in Indian country, and I hope that eventually down the road, and maybe we see this we're able to see these products in the retail stores. I'm hoping that one day I can walk into Smith's and be like, oh, this is coming from Tamalpec out from California, or this is coming from Passamaquoddy. I love this. So hopefully eventually that, we're able to build capacity and continue to support Indian agriculture so it's readily available for folks in the retail stores. Yeah.
Awesome. So with the National Center, the last couple of years recently, we had a really strong connection with First Nations based out in Canada, and they definitely come down to our annual conference, the Reservation Economic Summit. With them, we had a couple of groups who were also food producers, and so I just wanted to ask about importing. Have any assistance with that, or?
No, unfortunately, but we would love to have those conversations, right? Because it's all about trade and building those relationships. But at this point, we don't have any support in more of import. It's more of exporting is what we specialize in support.
Because one of the situations that we came upon when I was working in our export program was one of the First Nations group was a wild rice producer. And so we're really trying to get them connected with some of our connections. I think it was Milwaukee or Wisconsin area. They had wild rice producers as well there. So just kind of connecting them to meet, I guess, like a larger quantity base for US-based company that was exporting it out.
Yeah. You bring up a really good question, or scenario, especially in the Great Lakes region, even up here in the Northeast. I mean, even the Rocky Mountain, I guess, again, the Canadian border. But this is valuable information that you're sharing because right now the USMCA, and for folks that might not be aware of the USMCA or the United States, Mexico, Canada agreement, that is up for renegotiations. And they are currently accepting comments on behalf of that agreement. And so if you do a lot of work with Canada or Mexico, I definitely encourage you all to go over and visit the U.S. Trade Office website. I can also share a link with you all if you want to pass it out to the virtual attendees. But submit your comments, and it could include importing goods and how does that work? How do we increase sovereignty and between our two nations? Sometimes I think with the Mi'kmaq, they have folks in Canada, and then they also have folks here in the U.S. And so that also, we were talking about like, how do we count exports? But it's just going to the community. So there are some complex situations that we have to navigate in Indian country. So yeah, if you are again, importing or exporting into Canada or Mexico, I encourage you all to submit those type of scenarios, or where you're looking at things that are what are important things that the U.S. should take into consideration. I definitely encourage folks to go and submit their comments.
Definitely exciting to kind of look more into those opportunities, especially with tribes that have free trade zones.
Mm-hmm.
So currently, I can't remember the number of tribes that have those actively right now, but the one that we've worked so much with was the tribe in Iowa, Nebraska.
Oh, the Ioways? Yes.
So they had the active trade zone.
Mm-hmm.
And so just kind of, I can probably go into that more when Yvette and I do our presentation, because we started conversations because we actually did a trade mission to New Zealand as well. And so that was something that was discussed too.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah, that's like another advantage. But the challenge is that most often the free trade zones don't have the equipment to house ag products. And I know, but it's really exciting. We're definitely in an exciting time as well, that knowing that there are different tribes that are investing in those free trade zones. Out in Washington, there's the port that's also a free trade zone. So just taking all of these other things into consideration as like opportunities, and just seeing how we can all collaborate. Again, multi-agency, multi-tribe, we can do this. And I think that there's so many different avenues, especially with the different organizations. And again, with American Indian Foods, where it's cost sharing, we can cover those costs. I forgot to mention, through the state trade regional groups that we are in partnership with, they also offer like cost sharing for companies with their packaging, covering the cost of packaging. So, but it has to be intended for exporting. So if a company is looking at sending their product to Montreal and they need to repackage and include translations and whatever else, our friends at the state trade regional groups can offer assistance in more of that branded programming efforts, or they need to build a website and include Arabic language. That's also something that our network, so it's just a really cool thing where we can build these multi-agency collaboration to ensure that our companies are succeeding globally.
Yeah, definitely. I think, well, I guess I would say, like, I hope that one day we can really express our sovereignty and to do a lot more of nation-to-nation trading.
Yeah. We live in a fascinating time, and I just love that we're able to all connect and utilize technology and really advancing more of the the foods, or just the different manufacturing goods. Because I know you guys also work with manufacturers, but yeah, specifically for us, it's more of like really increasing the exposure and the competitiveness of American Indian agriculture and beverages in the global marketplace.
I think Native communities touch all four corners and in between in the United States and beyond the borders. Maple syrup is up this way as well. We've been to Seca Hills. It's in a video that we're going to show a little bit later today. Often we get the question also is like, I want to be a business owner. I want to work for myself. What is a sub business that I can get into? And that's like the sky's the limit, right? But even in agriculture, there's opportunities for the ag tourism. There's opportunities for the packaging. That in itself is a business. And up this way, we also had worked with a company that was building pallets because things have to be moved. And that's what they did, was the pallets to carry the goods and services. So I think we're at your time.
Yeah.
I don't have any more questions. Is there any more online? No? Well, let's give Letitia a big round of applause. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Wow, so much good information to hear. Next, before I bring on our next speaker, I did make a note that I needed to address. I know we were running a little bit early this morning with our first presentation, and so mainly to our online audience, like if you were not able to catch the beginning of it, we are recording, so that will be available after the event as well. We're recording on YouTube, so it'll be available. Next, we have Rich Yelling, our CFO with the National Center, and he's going to be going over agritourism, legal, and business planning essentials. So thank you, Rich. Let me just get his name tag.
Thank you and good morning. As mentioned, my name is Rich Yailing. I'm currently the CFO at the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. Have been with them for about 4 years now. But I will tell you, my career experience has been primarily in the hospitality and real estate development arenas. I am a licensed CPA out of the state of Arizona, and I have to say this so far. Today, we're going to talk about agritourism a little bit, and it's very much an exciting economic space these days. The term agritourism has been around for about 50 years. It came out of Italy. They called it agriturismo, and it really was the result of guests just visiting farms and them taking care of those folks while they were there for a farm stay. And so it's a term now that's gotten very popular. It's not quite a science yet, this space, but it's getting there. But like I said, it's a very exciting space because it's growing, and especially not to get political here so much, but you know, the fact that farmers, ranchers are now dependent in at least a small part on revenues and fees that they collect through the agritourism events has been very helpful in terms of offsetting, you know, some of what is happening now with the administration basically pulling the carpet out from some of the farmers. I was reading just this morning that you know, the soybean industry, $24 billion industry, of which China takes about half of year over year. This year, they're not taking any. And so Trump obviously has made some overtures to share some of this tariff revenue with farmers to offset some of the difficulties they're having. So this agritourism activity certainly is just in time in terms of supplementing farmers' incomes, and I think it provides certainly in the rural communities an opportunity to strengthen their tax revenue base, and that's happening as well. So it's good. It's a good activity taking place. So today we're going to talk about just a few things, and really the topics that I'm going to be covering might apply to many different businesses and industries out there. Next there, Kaya, please. But we'll talk a little bit about what agritourism is to some extent, and then some of the key legal considerations around business in that space. And like I said, it'll be more general because as you start to dive into some of these elements, it gets more specific in terms of the implications as it relates to states, counties, cities, and certainly the imposition of rules and regulations and compliance measures that take place as a result. So we'll be talking about zoning a little bit, liability and insurance, health and food safety regulations, ADA, and let's see, what else do we have? Some license talk, taxes, and employment laws, and why it's important to have a business plan as you jump into a business like what you might see in agritourism. I'm trying to find here we go. Next. So what is agritourism? It's, it's a commercial enterprise, and this presentation really is focused on what you might find at a farm or a ranch or some acreage in a rural area that has the ability to provide some of these activities. And those activities typically fall into 5 categories: on-farm direct sales, education, entertainment events, lodging, and outdoor recreation. And I would venture to say that everybody in this room has certainly had an opportunity to enjoy some facet of agritourism in their life, and probably will continue to do so over time. But as I mentioned, it can have many benefits for farmers and ranchers. However, it may not be an activity that every farmer or rancher wants to get into, because it does carry many exposures, and so we'll look at some of those exposures as we go through this presentation. But farmers can be increasingly regarded as rural entrepreneurs, because they do produce a whole range of goods in addition to their agricultural commodities. And really, that is the essence of agritourism. Next. Here's some bubbles here that, and certainly this list here isn't exhaustive, but as I mentioned, the categories that agritourism typically falls into, you can see, and I'm sure you can identify with some of these activities in terms of what you may have participated in. But it's a host of activities that are available out there to ranchers, farmers, and again, even folks within the cities can certainly host and sponsor some of these activities, and some of them can be very lucrative. And we'll talk a little bit about a business plan as we get further into this, but it's interesting because the agritourism industry generates about 1.3 billion a year here in the U.S., and on an international basis, on a global basis, just about $8 billion in revenue. And the forecasts, and again, it gets a little bit sketchy because there's just so many components to agritourism that collecting data to represent some of the benchmarks that are occurring in this space is a little elusive, but they project that these revenues are going to be growing somewhere in the range of 7 to 10% on an annual basis, and that the agritourism business worldwide could be as much as $197 billion by the year 2032. So today, $8 billion going to $190 billion. That's a big jump. So it's going to get more popular, and it's going to get more active as again, the folks that are in that space continue to rely on that income going forward. And here's just sort of the way it breaks out on a revenue basis. This is a 2023 slide that demonstrates, almost the $8 billion of revenue globally. And you can see most of it comes out of outdoor recreation, which, makes a lot of sense. I'm not surprised. And secondly, on-farm sales is a big component of the revenue mix in this space. And that's been historically kind of the way that these revenues have broken out. So it's interesting. Next. As I mentioned, in the U.S., this space has generated about $1.3 billion in revenue. This is 2022, so I suspect that number is a little bit stronger. It represents, that increase over 2017, 12.4%. But again, as I mentioned, they're forecasting much more aggressive increases going forward. But farms, as I mentioned as well, are beginning to increasingly use agritourism to diversify their income and offering many of these activities that I just showed you. And as I also mentioned, this space will grow pretty significantly over the next few years. One of the jumped ahead. One of the projections is to reach almost 95 billion by 2030. And there are several agencies that do these forecasts, so the numbers, jump around a little bit. But that's pretty good growth, given that annual GDP growth is around 2.5% to 3%. So this is double, triple that kind of growth. Good space to be in. Next. So I also mentioned that the exact percentage of farms running non-agricultural businesses is not currently reported by the USDA, and hopefully, as these activities increase and revenues increase, we're going to get more specific in terms of the data that is being collected. Maybe not under this administration, but one in the future. But based on the 2024 survey, about 50% of all of the farms are considered residence farms, and that's defined as small farms that the operator's primary occupation is something other than farming. So, suffice to say that farmers are already taking advantage of generating income outside of their agricultural base. And some data here from 2019 show that 96% of the farm households are in some form of off-farm income. This may come from non-agricultural businesses, but also includes other sources like wages and salaries and so on. Data on the off-farm income or operator's primary occupation does not specify the exact percentage of farms, but they think, again, it's somewhere in the range of 15 to 50%. Obviously, that's a huge, pull there. And I think, again, as this space continues to grow, it's going to get a lot more attention in terms of tracking and measuring what's happening. Next. Again, agritourism is very specific to the place that it's operating in. And so about half the states here in the United States have enacted statutes that relate directly to agritourism. So for those folks that are getting into this space, they're going to need to understand whether their states do have specific statutes and how it might affect them. Because compliance is a huge issue, and we'll see when we talk a little bit about insurance, the exposures that do exist as it relates to operating a business for the as it serves the public. And you certainly want to be prepared in the event that there's something that goes bump in the night. So gaining familiarity with the statutes are really essential. And it may not be for everybody once they get in and they start looking at it. Several states have pending legislation related to statute formation. So again, as it gains popularity, you're going to see legislation that brings as much compliance into and regulation into these types of businesses. So next, we're talking a little bit about zoning and land use. And again, I guess I would tell you that, local zoning ordinances are really the authorities that dictate what's going to happen in a specific community. And so, it's important that you do research and understand what local zoning ordinances exist and the regulations that govern and how the land can be used. Just because you're farming doesn't mean that you can suddenly open your doors to the public and operate a venue that allows the public on your property. And so the zoning has a real important part in terms of your ability to to get into this space. Special permits may be needed to operate events, and they you know, the whole point of zoning is to regulate factors like parcel size, facility size, setbacks, planning, noise, nuisances, hours of operations. And again, this isn't this isn't all centered around you know, the rural sort of farm ranch concept. You find these same sort of zoning issues inside city limits, and you know, you're going to be subject to the same zoning regulations that you would be out in a rural area. So some ordinances might restrict activities like barn weddings and concerts or large events, and you just need to get familiar with those before you decide to jump into this business. So the question is, how is my land zoned, and what activities are allowed on my land according to the county's regulations? Next. One of the big issues in Indian country today is this concept of fractionated land. And you know, it certainly has occurred over time, over many decades, in terms of how land has been, you know, for the most part, taken away from Indian country and then returned in some form as, you know, litigation was pursued to reclaim land that had been taken away. And so, you know, what's happened over time is this sort of checkerboard situation where owners, and not just in Indian country, have a real challenge in terms of putting together parcels of land that allow them to do the kinds of things that would happen in agritourism. So as I have here, poses significant obstacles due to the need of broad consensus among numerous owners. And they can be many different owners that would like to take and bring a parcel together to accomplish something that exists in the agritourism space. And it creates, as I said, this checkerboard nature of ownership. And so it's a real problem, and it takes. Unfortunately, it takes a very significant amount of time and money to litigate these issues and to get to agreements that allow the kind of activity that somebody might want to put together in one of these activities. So. My last comment there: for tribal lands, checkerboard ownership patterns create jurisdictional issues that complicate economic development and the exercise of tribal sovereignty. It's a big deal, and it's one that's going to continue. It's just, there's just not an easy answer there, unfortunately. Moving over to liability and insurance. Anybody that's operated a business, especially one that services the public, understands, I hope, the exposures and the potential consequences of not being covered adequately with insurance. And probably two of the most important coverages if you're going to operate a business is commercial general liability, which certainly gives you some coverage as it relates to injuries or damages to people. And then the other one is property insurance, which does the same, but in this case for you know, your tangible assets and property. Those are must-have. Otherwise, you could be out of business very quickly. One of the other presentations that I do has to do with what is the right corporate structure to create for a business, and it really centers around creating a an entity that gives you very limited liability in the form of an LLC or an S corp, so that in the event of some damage or claim, you do have at least your personal assets protected, and you have that veil that can't be pierced unless you're doing something that is just not that brings fraud or there are other factors that go into understanding whether that liability can be pierced or not. But in any case, those two insurance policies are one that you would want to have into play. The other is cyber insurance. That's getting to be a much bigger issue these days, with the fact that we use so much technology today, and having a hack or a breach of your data could cost you a lot of money as well. So those three, I would say, are very important if you're going to operate a business. A couple of the others, certainly workers' comp is a required form of insurance in most states if you have at least one employee. That's a big deal, and health insurance, obviously, for your employees would be another coverage that you would be wanting to have in place. Next. So health, food, and safety regulations. Again, as I mentioned, I was in the hospitality business for many years and worked at a couple of noted resorts in Arizona. And this is a big deal if you're serving food and beverage. Certainly, these inspectors can come in unannounced into your business, and if they find that you're not in compliance, they can shut you down pretty quickly. You have to comply with these rules and regulations as it relates to storage and preparation and service. It's just, it's part of providing a safety environment for your guests and the public that's taking advantage of your services. So things like food handler certificates, that not only applies to the folks that are handling food, but also the bartenders that are serving food. They all need to be certified. And then depending on the kind of food service that you offer, you're going to need to conform to those regulations. And it's just, again, it's another part of the arena that needs to be understood and addressed so that you feel comfortable and confident in operating your business. In the event of some inspection, you're able to fare through that and not be shut down. Next, again, individuals that are in business today, I think most of them understand this Americans with Disability Act and the compliance for that. Typically, you have to provide reasonable modifications to individuals that fall under this act with the disabilities that are addressed in the act, and typically, at least in my experience, you could operate a business and be grandfathered. Such that if in fact it doesn't conform to ADA, you would be fine. But in the event of refurbishments or renovations or new builds or whatever, that's when the ADA kicks in and tells you that you have to conform to whatever it is that you're providing, so that that it services these disabilities. And it can be very expensive. You might have to put in an elevator so that individuals can be moved around. Stairs aren't gonna be adequate. So It's one, again, if you're looking at facilities that you have that on your premises that are going to be active in whatever venue that you're creating, you need to be sure that you have ADA compliance. It can be a very expensive exposure for you. Let's see. Next. This issue of license and taxes, you're going to need to have the licensing to do what you're doing that come through the city, state, county, because now you're collecting and remitting sales tax, and so all of that needs to be registered with the state. The one paragraph here, agritourism activities may be subject to different tax regulations than traditional agricultural activities. These can be confusing to farmers because farming income and losses are reported on the IRS Schedule F, whereas these agritourism activities would be reported on Schedule C, and so I would strongly advise, again, if you're just getting into the business and having to cover these bases that we're talking about, I would strongly advise that you get a subject matter expert in the way of an attorney or an accountant, especially a tax accountant, to help you navigate the environment so that, again, you're prepared and you're confident that you're doing business and complying with the rules and regulations that have to do with all of these things, but especially tax. I've been subject to many tax audits in my career. It's not fun. It takes a lot of time, and it's especially not fun if they do happen to find something that is not compliant. It can be a very expensive, result and penalties and interest on whatever that revenue activity is that you underreported or didn't report. Again, I would just tell you that I would highly recommend that you seek out an expert in those fields before you jump into that business. Next. From a payroll reporting perspective, agritourism businesses, they have to comply with most state employment laws, including the Fair Labor Standards Act for minimum wage and overtime. And again, that might be different, a different sort of activity for a farmer, because in the farming space, some of this stuff doesn't apply. And so if they're transitioning over to an agritourism activity, they're going to need to get educated about things like the FLSA and some of these other regulations regarding age discrimination and Title VII. These all have impacts on that activity, and if you're not in compliance, again, it can be deadly. So operators need to check with their state and local labor departments for specific regulations. In some states, farmers take advantage of exceptions that allow them to pay less than the minimum wage or to go without workers' compensation. Farmers need to know that these agricultural exemptions may not apply once they begin agritourism events. It's huge. There's some really, really good resources out there if you're going to get into this space, and certainly these four that I have listed, I think are four good ones. In addition to that, most of the state departments of agriculture and tourism, state farm bureaus and associations, along with university services, they can all be great resources for the agritourism space. But just going through this list, Farm Commons, That's a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing legal resources for farmers, including a focus on agrotourism. They offer articles, guides, and educational materials covering various legal aspects like zoning, taxes, and liability, some of the things we've talked about here. The National Agricultural Law Center provides research, publications, and statutory compilations related to agricultural law, including state-specific agritourism statutes. The USDA National Agricultural Library provides access to a wide range of agritourism resources, including guides, fact sheets, videos, and contact information. And then this ATRA, the Sustainable Agriculture website, provides publications and resources on direct marketing, food safety, and legal aspects relating to farming. So those are all great resources to look to, again, if you're going to get into that space. Kind of leaving the topic of agrotourism and moving over to this business plan scenario. So why have a business plan? Here are some of the advantages to having a business plan, and I can tell you from my experience, if you don't have a business plan, you're just going to be working without a tool. It's like driving without a steering wheel, and especially if you're seeking credit or investors to help finance your operation, they're just not going to look at you unless you have a business plan, or you might have a friend or a relative that has complete confidence in your abilities. But generally, a business plan is a document that gives you a nice roadmap as it relates to your thoughts about the business, because the elements that are included in a business plan cover just about everything that a business would be interested in understanding. As I have here, it helps you forecasting, it helps you steer your business as you start to grow, and it gives you an idea of the business and the potential for success. By mapping out your next steps and setting milestones, you can spot strengths and weaknesses in your ideas and set targets. There's this thing called SWOT, right? Which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. That's not a business plan, but that's what a business plan gets you to. It gets you to a place where you have to address and understand those things. The initial forecast maybe provide the positive projections you need to actually get started and even attract outside investment. And as I said, it's required if you're applying for credit. Most banks won't even need you to discuss your venture, your opportunity, unless you have a business plan. Next. It helps you identify future cash flow issues. I've noted before in previous presentations that early on in my career, I was a financial analyst for a subsidiary of American Airlines, and that's all we did was develop the financial plan around a particular opportunity, whether it was leasing a new flight kitchen or going into operations in a concession in an airport. We developed the financial forecast around that in terms of the projections and the many variables that were involved to understand what the cash flow might look like for a particular opportunity. And around that, we would develop a base case and then a bunch of sensitivities around that base case that help us, what if revenue doesn't grow by 3%? What if costs, grow faster than revenue at some number? And develop all of those different sensitivities to help us understand really what the strength of that financial outlook looked like. And from that, then we could develop, payback periods, net present values, discounted cash flows, using discounted cash flows to get to net present values, and give management, the executive management, an opportunity to understand whether this thing had legs or not. And so hopefully that's something you would utilize in a business plan in terms of financial analysis and help you understand whether it makes sense to go forward. And I can tell you, somebody investing, they're in your gig, they're interested certainly in the opportunity, but I can tell you they're more interested in when they're going to get paid back. So having a business plan is certainly a great element in that quest. Some more advantages here. A well thought out plan helps you step back and think objectively about the key elements of your business. And you have to remember it doesn't have all of the answers, but helps you better understand your competition, because part of what you would develop also hopefully would be a marketing plan. And it would help you understand your competitor demographics, so that you understand the consumer trends and preferences. I guess I would use as an example, look at what COVID did to businesses. I don't know anybody expected that, and that they had that variable in their strategy in terms of shutting down a business. It's not to say that a business plan is going to help you do that, necessarily identify a catastrophic event like that, but you might introduce a variable like that that says, what if we lose 75% of our business? Are we gonna survive? Forward. Next slide. So some of the disadvantages of a business plan. It may not be accurate. It's probably not going to be accurate. And that's why you do a bunch of sensitivities and try to get around a base case that gives you the confidence that you're kind of in the zone that you need to be in. It's a highly skilled process. And so again, I would recommend that you bring in subject matter experts, but it's expensive to do that. Note here, business climates can change very quickly. COVID's one of them. Might make you become tunnel vision. Treating your business plan as an uncompromising manual is a bad idea, right? This is my baby, it's got to be right. It can waste precious time and money. So that's a decision you have to make, and hopefully you have funds to do a business plan that is comprehensive. So what is a business plan? Probably should have this slide up front. It's a detailed document that explains how a business works and what it aims to achieve. It outlines the goals, strategies, resources. And so 8 key elements of a business plan: executive summary, business description, market analysis, marketing sales strategy, operations plan, management organization, financial plan. And I would say the financial plan is probably the most important element of a business plan. I think that's all I have today. Take any questions. Sorry?
Come on, we have to have a question for Rich.
For small businesses that are just starting, looking to create a business plan. For people just looking to get started and create a business plan, or even looking to start a business, what resources or websites that way do you know of, I guess, or would you recommend for them to be able to create this business plan?
So what resources would an individual jumping into a business be interested in recruiting to help them develop a plan? Is that the question? Thanks. A good banking relationship would be a good start. They're certainly interested in extending that kind of resource and it is a service that they do operate. I would say a good accountant too, somebody that works with small businesses and understands sort of those challenges and would help direct them around the financial piece. So that's those are two that I would advocate.
I think we could add and dovetail on that. In every city, the small business development centers, which are an umbrella from the Small Business Administration, are very passionate about helping small businesses open and grow their businesses, along with our technical assistant specialists and business development specialists at the National Center. So get involved in your community as well as the Chamber of Commerce. And there's a lot of business card passing at the Chamber of Commerce, but there's all their luncheons and their networking opportunities. And as you present yourself out there in your local community, it's such a great opportunity to network and engage with one another and learn from one another and use those resources, especially the free resources like the SBDC centers, SCORE, SBA, those networks that are very invaluable that we always have partnered with at the National Center. And again, look for the types of organizations like we have at the Native Edge Institutes. All of our Native Edge Institutes are live streamed and they're uploaded onto the YouTube channel. So you can always go back and watch another speaker or presenter and go back and listen to it again, because often, even when you're driving, you can listen to it, because then you'll hear something differently that the first time you were there or you watched it or listened to it, you might have missed it. And so it's really, really important to be involved like that. And Kaya, do you want to add anything?
Just to kind of piggyback on what Yvette said, not just the small business development centers, but organizations like the National Center. Yvette had someone reach out to her a couple of weeks ago about helping out with the business plan. So she really went through the weeds and the thick of it to really explain it to them and help them with the drafting portion, and kind of went through all of the needed information. And then we actually got to meet with them yesterday. We did a spotlight story. This individual produces guitars, produces and renovates custom guitars. So electric guitars. And so we were able to meet with them yesterday. It was really cool. Just to kind of, because we're based out in Arizona, but we do our work nationwide. And so to be in Maine and to be able to offer that specific service, but to just see them in person was really awesome.
Yeah. Thank you.
One moment.
This comes up, Rich. Have you had an opportunity to sort of around the business plan look at what AI produces and how that can be beneficial or it can be a risk? Because the way I always think about it is you're only as smart as the questions you ask. So if you don't know how to prompt it or ask the right questions, it's garbage in, garbage out. But have you looked at it as potentially being either helpful or potentially harmful or leading you down the wrong path?
That's AI, John. Absolutely. Yeah, we use AI extensively at the center. I know our president, Chris James, fashioning the work that he does. Much of that is supported by AI, and it's a big deal, and it's just going to get bigger. So yeah, that's a great resource as well to reach out to. And I would say, just to note, one of the things that we're trying to accomplish at the National Center is to get a CDFI off the ground. It's a community development financial institution. And I've been working on that for a bit now. And I know that's one of the big services that these institutions offer to their clients is business plan development and helping them get structured and just confident about whatever business it is that they're thinking about operating. So those resources are out there, and really no excuse not to not to have that in hand as you embark on whatever it is that that you're gonna try to move forward with. So, thank you.
Okay, just kind of to comment on that question about AI, I think utilizing AI and all the systems, the programs that are run by it is a really great tool, especially for business planning, can really help draft and like provide information, but have a look through what it's producing and also ask it for like cross checking and ask it to produce its sources. So that way you can read up on those sources and see if it's accurate with what it's saying as well. So definitely if you're asking for like percentages or different statistics, ask it to say like, can you give me the where you found it, the resource of it, so you can see for yourself as well. Okay.
Sorry, in terms of AI, I know that some of our companies that we represent are very skeptical of it because of the protection around traditional knowledge, but I find it fascinating that though it is a really neat tool in that you can create these synthetics and you can build out consumers through AI. And so you're able to do like these consumer studies based on the synthetics, because again, if you're a smaller company, you don't have that budget, you can always look and utilize that in terms of consumer testing or whatever else. So I found that really fascinating. And I want to say I'm a boomer by nature, and I really was like, this is scary, but very, very fascinating because
Yep.
again, you could utilize it in such a unique and more strategic way.
Yeah, we do have a grants writer on our staff, and she uses AI fairly extensively in terms of, creating the applications. But you have to be careful. You have to be careful. It can be tricky. Yeah.
Great. I think we're almost at our time, but thanks also for mentioning the banks. I had a former life for 9 years in the banking institution in my early career, and special thanks and shout out to KeyBank. Last week they joined us in Portland and they did do a presentation all about KeyBank and the initiatives and the SBA loan guarantee program. They touched base on that. So again, go back to our YouTube channel and rewatch their session. I know when I was in banking years ago even, and I know some banks still do this, when you go to open a business banking checking account, they do a lot of the footwork and they definitely have the resources of where you need to go next to file the correct filings to open your proper filings, your LLC or C Corp or S Corp or whatever it is that you're going to administer in your small business. And so they do have a lot of guidance there. So really important. I think Annie had one more follow-up.
I was just going to say for the cyber or for the AI type of stuff, I think it's an extremely great tool. But I would recommend that you use it for your business plan, use it however, and then take it to the professionals to have them audit. Because AI is really good. At the same time, it creates content, its own content. And so if you have somebody, an actual professional, would verify, make sure it's sound, you're going to have a lot better success with that.
And remember, a business plan is a working document, a working living document that is always going to be updated, and it is kind of your blueprint of when you need access to capital, really. So think of it that way as well. And Kai, I know, wants to get on to the next announcements.
Thank you all.
You can really see what we like talking about, right? Next, we are going to break for lunch. Quick, maybe it's a little bit less than 15 minutes, about 12 minutes for lunch. Use the restroom during this time. Online audience, we'll see you back in a couple minutes. For in-person, we have our lunch buffet set out, so please go ahead, dish out, bring it back to your seat so we can continue with our next session. But also in the meantime, we're going to draw for our package deal. That's going to be an airline ticket and a res ticket, I believe. So all together. So I'll just go into it really quick about our reses. We're going to go in more detail later on with an Yvette and I's session, but it's our annual conference called the Reservation Economic Summit based out in Las Vegas. And so the airline ticket is kind of complimentary to it, but it doesn't mean you have to utilize it for that trip specifically. But so if you like our 3 attendees, if you want to put in a business card or write your name, email address on a sheet of paper, and then just bring it up to the podium, and then we'll have our next speaker draw for that one. Other than that, feel free to eat. Thank you.
So do we have a small clip to run of Lance and Yvette's interview from Ho Chunk? Let's run that clip.
We have divisions. Government contracting is probably our biggest division. We have a large real estate development company. We have a local division that includes manufacturing of tobacco products, farming, stores, retail, distribution. We focus our attention on profitable business relationships off reservation, and then we try to take care of our own on the reservation.
So that was from your interview with Lance, and it was pretty amazing. Just talk a little bit more. I know he had mentioned a few things about the work they do, but he directly associated some of the work they did with the National Center.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, of course, and I think started out, as he said, Ho Chunk Inc. in his apartment.
Yeah.
Kind of like Mel McGee.
Yeah.
A one-person starting up their tribal enterprise and taking advantage of the 8A program and then building that and then creating another arm and another enterprise and another small business and then taking the tour of their community and what they've done as far as their housing. The elderly housing that we toured was incredible. Their farming operation, we went out there as well. And then in town, they have a building in town with their name on top, at the very top. Toured their marketing facility there, and they have a really nice setup. Not as humble as ours here at the Native Edge.
Our setup is awesome. Though. It's so awesome. We don't have our name on the building.
8-10 story building.
Well, we have all those stickers.
We have a lot of stickers.
We do have a lot, and our logo is very cool.
Yeah.
I've really been impressed with an event like this, really get that messaging for Indian country.
As an organization to come together, to have an uplifting, motivational group of people, that style of topics behind it, it's incredible.
It's been really great to be here at the Native Edge Institute. It's a really great networking opportunity in Indian country, especially for businesses.
I want to bring that creativity. I just don't know where to start, and that's why I'm here today, to kind of learn a little bit more about business.
We're here today in the Duwamish Longhouse. It is in the last village site of Seattle. When people come to Seattle and they're wondering who the first people of Seattle are, we are those people. This is Seattle, and this is our home.
I became this Chief Executive Officer of 8th Generation about 2 years ago now. We're putting out anywhere from 40 to 100 new products a year, and we are the only company that we know of in Seattle that manufactures blankets. If you want a real Seattle gift, this is the place.
A lot of places you go, it's like kind of stuffy, kind of feel out of place, but nobody at any of these events has ever made me feel like that. Everybody's very, very accepting and welcoming.
Networking, sharing information, the event is the cornerstone of small businesses.
Having these types of opportunities are very important to you as a small business. I'm fairly certain that I can grow that foundation to move up and be where you want to be from here.
KeyBank formed a dedicated line of business in 2004 to serve Indian country.
It's important that understanding the tribal community can pursue business and they can be successful. So this is new information that's really exciting. I can't wait to bring it back to my community.
Business to me is absolutely critical. We employ our people, we better society. I am a proud Indian, proud of the Duwamish, and proud to be an American here in Seattle, carrying on the legacy of our Native people.
If you are an entrepreneur, if you're a small business owner or a business who wants to work with tribal nations, this is a place to do that.
The National Center has done a great job of adapting to the business environment and growing their offerings. The idea of promoting Native American small business and helping them understand what companies are looking for is a really great job. So thank you, Indian Country, for 55 years with the National Center.
We're at the fabulous South Sioux City Riverfront Marriott Hotel overlooking the beautiful Missouri River.
Working on business development, access to capital, government contracting.
To be in a room with like-minded people that all have the same goals of growing an economy, especially for Native people, it's a really special experience.
We had a packed house at this Native Edge Institute. It's really beneficial for everyone to get involved.
You had people talking about public utilities, small businesses, government contracting. In a business sense, you're going to have to go to 3 or 4 or 5 different offices in order to get all that information. It's really nice to be able to take advantage to meet everyone and get to reach out to those people later.
There's goals that the U.S. government has that each agency has to prove that they've contracted not just with big business, but with small business. The U.S. government is the largest procurer of goods and services in the world. The NCAIED has been instrumental in Ho-Chunk Inc. being able to grow in government contracting.
8A programming is certainly an extension of tribal self-determination as well as promotes tribal sovereignty. So we meet people where they are to provide them the information that they need to know so that they can become successful in their tribal businesses.
The National Center, they were an integral part of us getting started. It's important to show up and represent, to show what can be done so that they can visualize themselves to where we're at on the government contracting side and some of the business development.
Take me down to the river where the peace won't run dry.
I think coming from a small town, you get stuck in the mindset of, oh no, I can't do that, or I've never seen anyone else from my community do that. But in actuality, there are people in my hometown and my community that have been doing things, and it's just maybe I haven't learned about it or I haven't been exposed to any of that. So it's been nice to be part of the National Center and seeing what they're capable of.
The Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, our economic development strategy has shifted to a more regenerative model to be truer to the ancestral ties of our economy. We are really investing heavily in indigenous to indigenous trade to be a little bit more true to our ancestral roots.
This is my first event like this. I'm just trying to grow all Native solutions because I can see it could be bigger than what it is.
The work that we're doing at Grace Now has been about how do we learn from other tribes and really support that mission of intertribal trade, intertribal relationships.
I appreciate what you guys do. Having somebody to celebrate Native business and create a cooperative relationship and to share has been invaluable.
When you are unified and you're coming together and you're sharing information, even the mistakes that you made along the way, then you're learning and you're going to move forward and progress. The rainbow is always at the end of that storm. We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them. That I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing.
Okay. Was this with the, is this for the res and airline ticket? Okay, wow, you won big right off. Awesome. Okay. This is for you, John, because we know you're going to be walking around. And then we'll do 2 more towards the end of the day? Yeah. Or whatever. How many do we'll figure that out. I think Aaron's working on that to let us know. Okay, but we can do 1 more. Shake that up. Christopher Kane Gibson? Oh, Christina, I'm sorry. Yes, Christina. Congratulations.
You'll get a Reservation Economic
Summit registration. Yes.
I'll email you.
You have to use it this year. You can't give it away. And then what was the other thing? Wasn't there 3 things? Must be present to win. Yeah. Okay. Yay. Thank you. Okay. Mr. John Shiraka.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. I know we have people online. First of all, thank you for the National Center for including us in these sessions and these initiatives around the country. I think they talked about this earlier, but we've been all over the country. Some of the sessions are small and intimate, and that's beneficial because you kind of get one-on-one, or have the opportunity to have one-on-one Q&A. And then there's people online, so we're looking forward to Q&A from people online as well. And then we've been everywhere, right? So we've been up to Alaska, Hawaii, tribal land, reservations, small towns, big towns. So it's been a really great experience, and thank you for including us in these sessions. For this particular session, my focus is going to be federal contracting and the various set-aside programs and opportunities under federal contracting for small businesses and Native-owned firms. And then later on today, I'll come back and sort of talk about the more sophisticated approach to federal contracting, opportunities for teaming, opportunities for identifying a mentor, because the federal marketplace is changing rapidly, and we can talk a little bit about that today. There's a lot of, as you can imagine, we're right now in a government shutdown, and we've seen a lot of different changes to the set-aside programs with the Trump administration. We've seen a reduction in opportunities, which, as a taxpayer, we want to see government using its money efficiently, but the way that that's being implemented sometimes can create challenges for small businesses. So we can talk a little bit about that as well. But my initial sort of for today, for this morning or noon, or my first session, what I would like to talk about is sort of the set-aside programs. How does the federal government engage with small businesses and Native-owned businesses and entity-owned, I call them, like owned by tribes, Native Hawaiian organizations, or Alaskan Native corporations? How does it engage with those types of firms? What are the requirements for engaging with those types of firms? There are statutory requirements that the federal government actually does that. And then what are the opportunities as small businesses for us to participate in the federal marketplace? A lot of small businesses should look to expand their portfolio, even if they're entirely in the private sector. The federal government procures all goods and products and services, right? And the federal government is one of the best customers, even in challenging times, even when the government gets shut down. Ultimately, the government's the largest buyer of goods and services in the world, the U.S. federal government. And so it is a great customer. They almost 99.9% of the time will pay your invoice, even if it takes a while to get to that. And then as you build traction and build a customer base and build relationships, you can really gain traction and create growth. And the challenge often becomes, where do I step into the federal marketplace? And as small businesses, we've talked about this, the different presenters have talked about this. As small businesses, we don't have a huge back office, right? We don't have a bunch of staff. We don't have a bunch of BD folks. And so what are the resources that are available, and how can we look at this in order not to be dissuaded and sort of walk away from it, sort of broken by the challenges of the behemoth government trying to identify specific opportunities in that base. So, as I sort of mentioned, the federal marketplace, largest buyer of goods and services in the world. And Jack, if there's any questions online, just let me know. And for the audience, if anything comes up, don't wait for Q&A. If there's something that pops up that you think needs further clarification or is helpful for me to further clarify, rather than me going through the deck, it's much more useful to engage with specific questions. And I rarely ever go through the entire deck because there's questions that come up. But the federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services every year, right? Every year, $140 billion, which is about 23% of federal spend, has to, by statute, go to small business. That's 23%. Last several years, they've probably hit higher than that, 25%, almost 26%. Under the small business program, where there's statutory requirement to spend with small businesses, there's a further breakdown. That further breakdown is 5% for small disadvantaged businesses or quote-unquote 8A firms, 5% for service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses, 5% for women-owned small businesses, and then 3% for hub zone or historically underutilized small businesses. Now, I'll sort of talk, and this deck goes into depth on the requirements on each of those programs, but I'll sort of talk overall, sort of at a high level with respect to what are the requirements on those programs. Number one, just small, right? So how do we know that we're small? The government establishes size standards, and this used to be under my previous office, and I didn't mention this, but and you guys have this, but previously I was responsible for the federal government small business set-aside programs under the Obama administration for a period of 7 years. So all the set-aside, 8A, hub zone, women-owned, service-disabled, what is small, how do you adjudicate small, and size protests, mentor-protege, joint venture relationships, et cetera. But so what is small? Small is determined by industry. The federal government establishes North American Industry Code classifications, NAICS codes. And, you know, you could be small in one NAICS code and not in another. I'll give you an example. Like your primary NAICS code, your principal business could be IT services. IT services has a size standard of $37 million. So if your revenue for the last 5-year average is $37 million or less, and that's your primary business, then you are small for your primary NAICS code. Okay? But every industry is different. Consulting services, professional services, used to be 17, I think it just went up to 21. And this gets reviewed every 5 years, and there's inflation adjustments along the way. So it just depends. Like, you know, when I used to be responsible for these programs, folks would reach out to me and say, well, I can't understand why the Small Business Administration thinks that 1,500 employees is actually a small business. Well, it is because and I always have to say this carefully, if you look at shipbuilding, it is a small business if they only have 1,500 employees, because most of those firms have about 15, 20, 25,000 employees. So that's actually a really small business. Now, if you looked at professional services, certainly 1,500 employees is not small. So it depends by industry. And then generally manufacturing is employee-based. So they will look at the last 24 months, 2 years, and take an average and say, yes, you're small. That's manufacturing. And then services is revenue-based. And again, you identify your principal NAICS code or primary NAICS code, and you determine if you're small. Why is that important? And I'll get into the basics of the system or the processes or the systems that the government uses in the next slide. But why is that important is because one of the first things that you have to do in federal government to do work with the federal government as a contractor is to register in SAM, the Systems for Award Management. When you do that, and sometimes it's really difficult to get into SAM, to go ahead and register, and to actually finalize and make your registration effective or active. So if you start the process and you start getting a bunch of emails about, hey, we can, help you get registered and it looks official, just pay us $250, $500, et cetera, you don't need to pay anybody. There are consultants out there that you can pay if you want to, because we're busy and we might not want to spend our time getting registered in SAM, but there are free resources. A lot of folks have talked about now they're called Apex Centers. They used to be PTACs, and the National Center has an Apex Center that provides assistance. There are free resources. Folks mentioned the Small Business Development Center. Folks have mentioned, there's a Women's Business Center. If you're a veteran, there's a VBOC, Veterans Business Centers. So there are different free resources funded by the government to help you figure out how to get registered in SAM. And so once you start, and by the way, I know a ton of firms that have been able to do it on their own as well, but it takes persistence. So once you start, you'll start getting all these emails and you'll be like, oh, this is all junk. Unfortunately, a lot of it is junk, but then there are responses that if you don't respond to, will kick you out of the process. So once you start and you start filling out the application, they have to verify with the IRS, and then they verify and issue a cage code through the Defense Logistic Agency. And for the life of me, I still don't know, and these are the programs I was responsible for. I still don't know why it has to go from GSA to the IRS back to the DLA, Defense Logistic Agency, to finalize your SAM profile. But that's what they do. And so if you miss your .mil email that you get from DLA and you don't respond, or if your record, the way you put your address in SAM doesn't match how the IRS sees you, they bounce, and then they'll ask you a question. If you don't respond in 3 days, they'll kick you out, and you have to start all over. And so unfortunately what happens is small businesses get so frustrated because you call the help desk, it's hard to get to. Right now they're probably not even there because the government's shut down, and it gets frustrating and you give up. And then sometimes you're like, well, maybe I will pay someone. But again, free resources, be persistent. But once you finally get into SAM, what's really important is it asks you a set of questions. Because it'll say, what's your industry? You'll answer it. It'll give you a NAICS code. Say, what's your revenue or your employees? And then it'll determine if you're a small business. And that means you're small. And you can put multiple NAICS codes, right? Because you can have a primary NAICS code. This is what I principally do. I do IT services. But hey, I can do professional services as well. Or I can do maintenance and operation. So you can have secondary NAICS codes. And you can be small in one and not small in the other. But it'll determine what you're small for. And if you are small for any NAICS codes, it'll actually open up, and a lot of people don't realize this, it'll actually open up a different file for you. And it used to be Dynamic Small Business Search. They just turned it into Small Business Search, SBS. It used to be SBS. But it'll open up another file for you. And you should really go into that additional file and fill out your corporate qualifications. A lot of folks that even get through SAM and have an active SAM registration fail to do the next step, which is I'm going to put my corporate qualifications and expand, because as a small business, you have that opportunity. And in a few slides, I'll mention or explain why that's super important. A lot of small businesses don't do that extra step. And that's how contracting officers and federal buyers can find you, right? So super important. Be persistent with SAM, get registered, get the free help that's available out there, and then make sure if you're small for any NAICS code to go ahead and update or input or upload your corporate qualification. That is a search function that government contracting officials use to identify firms. So let's say they're looking for IT services in area around Bar Harbor. They can go in there and search for that. And there's a reason they do that, because of the requirement to go small business. So they have a requirement by statute to go small business. They have to do market research to identify, are there small businesses for me to go pursue or set this requirement aside? And if you don't update your profile and your quals, they're not going to find you. and they're not going to set the requirement aside. So super important. Okay, so now you're small. That's number one, right? Now, if you further can qualify for some of the other set-asides, I would encourage you to look at that as well. Historically, some of the other set-asides used to be self-representation. What do I mean by that? I mean, when you were in SAM, you could say, I am service disabled, and that would be it. You would be registered as a service disabled firm. Or you could say, I'm a woman-owned small business. That would be it. It was a self-representation program. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at this, the federal government thought maybe we want to, restrict it, make it much more stringent to qualify for these programs. They are now front-end certification programs administered by the Small Business Administration. So you have to go to the SBA. You can do, once you get to the landing page, rather than sift through everything, just do a search for whatever the certification is you're looking for. And it'll go to usually a certified, and they keep changing it, but it's a certified.sba.gov website. And you can apply for the program right on that website, right? And so what are the requirements for the various programs? Now, again, everything requires that you're small. Now, 8A or socially or a small disadvantaged program has two requirements. I guess I should say three. One is small for your principal NAICS code. The second is that you're economically disadvantaged. Now, economically disadvantaged can be pretty broad. Economically disadvantaged has some metrics, and they're in the slide, but and they've gone up a little bit, so I think I remember the numbers, but they're in the slides. Two requirements. One is you're economically disadvantaged. The other is that you're socially disadvantaged. Economically disadvantaged, they will look at the last 3 years of your gross income, average gross income. $300,000 or below last 3 years. Okay? Pretty simple or easy to calculate. Then they will look at net assets. So not total assets. Net assets is all your assets, but for some retirement accounts, your principal residence, and your business. So you can exclude all those three. And if your net assets are $800,000 or below, that's the second test for economic disadvantage. And the third test is throw everything back in. So throw in all your assets. You can still exclude your retirement fund, and you have to be less than $8 million. It used to be 7.5, I think it's 8 million now. So that's economically disadvantaged. Usually pretty simple, but sometimes what you can exclude can become a little bit complicated. So if you're like right on the borderline on net or total assets, it's good to get support either from your local SBA district office or from one of the free resources or from the Apex Center or even a consultant, because if you're really touching sort of the upper ends, there's ways of looking at your retirement account or maybe putting some funds into an irrevocable trust that can potentially help you get into the program. So economic disadvantage. Social disadvantage, you used to be able to check the box on the presumed classes. And the presumed classes were, Native American, Hispanic American, African American, Asian Pacific Islander. There were some presumed classes. And if you said, I belong to that class, check the box, you were done. Unfortunately, because of court cases and Supreme Court cases around, which started in the education field, but there was a court case that said, wait a second, that's creating a race-based program, and you can't have race-based programs, so you can't do that any longer. So SBA, in order to preserve the program, said, okay, we want to preserve the program, so we're not going to have presumed classes. We're going to look at the presumption of evidence to be socially disadvantaged. What does that mean? Historically, you could always enter that way anyways, right? If you didn't meet one of the classes, you could say that by the preponderance of the evidence, I have been discriminated. What did that mean? It meant like if you were Caucasian, female in the construction industry, you could demonstrate that because I'm Caucasian, I'm female, I'm in the construction industry, I've had a limited opportunity to get contracts. I've had limited opportunity to get financing, education and training, or promotions in my job. Similar, there were Caucasian females in computer sciences, computer services, very challenging environment. So there was always this sort of preponderance of evidence ability to get into the program. Unfortunately, that's now the default, right? So everybody has to prepare what they call a social disadvantage narrative. And the social disadvantage narrative isn't just, oh, I was discriminated against. And you have to provide actual examples of when you were discriminated, right? But it's not just I was discriminated against and just list it, like make a whole list. You have to actually provide some documentation around that scenario or that example. And, you know, they fall generally in five buckets that I mentioned, right? Couldn't get an education because of that discrimination. I couldn't get access to capital. I couldn't get a promotion, or I couldn't get a contract for my company. And they were challenging. And once you list the example, you have to then connect the dots that say the discrimination led to one of these things, right? I was discriminated, and I always give this example, like we had a client in the construction industry, female, Caucasian, in the mountains of North Carolina. She had gone to the bank. She had just started a company. She was actually doing pretty well. She'd gone to the bank. And the bank, this is not that many years ago, and she was on the younger side. She was like in her 20s, maybe early 30s. And the bank officer said, thank you for your application. Can you go home and come back with your dad? That's the response she got at a bank in North Carolina, not long ago. And so ultimately, she ended up growing her business and getting a loan, and I think she went to a different bank. And you know, the challenging part is that a lot of folks that are trying to put their social disadvantage narrative together always say, well, I overcame that. Like, it's okay, and that's just the way life is. I overcame that. And they're like, no, I haven't been socially disadvantaged. And we really have to work with them because, number one, it's painful. Number two, it's like, well, doesn't everybody have to do this? Like, this is life. But it's really, we have to work with them to say, no, that's not normal. And by the way, that disadvantage you, puts you at a weaker footing to your competitors. Where could you have been sooner rather than later if those obstacles hadn't been in the way? So step number one, there was discrimination. Step number two, it actually resulted in one of these things: loss of financing, loss of ability to work, loss of promotion, loss of education. And then the last step is also really critical, connecting the last step, which is, but for the discrimination, I would have gotten the job, or I would have gotten the capital. Because what the SBA is going to say is, well, yeah, I can see that you were discriminated, and I can see that you didn't get the loan, but maybe you weren't qualified for the loan. Like, you have to demonstrate that. Or maybe you weren't qualified for the job, or there was someone better qualified. Yes, ma'am.
Great. So I wanted to touch on that discrimination portion. You know, USDA said, like in 2024, there was an effort to there was a USDA discrimination payment plan, right? So is that something that SBA would recognize in their filing under small disadvantaged business?
Yeah, you mean, could they recognize that as an example of discrimination if you qualified for that to be then
Right.
apply here?
Yeah.
Potentially, but you'd have to present, like it wouldn't be automatic, right? You'd have to present that as a case for your social disadvantage narrative. Does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect. So if they receive that payment, it would
Yeah.
still, okay.
They would still have to say, look, obviously there was discrimination here because I received this payment, but they would still have to present that case. Thank you. Great question. Any questions online so far? Nothing yet. Yes?
There is about a 10-second delay, so we might get some.
Okay.
So I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Okay. So this person said that they live on the res and they don't have a physical address. How they can still apply for SAM?
Wait, what was the question?
Oh, they don't have a physical address. How can they still apply with
okay.
SAM?
No physical address. That is an incredibly challenging environment for tribal reservations in particular, or like Guam or other areas like that, or outlying areas. Unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately. Fortunately, there are services like the Apex Center who deals with this all the time. We deal with this as well. But you can reach out. It's a slow process. It is painful. But you have to reach out to the GSA help desk, which manages SAM. Explain to them the reason why you don't have a physical address. Are you on tribal reservation without physical addresses? Why do you have a P.O. box? You might need a letter from your local post office on reservation that says physical addresses don't exist. Everybody has a P.O. box. So there is a workaround. Unfortunately, it's not a system workaround. You actually have to get in touch with an individual at the GSA help desk or get Apex assistance or someone else to do that for you on your behalf. They will want to see some documentation as to why no physical address exists. That usually comes from a tribal authority, be it the post office, local government, or something like that, or from the Guam or outlying area post offices that will explain that no physical addresses. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think we kind of get this question almost like every NEI, but
yeah.
Just hearing what others had said too is also reach out to the tribe itself. If you are residing on tribal land, reach out to the tribe itself to see if that's something that they can definitely assist with. Because I'm Carlos Apache, and we work very closely with our NCAIED reps and our land management folks, and so they definitely help out a lot when it comes to businesses.
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is the tribe itself, the tribal government, will be able to support or at least give you documentation that you can present to the GSA. Yeah, perfect. Any other questions so far? Okay, so on the 8A program, and I know I flipped the slide because my time always goes so fast, it seems. I know I got 13 minutes, right? 12 minutes. My time always goes fast. I don't know where it goes. I'm like 45 minutes. I got all the time in the world. And it's like, wow, I went through one slide. Okay, so 8A, socially disadvantaged, economically disadvantaged, right? Pretty easy. The individual that is those things needs to own and control. Ownership is easy, 51%. Control becomes difficult because if there are unanimous consent provisions, if you have a minority owner and you can't do anything unless you have unanimous consent, SBA is going to say, disadvantaged individual, you don't control because everything that comes up, you need your minority owner's approval. So there can be very limited unanimous consent provisions. And then the other thing around control is negative control. And a lot of people don't realize what negative control is. Let's say your minority owner doesn't have any unanimous consent provisions. So it's all good. Let's say you own 51%, all good. Let's say your minority owner put in $1 million and you didn't put in anything. SBA is going to look at that and they ask, is there any outstanding loans? SBA is going to look at that and say, yeah, on paper, I get it, but they gave you $1 million. There's no way you're going, and you didn't put anything in, even equivocally with respect to maybe man hours and goodwill, it still doesn't match. You're not going to be able, or we don't think you can move forward without getting their approval of the person that just gave you $1 million. So they're going to look at negative control to determine if you indeed own and control. So 8A, small, socially disadvantaged, economically disadvantaged. The disadvantaged owner needs to own and control. Now, women-owned is similar, right? Except instead of socially and economically disadvantaged, the female owns 51% and controls the entity. Again, it's got to be small. Again, they have to own and control, but then they can certify at SBA for a WOSB certification. There is also an economically disadvantaged woman-owned small business certification program. And if you met the 8A economic disadvantage certification criteria, you will also be eligible for, I call it EdWOSB, WOSB and EdWOSB, but you would also be eligible for EdWOSB. So that's the women-owned small business program. Service disabled, very similar. If you have your, I think it's a DD 79 or 279 that demonstrates that you are service disabled, then you own and control, then you can get certified as an SDVOSB. Hub zone is the unique one. Historically underutilized business zone. It's responsible for this program at the SBA. There is no requirements around the owner, other than the owner, own the company directly. Actually, now it can even go through a holding company, that it's small. But the two requirements are that the principal office is in a hub zone. What's a hub zone? Housing and Urban Development has maps that they send to SBA. There are economically disadvantaged areas, high unemployment, low economic growth, high education issues. They have all sorts of criteria. The map is at SBA. You can go in there, you can put in your address, and it'll tell you if you're in a hub zone. And principal office doesn't mean headquarters. It just means where do most of your employees work. You have two spots, two locations, and one has 3 people and the other one has 2. Your principal office is the one with the 3. And if this is not in a hub zone and this one is, you can just move one person from here to here, and now your principal office is in a hub zone. We have clients, I don't want to say that game the system, but it is the system. They do that to become qualified for the program. So principal office in a hub zone. And if you have a lot of job site employees, let's say you have construction in Aberdeen and White Sands and stuff like that, you can exclude your job site employees to determine your principal office. So most employees, principal office, hub zone, requirement number 1. Requirement number 2, throw everybody back in to the pot. 35% of your employees need to reside in a hub zone. Not the same hub zone. It can be any hub zone in the country. And every tribal land reservation is a hub zone. And most college towns are hub zones. So we have a lot of clients because an employee is anybody that works 40 hours a month, not a week, a month. So we have a lot of clients that will hire interns either on reservations, call centers, or in college towns, run up your employees that live in a hub zone, give them some real work, like you can't just put them on payroll and not give them work. You have to give them some specific work, but raise those numbers by interns, and then you can meet your 35% requirement to have 35% of your employees live in a hub zone. So those are the 2 requirements. Principal office in a hub zone, 35% of employees in a hub zone. Lastly, on this program, hub zone, tribes, if you're a tribally owned entity, they can qualify for the program by not meeting any of those requirements. They can say, I don't have a principal office in a hub zone and I don't have 35% employees that live in a hub zone, but I want to get into the program. And SBA will let them in the program if they promise that when they win a hub zone set-aside contract, 35% of their employees will come either from their tribal hub zone or areas surrounding their tribal hub zone. That's a promise they have to make. If they win a hub zone contract, they have to implement that against that promise. That's the uniqueness about the hub zone program. When we talked about the 8A program, very unique. 9-year program, right? The other programs are indefinite. 8A program, 9 years. Has a very unique direct award sole source authority. If you think you can qualify for the 8A program, even in this environment, I would encourage you to apply for it. Why? Because in the 8A world, the federal government can give you a direct award without any competition, without any write-up or justification and approval, up to $4.5 million if you have a relationship with a contracting officer and a program office or a program office. And so it is a very unique, as opposed to all the other programs, very unique in being able to direct award without competition contracts. So there's a lot of growth that happens in the first 4 or 5 years. And you have to be ready to get into this program because you don't want to waste your first 3 or 4 or 5 years trying to figure out federal contracting, because when you get to year 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5 minutes. When you get to year 6, 7, 8, and 9, they start weaning you off sole source. So you don't want to waste your first few years trying to figure out how to work with the federal government, and then all of a sudden you're like, wow, I figured it out. Now I can get sole source. And then you're like in year 7 and the government or SBA is like, whoa, you're not going to get that many sole source opportunities. So in the first 5 years, all your business can come from sole source awards. So be ready to get into the program, have some relationships, but it is a unique program if you can qualify for it. Lastly, if you can qualify for multiple programs, I would encourage you to do so. Why? Because federal government can't do a multi-set-aside. Like they can't do a set-aside for 8A Hub Zone Women-Owned Service Disabled. That's against the rules. But they can get credit for 4 categories. So if they do an 8A set-aside or even an 8A sole source, and you happen to be the unicorn that's Women-Owned Service Disabled Hub Zone, they get credit for 8A, $1 million, let's say it is, but they get $1 million in all those other categories that you check the box on. So even though they can't do a multi-set-aside, they can still get credit for those. So you become more attractive to contracting officers. If you think you can qualify for multi-categories, go ahead and apply to those. Did you have a question?
Do you have a question? We have a client that graduated out of the 8A program.
Okay.
He can get involved in the hub zone as well, obviously. But once he has graduated out, he can get into shipbuilding, right? A different NAICS code. Can he still qualify for the 8A program if he already graduated out in a different service industry?
No, so interesting question. So that's multifaceted question. So if you graduate, the 8A program is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Like if you go through your 9 years, it's one bite at the apple, right? However,
and he graduated out, I think,
because of size. He got too big.
Financially, I think.
Oh, yeah. So there's ways of looking at that and strategizing, right? So if it's a NAICS code issue, let's say your revenues or your primary NAICS code is professional services. And let's say it used to be 17, I think it's 21. Let's say it's 21. And you see yourself coming up on that. You're absolutely right. If you exceed your NAICS code for your primary code, they're going to early graduate you. They're going to say, you made too much money, we're going to early graduate you. Now, you can't go in the day that happens and say, oh, I want to change my NAICS code to shipbuilding because that's 1,500 employees and I only have 200 employees. SBA is going to be like, wait a second, you don't even build chips. 2 minutes. You don't even build chips. However...
But can he say he does, the management aspect?
Correct. So you have to go in. The way we work with our clients is, listen, this is coming. This is like NAICS code planning. This is coming. So starting today, it's going to happen in 3 years. Starting today, start bidding on contracts in IT services, right? Because that's $37.5 million. And every year you report to the SBA, plant that seed that says, hey, we're expanding our services into IT services. And then after 1 or 2 years say, hey, we want a NAICS code, time's up, or there's one question. We want a NAICS code change. before this happens, we want an NAICS code change. And they'll say, why? You'll say, well, because now we're bidding on IT services, and more of our business is coming from IT services, and pretty soon it's going to be our principal source of revenue. That's why we want an NAICS code change. So you got to plan it out. You can't wait until it happens and then pick some random NAICS code. But that's NAICS code planning, super important. And then with respect to if your net worth is going too high, there's ways of looking at that too. Like, let's say you're really doing well, value of your company is going up, your total assets are going up. You can look to put some funds into an irrevocable trust for your kids, for your family, that'll help keep your total assets low. So there's different ways of trying to extend your participation in the program rather than early graduate. Yes, sir.
All right, we have an online question. Registered agent who provides me with an alternate business address, since only my home address qualifies as HubZone, but the registered agent address does not. Which address should I use for my application? And if I have to use my personal address, would this be public information?
Okay, so multiple questions. So first of all, the address that you want to use for your HubZone application as your principal office doesn't have to be your registered agent address. It doesn't even have to be your formal headquarters. It really is where most of your employees work. So, and if you're like a one-man shop and you work out of your home, it would be your home because you're the one employee that works and it's your home. However, yes, the address that you use should match SAM or have a profile on SAM, and obviously that would be publicly available information. Correct. So I think my time, any other questions or no? I think my time is up. I have a different set of slides for this afternoon, but I do want to come back to this slide, so remind me, because I didn't go through the basics of the system, and I think this is super important. And then I'll flip over to my afternoon slides, which are mentor-protege and sort of looking at more advanced ways of participating in these programs. So thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know where my 45 minutes goes at the time, but I think you guys like sort of time warp when I get up there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Sky Gilham. Sky is going to go over building agricultural programs for sustainable development. So, come on up. You can be up here or you can be at the table. Whichever one works. Okay. Get it all loaded up. So, let me adjust that. So, hi everyone. So, I came all the way from Montana, and it was a pretty eventful trip here. And we saw lots of wildlife. So, anyway, I'm happy to be here. It's beautiful here in Bar Harbor. So I'm going to talk to you about agritourism. So harvesting heritage is what I called the presentation. And it's agritourism and cultural enterprise. And it's specific to tribal communities, but I'll leave it pretty general since our audience is anyone that wants to participate. So it's about how we can build sustainable businesses that are rooted in traditions and land. And it's whether you're a tribal entrepreneur or a rural business owner, there's a place for you in this movement. And I think it's a really cool up and coming thing. And it's the way I live my lifestyle most of my life. So I'm really passionate about talking about it. But just really quickly, I have 20 years experience in tribal education, so I don't want to turn this into a lecture because I know you're not my students. But with that said, I've also worked in economic development with tribal institutions for about almost the same amount of time and worked in research. And the last year I joined the National Center team. I was at the tourism
support specialist for the Northwest. So the Northwest was 13 states. Kind of my expertise. The East Coast is amazing, a little bit new, so I kind of want to connect with you guys and learn more about your area too. But really my heart has been in my passion projects that I supported over the last year with agritourism. And it included my own tribe, which is the Blackfeet tribe. They have a buffalo program that's really amazing, so I've helped them develop that out. And also I had a West Coast client that had salmon fishing, like a venture for that. And between those projects, they asked me to consult and talk about agritourism because it is my heart projects. And so I'm here to kind of teach you a little bit more about it. So we'll explore agritourism and how it can be a tool for storytelling, economic growth, and cultural preservation. And it'll hopefully be more of a conversation than a lecture, like I said. So I want you to leave with ideas, inspiration, and hopefully some connections. I know we got a smaller audience, so it's a little easier to talk, but hopefully we can visit later. All right, so what is agritourism? It's kind of a newer term, right? So agritourism is where agriculture meets tourism, pretty basic, right? So it's more than just farm visits though. So on the drive here, we actually drove from Boston. So that's why it was an eventful drive. So we saw a lot of the country, but as we got closer to here, I start seeing the vineyards, the farm visits, all the really cool stuff that I hopefully will get some time to enjoy. But it's more than just that. It's about sharing our stories, our land, and our way of life. And it also offers a way to preserve our culture while generating income, which is also important. So it's not just tours, but workshops, storytelling sessions, hands-on cultural experiences. And that's not just for visitors. I think it can be for your whole population. And as being an educator for how long, we have a lot of our youth that are really interested in learning about different ways of life that maybe they didn't come from. So for Native cultures too, it's really more than just a business. It's a way to share our traditions, educate visitors, and generate income, like I said, is important, while also staying true to our values and the ability to tell our own story. So it means inviting visitors, and I kind of tailor this to every area I go to learn and connect. So imagine a visitor coming to taste wild, organic blueberries that are harvested according to a time-honored tradition here. And that's one of my examples is a blueberry farm here. Or taking a canoe trip with a guide that's from the area that can tell us all the stories and show us the interesting things in your area. So these experiences are really powerful, and they're what a lot of our tourists want now. The benefits are real too, which is economic development, cultural preservation, and community pride. So agritourism can support tribal sovereignty, create jobs, and build bridges between cultures. And why am I really even talking about this, right? It's because the US overall, the market was estimated at $3.28 billion in 2024, with projections reaching $6 billion by 2030. So it's the fastest growing, one of the fastest growing segments in our economy. And outdoor recreation was the highest revenue generating segment in 2024. So it's really growing. It's a way for urban populations. So I told you we drove from Boston and how exciting it was. There was droves of people that were wanting to get out of the city to go to these rural areas to visit, take a break from their city life. So there's more people wanting that authentic experience with nature, just to kick back along the beach here. So let's talk a little bit about designing culturally rooted experiences. And I think we talked about AI in one of our other sessions. So funny story, this picture, was a beautiful blonde-haired lady rowing the canoe. So I was like, you know what, let's send it through AI and give them dark hair, and let's do Native American. And so AI actually created that. So anyway, I'll talk a little bit about AI because I do use it quite a bit, being an educator and different things. So anyway, it does cool stuff. So designing culturally rooted experiences that reflect your culture is really key. So traditions like basket making workshops, seasonal festivals, or a guided canoe journey can create visitor experiences that are positive for not just them, but also yourself. So when I think about agritourism, I think about the stories we carry, our food, our landscapes, our languages, what makes your community special. And so if you, me and my friend are both from Montana, what do we come to Bar Harbor for? So I'd say lobster rolls, that's next on our list, right? So it's all that stuff, but also learning about the culture here. So these just aren't activities, they're invitations for visitors to learn, connect, and respect your ways. And I'll ask you to kind of think about what you'd want me and my friend or any of us visitors, what you'd want us to walk away with from visiting here. Not just a product, but a feeling, a story, or a connection, and maybe we'll circle back. I want to leave some time at the end to visit with all of you. So, and I just want to add that authenticity is everything. While designing an agritourism experience, you want to start with your traditions and think about what makes your land and your story unique. Could this be hosting a workshop on traditional food prep? Maybe offering guided hikes with plant teachings? What about involving elders, youth, and artisans to create a rich, respectful experience? Visitors are really looking for connection, and our cultures offer that in abundance, all the while protecting our own sacred knowledge if it comes from a tribal community. So I just offer my speech as a way to brainstorm and think about ideas of ways to do this. I forgot my phone, so I don't know about time, but tell me the time when. Still got lots of time to connect. Okay, so business planning. So let's talk business. And I'm not going to go too in depth with this because we do have experts in the audience that are going to talk more about this. But when you're planning out a business, if you're just starting, it can be really intimidating. But it doesn't have to be. So let's think about it as storytelling, especially if you're doing agritourism, that's kind of where it's rooted. So you're going to use you're going to first identify your target audience, build a simple business model, and this is easier than it sounds. And then think about pricing and seasonal planning and use different tools to do this. So business model basics, strategic management tools can help you sketch out your vision. And I told you about my lovely AI picture that can really help, or just doing some research on the internet of what other people are doing. And I'm going to give you a few examples of that here at the end. But when we talk about seasonal, and this is big where I am from, and it probably is here, there's can be a downturn with agritourism. So embracing that seasonality on how to get through those slower times, maybe the winter time. So maybe you can have seasonal workshops that are storytelling based, that would be indoors during those seasonal times, and plan for it. So you do berry picking tours in the summer and storytelling circles in the winter. And also doing SWOT analysis, and you probably have heard SWOT, S-W-O-T. It's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that can really help you sketch out your plan. But really keep it simple and intentional. And like I said, I won't go into this too far, but there's great software programs, and a lot of your SBDC or SBA people can really sit down and do one-on-one with you in your area. Oh, I was doing the. So funding, this is the part I really like to kind of go into. Not too long because it can be like a 2-hour session, but there is funding out there, especially for outdoor recreation. I think I forgot to say this. Outdoor recreation is really big right now. There's a lot of funding for it out there. So you need to know where to look, right? So these websites will be given to you after the meeting, and they have workable links. So I want you to check them out. So I'll just kind of go over it briefly. But the NCAIED and ANA grants can help you with planning and development. And there's also, the next slide is going to be some resources for you. But here's a brief summary. I got to run through it. And there are all these, lots of acronyms when it comes to this stuff. So there's USDA tribal programs that support tribal agriculture, food, and rural development. And there's also just USDA agriculture programs that go along with this. There's the NACA program, NACA, which funds Native CDFIs that help boost business lending and support. The ANA grants support Native language, culture, and economic development, so agritourism would fall into this. And some state-funded grants and resources are the Maine agriculture grants, which fund for farm planning, marketing, and infrastructure. And Maine tourism grants, which also does marketing and event grants. The Wabanaki Cultural Tourism Initiative, which supports tribal-led tourism and cultural enterprises. And the Seawall Foundation was another one I dug up last second. And that offers grants for sovereignty, culture, and wellness within the tribes in the area. So make sure if you're working in the industry or thinking about it, you take a look at this. And who will help you with this? Well, I would love to say I'd help you, and I totally would. You can always email me or reach out to me, but I'm all the way in Montana, right? So if you want some local business resources, here's a whole bunch of them. There's Upstart Maine, Entrepreneur Navigator. They're a resource map for funding, mentorship, and networking. And I think mentorship is really important with this. You know, why reinvent the wheel if you can mentor with someone that has already done an idea that you're thinking about. And I think we have SCORE coming up here soon. So that's kind of the same concept. So Upstart Maine does resource mapping, funding, mentorship, and networking. And some Native-focused ones, Four Directions, which is a Native CDFI in the area. They offer grants, loans, and business help, so they can sit down with you and try to figure it out and offer some funding resources. NABA, which is the National Native Business Advocacy, offers some training. SBA Native Affairs, which is a federal program, and they offer technical assistance, and that's kind of what I went around and did the last year. But like I said, you can always use me for a resource too. And there's a few state and regional support. The Maine DCD, which offers grants and support for diverse entrepreneurs, and the SBDC. Those are one of our good partners throughout the country. But they offer free business advising, so they can sit down with you. And like I said, the SCORE's coming up. That's where they kind of fall into. The CEI does offer support for women and other rural businesses. FAME, which is financing and investment tools. And there's a few ones that are more specific. There's a Native Artisan Grant. And I included them on here because if you fall into those, at least you have the link. But they can help with if you're creating something, maybe it falls into agritourism, but they offer grants. And I already talked about the Sewell Foundation. And that's kind of a big one because it can be 10 to 200,000 and it's just for the tribes in the area. And the USDA RBDG, which is planning and infrastructure grants for tribes. And I wonder, we should have drew, I don't know, I always say, how many times did I use an acronym? So hopefully I didn't mess them up too much. So The last thing I want to talk about, kind of my last of my lecture, and then we'll look at a few examples, is sustainability and stewardship. And this is something that's really important. And it isn't just a buzzword. We hear it quite a bit throughout my travels the last year. Sustainability and stewardship were mentioned a lot. So whether it's regenerative agriculture or teaching youth about stewardship, agritourism can be a way to care for the land and pass on the knowledge. Agritourism must be sustainable, so not just environmentally, but culturally. Respect the land, honor traditions, and plan for the long term. So this is why it's so important to involve youth, which I think is really monumental, so knowledge is passed on. So it's a way to reinvest in your community. And stewardship along these same lines means thinking beyond the profit. It's about creating something that benefits future generations, and it's kind of like you ask yourself, how does this venture serve the land, the people, and the culture? Then you develop strategies to measure impact and ensure your project aligns with community values. So that's what my little wheel is for. And I guess it would go in a circle. And so I'm going to give you kind of, as time allows, a couple examples from the area. So I go out and I research different places that are doing this. So this one is, and I made sure, hopefully I'm pronouncing this right, Micmac Farms in Caribou. And they're just a really great example of what's possible because they're doing really great things in the area. They offer trout hatchery tours, orchard experiences, and community events. They have a greenhouse and a farm store that are really thriving. And they recently received a $4 million grant to expand. So there's bigger things coming. And it kind of shows that with vision and planning, tribal enterprises can flourish. And I guess I'll talk a little bit about each one of these. So like I said, they have a trout hatchery, which it produces like 12,000 pounds a year, probably more. This is the most recent statistics. And the fish are sold locally. And they're also donated to food banks, which I think is really important and a neat thing they're doing. They also use them for pond restocking. I know in Montana we do this a lot, especially when they have diseases or different things that come through. So that's another way it gives back to the community. The farm is a 28-acre farm, and they have berries, it's an orchard and vegetables, and it's all grown without chemicals. And they sell the produce, and it also supports food sovereignty and economic resilience within the county and probably even further. And like I said, they're expanding too, so I thought they were a really cool example case study, I call them, to talk about. So they also do community events. They have a website. I checked it out. I actually borrowed that picture. I liked it because it shows they partner with the USDA. And their impact, like I said, goes further than just the county, the state. They actually have a demand from national buyers, and it shows market potential. So all the way to California, they have this demand. So they're a model for combining tribal values, economic development, sustainability, and it also offers a replicable, that's a hard word to say, replicable model for other Native communities. So just learning about this made me think of my home. Like, how could we do something like this? Or other parts of the country I've worked in. We were just in Portland. I think something along these lines would be really cool anywhere. All right, last case study. Oh no, I threw one more in if we have time. So this one's the Passamaquoddy, hopefully I said that right, Wild Blueberry Company. And we have, like where I'm from in Montana, everything's huckleberries, and I actually just made jam with Savasberries, which is more traditional to us. But blueberries, totally love them. I don't know if we grow them there. We have a really short grow season, but this is one place I'd love to go because I love blueberries. So they're another inspiring case study. So they have over 2,000 acres of blueberry farms, blueberry barons they're called. That's new to me too. And they offer seasonal harvest tours and educational outreach. The educational part is really big. It's also a really growing sector and what tourists want to your area when they come to your area. And their products are really rooted in tradition and ecology. So this enterprise not only generates income, it strengthens cultural identity, and it's also about honoring their land and their people through business. And that's their logo. I would love to pick some up. They actually do freeze dried, so that's easier to travel with. If I get more time, I'm totally gonna try to find some to bring home. All right, last one is one from right here. So Bar Harbor Cellars, I don't know if we passed it last night. We got here pretty late. I didn't account for how long it would take driving with accidents and road construction. So we were trying to scope out places, but this was on my list of something I'd like to go check out. So Bar Harbor Cellars is right here. It's a 100-acre sweet pea farm, and it's just outside the city area. And it's a great example of how agritourism can thrive right here in your backyard. And they've created a welcoming space where visitors can walk through the vineyard, taste locally made wines, and shop for Maine-grown products. And kind of what was neat about that, why it stuck out, it's powerful how they've blended agriculture with hospitality. So they host seasonal events that bring people together and celebrate the land. They're also combining agritourism, sustainable farming, and local food culture to create a model for blending hospitality, heritage, and value-added agriculture. For tribal entrepreneurs or any entrepreneur, this model shows how we can build experiences that honor traditions while creating sustainable income. So when you think about your own farm, your own garden, whatever you're thinking about doing, or even crafting, this could be part of a similar journey. One rooted in culture, community, and connection, and also adding into building a sustainable income. And that was another thing that why agritourism really has struck me is I grew up on a ranch, and throughout the years it gets tough if crop prices are down, cow prices, beef is really big in Montana. I really see this as a way for producers, farmers, any people like that to add more income into their business model. So it was one reason I really thought agritourism is kind of a cool concept. All right, so how much longer we got? 10? 15? Oh, gosh, I went so much faster. But I do have more to add in, so I guess I'll talk a few minutes more and we'll do questions, kind of go back and forth. So what I want you to take out of this is just thinking about how we can connect, reflect, and support each other. And also networking is also a big part of the journey. So hopefully today we get to kind of network. And I also asked you to remember, and I'm actually really curious for this and I want it, you guys to tell me. So I asked you to let me know as a visitor, like me and my friend here, what you want me to walk away with. So not just a product, but a feeling, story, connection while we're over here. We have a couple more days. And lastly, so one really quick snippet is I actually come from right by Glacier National Park. Has anyone ever been to Glacier National Park? So I flew out of Kalispell to get here, both of us. That was an adventure because we're still really high tourist times. So that mountain pass took us it's supposed to be 2 hours, takes quite a bit longer. So as we come over the mountain pass, and this is why agritourism and tourism is something that's so important to me. We actually are in the eastern border, and Glacier National Park used to be our traditional territory. Well, it's not anymore, and most of the tourists stay on the west side of the park. They don't always come to the east, and you can really see that when we drove to Kalispell, it's pretty dead on our side. When you get over there, it's as busy as it is out here. So that just got me thinking about how not only our tribe, but also the small businesses, which I think are the most important aspect to build into this, how we can create that buzz on our side of the park to get more people coming in, spending money, generating income, and supporting our producers. We have, I don't know how many millions of acres, our reservation, and a lot of it is agriculture. So that is a big thing of why agritourism needs to be built into not just the tourist model, but economic development. And we have a casino and a restaurant, some restaurants, a hotel. But like I said, a lot of people just stick to the west side. They drive over going to the sun, and they don't stick around. They stop at a store, maybe stop in our tribal businesses. But within the last year, I worked with our Buffalo program, and they sell a lot of their products to the restaurants. So a lot of the tourists come in, they see, oh my God, they have buffalo. And that's why we want to go eat lobster rolls, right? Is because when you go to an area, you want to enjoy their food, their experiences. So I'm like, well, you sell these to all these restaurants, and it's even off the reservation. Why don't you have a website or even old school pamphlets or something where they know this is coming from our tribal program and where it grew from? So that turned into this big idea of we're creating a website with QR codes. And as our Buffalo program grows, our marketing and vision and our history is all out there to all these visitors. So anyway, that was my example of kind of how agritourism can grow and move with the times, especially with tribes. So I guess I can turn it over for questions or visiting, or tell me what you want me to experience while I'm here. Besides lobster rolls.
I peeked at your guys' business cards, so if you guys could introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Christina Kane Gibson. I'm here from the Mi'kmaq Nation, and I just wanted to thank you for the farm shout out.
Oh,
We
yay.
are really proud of our fish hatchery, so thank you.
Oh.
And as far as something to do here, there is a Mi'kmaq community member who started Bar Harbor Ghost Tours, so I would suggest you do that.
So
it's also called, like, some people know it as Blue Lantern Ghost Tours, but the
write that
company
down,
name.
will you? So you know what?
She's a fabulous storyteller. I mean, you'll love it.
Oh my gosh. So you know what's crazy, just really quick, is I told Shannon like a week ago, no, a couple days before we left, I said the only thing I really want to do in Bar Harbor is go on a ghost tour. Because I went on one in New Orleans and I took a bunch of pictures and you could see orbs everywhere. But I learned a lot of history, right?
She
So having
incorporates a lot
spin.
of Mi'kmaq stories and legends. And so, yeah, I think you'll like it. And the Abbey Museum has a little bit about each Native community. So Passamaquoddy, Penobscot, Mi'kmaq, and Maliseet.
Oh, awesome. Okay, well, I got to connect with you. ABBE. You know, what's crazy, really quick along those lines. So we don't have ghost tours that I know of on the Blackfeet Reservation, but, and I don't know if anyone does this, we could totally have Bigfoot tours, and I don't know, no one's capitalized on this yet. I'm waiting. Maybe I should do that.
Maybe some snipe hunting.
Yeah.
I'm Christopher Bowers. I'm from Virginia, actually, but I got here and one of the first things I did was I found a place that had blueberry pancakes. Lots of places here that they're selling their blueberries, but that's if you're looking for a breakfast place, there's I think it's Jordan down the road. Really awesome.
Jordan's? I think I've seen that. So I map out all these places I really want to go to and do. And sometimes we don't get time to, but that was on the list.
And my company is goal-oriented human performance technologies, primarily focused on professional services, DHS and DoD.
Thank you.
She has a question.
More so a comment. Passamaquoddy is, if you're wanting to find Passamaquoddy blueberries, you can find them at Thurston, which is quite a ways from here, but still it's a pretty good joint out here. So I did say I was going to go and try, if I do have time, make the trek. Have to get Passamaquoddy blueberry pie. But my question is, like, what are some considerations, as I think Rick had also kind of covered more of the agritourism, but what are some like pre-phase considerations folks should take, are kind of internally examine their organization or their business to determine whether agritourism is the best fit? Because we could say, yeah, I'm going to set up a fry bread shack, or, oh yeah, I'm going to have a Bigfoot visitor center. But what are some like internal auditing that they should consider before like venturing?
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. I think sitting down with some business professionals would be good, but also doing your own market research. So, you know, whether that's going out, visiting with tourists, pulling statistics. So my degree's in sociology. I love statistics. You can pull lots of stuff. But I think really just one-on-one analyzing it yourself is really important. So like I have land right outside of East Glacier. I went back and forth for 10 years of what I want to do, right? And it's still sitting there with 2 tiny houses that I don't rent, don't do anything with. But I keep thinking, one day I'm going to visit a tourist or a visitor here, and they're going to tell me something that's going to just spark. So I don't know. I don't have firsthand experience with that, but I think anything that's authentic and real and really supports the culture that you're from, I really think it would catch on and be monumental. I don't think we offer, especially tribes and Native people, enough ways for visitors to experience what we want them to know about us and be able to tell them our own story rather than other people, right? So, I mean, I think the Bigfoot things would be great. And the ghost tours, I'm ready to sign up. So I guess just creating that idea, asking around, and doing some research would probably be the best.
Great. And sometimes often we always hear in the food space, like, hey, that's traditional foods, and how do you protect the cultural integrity? But in the same space as agritourism, how would you recommend, or what are some ways that you encourage folks to take into consideration even just the cultural protection? Like, how do you still position yourself uniquely by sharing your story, but also cultural preservation?
Yeah, so protecting that sacred knowledge, right? And I think I said that a few slides ago. So, I mean, I think it's important to discuss with your elders, people in the community, what it's appropriate to be sharing, what would be considered sacred knowledge. I know back home we do buffalo harvest. Some of it's just for the community. Certain parts of the meat are for ceremonies. So, but actually the butchering is something that they have events that tourists can take a look at, and they'll let them know, okay, the heart's taken for this. They don't actually see that part. So really connecting with your elders and the rest of the tribe on what's appropriate to be sharing and what's something you'd want to consider as sacred, and building that experience around it. And like I said, I mean, I think we've went through hundreds of years of other people telling our story. I think it's important that we step into that space and start telling our own, but creating it uniquely, and like I said, keeping that sacred knowledge where it needs to be. But people are really wanting this authentic experience, just like me coming here. I mean, I want to go do the ghost tour that has tribal stories built in. That's monumental. And then also, next time you come to Montana, you got to stop by our reservation and come on my Bigfoot tour, right? To be continued. So no, that's a good question, and it really is something a community has to decide, or a tribe working together.
Kind of want to comment on that too. This is from my experience of working with my tribe. So when I used to sit, I used to be a part of the economic development team, so we would have a lot of tourism questions related to not just our community, but to our land and stuff, because we had 1.8 million acres, the St. Carlos Apache Reservation. And so a lot of that goes from Low Valley Desert all the way to areas that have like Ponderosa pine. And so in between all that, there's a lot of beauty in the land. And so people wanted to explore that. And so we had individuals would take groups up there to different mountains or different hills or different sites and whatnot. And so they worked very closely with some of the tribal departments who were able to answer some of those questions about like, okay, maybe not this site because this site is more for our Apache people, but here's an alternative that we think would be really great for our visitors and something that we can really showcase that showcase what is Apache and everything for non-Apache members. So I think you're really right on the ball with like reaching out to the tribe.
And what's respectful. I know that's actually a really good point. Where I come from, the Blackfeet, we have a Chief Mountain that's sacred to us, and that's been in the news lately about opening it up for tourism. But yeah, it's really a community decision, tribal decision, whether that's something appropriate to share, or if it can be, really involves the community input. And I think I'm getting cut off.
No, you're not cut off. I was just going to add, so Sky worked with our team for the Native Edge tourism that we implemented this year because we've been doing economic development, obviously, since 1969, and we never thought of it as being another program in itself, but it really is, which included agricultural tourism, ag tourism, and while we were working together this past year and we did a ton of research, and she oversaw our Northwest region, which included several states, and Nicole out at the registration also covered the Southwest region. So as an example, we were able to tour the 3 affiliated tribes greenhouse project, but on top of that, we also were able to tour their new community center buildings, which I was talking with the councilman at the time, or he's still the councilman there, Mervyn Paquino, and gave him the example of shared space. So in Phoenix, Arizona, in the East Valley, Chandler, Arizona, the school district shares its space of the library with the actual community so that the city of Chandler does not have to build individual libraries as the destination. And we always talked about everything is a destination to get to. Even the pumpkin patches that crop up at a local family farm, and now they have a hayride or even a maze walk through an area. So there are so many ideas, including the MHA Nation at 3 affiliated there outside of Newtown, North Dakota, really outside of Parshall, with the greenhouse, and how they can also incorporate the tours, which they took us on, and that in itself can also be a tour to see the greenhouse project and the little eatery that they plan to have later on with some food and provisions and to go for a destination of a place to go have lunch. So there are many, many ideas that we worked closely together this year. And where I live locally out in Queen Creek, Arizona, the Queen Creek Olive Mill, and they have expanded, and it started with some olive trees, and of course they do a tour. They have wedding venue now. They have outdoor seating. They have live music, weather permitted. They have wine tastings, and they've incorporated a whole store. So it can just grow and continue to grow, but which is all the examples that you've given. So thank you so much. And does anybody else have any more questions?
Just really quick, kind of building on that, and I think I cut it out somewhere along the way, but really building that bridge with not just visitors, but the local community, whether they're tribal. And that's kind of my motto. I used to work in biomedical research, and it's always touchy when you come to tourism, agritourism, what's appropriate to do within a tribal community. But it's really building that bridge and seeing where you can meet in the middle. And that goes along with pretty much every hat I've worn, whether it's teaching, biomedical research, tourism, agriculture. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, so when we did do that tour, it was amazing to see what they built up. I missed the greenhouse part, and the last year I tried to garden, and I've actually been pretty good because I worked remotely. But long story short, within the MHA community, they built amazing things, and part of the coolest part was these community centers they built, which, they're a shared space between the communities and opening them up to not just the people from there, but anyone in the community, whether they're tribal. They had swimming pool, golf. We got to play mini golf. So, yeah, and they do have a really cool cultural tourism center, which a lot of the tribes that we went to, I know our own doesn't really have their own unique spin on that. So anyway, within the last year, I've seen some really cool stuff that people are doing. And also with that, I've seen what they could be doing. And there's people out there doing it. Like I said, the mentoring stuff, which is coming up next, is really important. If you could learn from others, I think that's great. And I'm here most of the day, so come visit me if you want one-on-one, because I'm getting kicked off for real. Anyway, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sky. Next, we have Jane Crosby Giles. Giles, sorry. Jane Crosby Giles, and she is gonna, Jane is gonna go over loan programs and access to capital. All right. So we're gonna.
Okay.
Well, I guess we are here. Okay, before I get started though, I just wanted to, I really enjoyed the prior presentation. My bio's in the notes there, but I've been doing consulting work with CDFIs, Community Development Financial Institutions, for about 9 years. And one of my clients is 4 Directions. And I've done a lot of work with them, a lot of the projects that you mentioned, I'm familiar. I'll talk about 4 Directions a little bit in my presentation, but one thing, you mentioned you wanted a boat ride in Bar Harbor. I'm a Mainer. There is, I don't know if he's in business, but I know 4 Directions have worked with him. I'll give you the note. It's David Demo, and I'll give you that. I don't have a number, East Coast Charters. And he was going into business, I think, a couple of summers ago. It's late in the season. I really don't know, but he's a native. I think it's Passamaquoddy tribe he was, but I could be wrong on that too. But I'll leave you with that. Yes, and just quickly, and I know there's some folks online as well as folks in the room here, so I'm really glad to be here. I am a Mainer. I live about 50 miles from here along the coast, a little further south. So for those of you who are here in person, you're in for a real treat. The time you get to spend here, because Bar Harbor is just an amazing place. We're at almost peak season down here for our foliage, so you're getting some great weather and some nice color, and it's a wonderful, wonderful place to be. But to get started, my background, I'll just go through it quickly. I know there's a bio, but I was in banking for, about almost 30 years. I spent most of my time working in small business lending in both an administrative role and directly working with clients. So I love working with entrepreneurs. I love seeing them get started. And there's a lot of financial tools out there to help you. And I'm going to go through some of that. I also, as I said, I did some consulting work. I ran a nonprofit lender for a while called the CDFI. And Then I have also more recently been volunteering with SCORE, which is a great place to go if you're just getting started or if you're in business for just a while. They're here in Maine, we're across the country, and I'll give you, before we get into too much, just a little background on SCORE and what we do. The SCORE is, again, it's a national organization. It started in 1964. We're there to help businesses get started, do your business plan, help you with financial projections. Most of us are retired or near retired, although we've got some newer volunteers these days. They're in their 30s, they got great ideas, and it's a really good mix of people. Nationwide, we've got over 10,000 volunteers, and here in Maine, we've got about 120. So it's a pretty active group and a great source, score.org. Very easy to find, and they can get you in touch with some folks if you need someone to work with. Just a quick slide there just shows the impact we had on businesses during the past year, and I won't read the whole thing to you, but certainly we helped over 200 businesses get started. The business counseling, the 4,300, that's the one-on-one mentoring that we do with businesses individually, and these are just Maine statistics. So it's pretty exciting, pretty dynamic, and we work with folks all across the state. A profile of the clients that we work with is it's spread out almost half and half between those who are in operation, those who are at a very early startup stage, and those who just have an idea. And I'm working with one gentleman. I've been working with him for about 9 months now. He's ready to launch the first of the year. He's got a great idea, but he has put a lot of time into planning, and that is so key when you're starting or growing your business and getting ready for the borrowing stage, to have a really good plan and good direction on where you're going. So, where are you going to start? I'm going to talk about business loans and different sources. And this is a slide that I've borrowed from a gentleman I met years ago. He was a small business counselor with a nonprofit organization further south on the coast of Maine. But he put up this chart, and that is not Maine and Vermont up there. That is, I'll talk about it, but it's showing a growth chart, and it's saying, it's going to tell you, at what stage can I borrow where? And the first one, the ME, that's the me stage. That's probably you're very just starting, and the only one that's going to give you money is yourself, your mom, your dad, your Uncle Fred, whoever. It's close family resources or individual sources that you oftentimes, to get started, that's what you got to put in. And when you run out of that, well, then you've got to start moving up this graph. And I'm going to skip over the VT for a minute. But the VC, if you got a great, exciting technology idea, you might be able to attract some venture capital. We're not going to talk about venture capital today, but that can become a potential source, and it gets into maybe you've got to take in investors, give up ownership, but it can be part of your growth path. Then the next stage would be you've gotten pretty established, you can qualify for some bank financing, and on you go with growth. But back to the VT stage, and this is what I loved about this graph, is VT is very tough. It's the toughest part. It's your early stage. You've outgrown your resources. You're ready for the next phase. And where do you get financing? Because you're not ready to stand on your own with traditional bank financing. And this is what I'm going to spend most of my time here talking about, the different resources that can help you get financing through the VT stage. Okay, I mentioned proper planning being key, and I put this one up as maybe just my business counselor side of me, saying that plan, even as you're getting ready and prepared for financing. And this is a statistic that comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that those businesses who did some proper planning during the first 2 years, after 2 years, 76% are still in business, 24% fail. So planning, and you can go on and on, year by year as to how this looks, but planning has been proven is extremely important. So as you get caught up in the day-to-day of the business, make sure, and I know it's real tough, that you're going to do some proper planning for what you're doing as you grow. Okay, today, the different types of lenders we're going to talk about, I'm going to spend most of my time talking about what I would call non-bank lenders. And these would be lenders that come through federal sources, state funding, possibly some local funding. And as I say this, I know that we're on, the federal government's on a government shutdown. So if you go running out of here, or those online go running to a local source that I talk about today, and you get well, we got a shutdown, I wouldn't panic too much, because they're a federal source. They've been through shutdowns before. My experience is once that all gets worked up, they're up and running pretty quickly. But it's just something to keep in mind. And why would you use those? Well, one, you're in that very tough stage and you're not qualifying for that financing that you need on your own. But what you'll find with a lot of these types of lenders is they've got more flexible terms. They can go a longer term. They can help keep your payment down. Potentially, you might be able to get a fixed rate financing that maybe not low interest rate. This isn't necessarily cheap interest financing, but they've got more flexibility. They can help work with you through restructuring if you need it of your debt as you get going. So this is where the lenders, and you'll see that they actually work with the banks to provide you with what you need is flexible loan capital while you're growing your business. But the critical piece is, again, you need to plan and be prepared before you go and talk with these organizations. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is what I call your top 10 readiness checklist. Just things to make sure you've done, make sure you've thought about. And some of this is easier than others, but a key thing you want to do is first, how much do you want to borrow and why do you want to borrow it? Pretty straightforward, but when you go talk to a lender, it may be something as straightforward as, I need this piece of equipment for my business. It costs X. I need to borrow Y. Can you help me? It might be maybe not quite as specific as, well, I've started this business, I've been in business a couple of years, but I find that I'm just always tight on cash. I'm just trying to stay ahead of, paying the bills due the end of May, and it's early April, and my season doesn't start till June. So you may need something to help with your cash flow. And that becomes more of a shorter term borrowing. You'll hear the term working capital a lot, and you may need that type of financing for your business. But knowing what you want to do and establishing a timeline for it. If you need the money next week and you go ask the lender on tomorrow for next week, chances are you may not get a fast approval. There are certain situations that you do, but for the most part, if you're going to need that money, you want to have planned on that earlier so you can line up the loan approval and demonstrate to the lender that you've got a little more foresight. Okay, complete business plan. I'm not going to get into how to write a business plan today. We could spend the rest of the afternoon on it, but you should be familiar with that. You can pick up outlines if you go to SCORE. We've got all kinds of templates for it. You can Google business plans, but you should have, particularly if you're in that newer stage, a written business plan that also would include some financial projections. I got that on the bottom there. But you'll need that to share with any lender. This is what I want to do with my business, and this is how I'm going to go about it. So it's very critical. And for businesses that have been around for a while, what you want to do is pull together your year-end financial statements, be it something that's done by an accountant or tax return. And if you've been around a while, you should have at least 3 years available, particularly if you're going to a lender that you haven't worked with before. And in some cases, they'll want to see, even if you've been around a while, they'll want to see at least a year's projection that shows, if I borrow this money, what's it going to do to change my operation? How's it going to impact the business? How's it going to impact sales? What will it do for my bottom line? So very important. And then the second part of the readiness checklist is, as you're developing your projections, think through best case scenarios. I want my sales to grow 10, 20%, and this is what it's going to look like. Also, look at, sort of a worst case. I'll use as example a client that one of my SCORE colleagues is working with now is in the logging industry in northern Maine. And they purchased some, technology's changing, the whole logging industry is changing. They purchased some very expensive equipment. We're talking 6 figures. And the whole idea was it was going to impact production, it was going to help with sales, it was, what they could sell to the mills and so forth, and that didn't happen. And now they're in a scenario where can't afford the equipment, but they need the equipment to continue with the production they're doing. So they're working with SCORE. We're helping them with, working through the situation. But there was always, I guess, they looked at it from the optimistic side and not the, what if the sales don't come inside? And what's that going to do to my cash flow? Can I afford the loan payment for a very expensive piece of equipment? You're also going to want to make sure you check out your personal credit. When I'm talking with my SCORE clients, one of the first things I do is just say, let's talk about personal credit for a while. If yours is good and strong, great. If you've had, and it's not unusual, if there's been a few bumps in the road, life happens and it does different things that you can't always control, you want to go back and visit that credit report and make sure I've addressed whatever issues I can. And if you've got time to make some payments, take care of things, you should start work on that. And some people might say, well, gee, I formed an LLC or I have a corporation. Does the lender really care about my personal credit? Absolutely. You are the owner of that business, owner of that LLC. They're looking to you as ultimately the person that's going to repay the loan, whether you have formed a separate entity or not. So personal credit's very important. You want to have a list of your personal assets and liabilities, any other debt that you have. And I mention that because, again, if you have a business, be it a corporation or an LLC, and you are the owner or the majority owner, chances are the lender is going to be talking to you about a personal guarantee. So you want to make sure you can represent on a personal financial statement, this is what I own and this is what I owe. And then the final 2 things are, talk with your insurance agent. If you have an accountant or an attorney, talk with them about what you're thinking of doing. They can give you insights into things that, well, gee, if you're buying that equipment, your insurance costs are going to go to X. Or in the case of an accountant or attorney, they can point out a lot of things that would impact your business. And if you are at a stage where you really don't have that sort of that triangle of advisors, you can reach out to a SCORE, or you can reach out to some of the small business entities that provide small business counseling and advisory services to be your sounding board and to ask you questions, make you think through this is my proposal and is it really going to be beneficial or not. So the different programs, we're going to talk SBA, rural development, the CDFIs, some state regional banks and credit unions. And so I'll just kind of go through them one by one. If there are questions as I go through that, I'd take one online or take whatever. Some of this gets really in the weeds really fast. I've tried to keep it brief, but these get kind of technical. So the first one is the U.S. Small Business Administration, the SBA loan programs. The 2 primary programs there that you would probably most likely use as a business bar is the 7A program and the 504 program. And as I mentioned, the SBA right now, probably not at work today, but they'd be back pretty quick. I don't think they want to be on shutdown any more than the next one. But the 7A program, I'll start with that. And the 7A is actually a loan program that you don't go to the SBA directly. You go to your bank or you go to a lender who does SBA lending. And they will work with you. You apply to them, get approved through them, then they turn around and they apply through SBA to get what's called a loan guarantee. And some lenders are approved to do that type of application right in-house. Others have to go the separate step of apply. You apply, then they apply to SBA. There's a lot of SBA over the years, and I've worked with them for a lot of years in the banking business, have done things to make their programs quicker, more responsive, and many banks are today, and lenders, it's not just banks, are what is known as preferred lenders, and they are able to process the whole SBA thing right in-house. So it's much more quickly. Their loans will start at the micro loan level, $20,000, $25,000. I mean, I don't think they have a minimum. They might go less, all the way up to $5 million. And the average loan size is around $350,000 though. So it gives you an idea of what their loans look like. I've mentioned apply to an SBA preferred lender. And then the second part of SBA lending is geared much more to large project financing, and it's 504 lending. I've got information on another slide. I'll talk about that in just a second. Here's on the SBA loans, 7A loans, is a little more detail on the programs. It's their primary lending program for small business. I've got all the eligibility criteria up there, and basically you've got to be in business, you've got to be operating for profit. They don't do nonprofits, US based. One thing in there that they've had is that you at some point in the application you have to demonstrate that you can't get approved for a regular bank loan. And it used to be you had to go get a letter and a decline. I think they're much simpler about how they handle that today. But basically there's a reason you need to use the SBA financing. You need to be credit worthy, and that's why I talk about personal credit. In particular, if you've just started out, is very important. They will analyze your financial statements as is and your financial projections. They like to think of themselves as a cash flow lender. They're more interested in can you repay the loan. So that's all very important. And you may want to jot down, or I don't know if they save these presentations, their website, sba.gov. There are some size standards, and there are some ineligible businesses, and you just need to check their website to make sure your business doesn't fall in one of those categories. The loan purposes, they fund a wide range, just about every type of business loan you can think of, including purchasing equipment, buying real estate, working capital. They'll finance if you're buying out a partner. They will do some financing of that. And you can sometimes mix it together. They'll refinance existing business debt. So if you come to them and your loan payments aren't comfortable, feel too large, they'll do a debt restructure, but they're always looking to see, does it improve your cash flow situation? So that's something that, your lender will analyze along with you. And this just gives you an idea on the repayment terms. As I said, they're a cash flow lender. They're very interested in what your repayment and your projections look like. And I've given some general guidelines here on working capital in terms of how long the loans might go. 1 to 5 years, equipment 3 to 7, real estate up to 25 years. The rates are set based on the lender and what the current lending environment is. They generally follow prime rate, which I think is around 7.5. It just came down a little, so. Anyway, we'll go on. Oops, hit a wrong button. Okay, and then the second type of loan, and this is typically for larger projects. You're buying a plant, or some major equipment. I mentioned the logging industry. A logger could, on some of the sizable pieces of equipment they have, might use this program. Generally, there's an economic focus tied with it too, though. That you're increasing sales, maybe increasing employment with it. They're looking, to promote business growth and development. The eligibility, I did put it up there. You got to be under 20 million in sales and under 6 million in net income, and the clients I worked with over the years pretty readily fell in that category. Maine's a small business state, and for those of you from other states, if you're in rural areas or you're working with native populations, chances are that you'll fit these sizes. The financing, and this one gets really complex really fast, so I'll just go over the highlights of it. What happens is you actually apply through a CDC, or Community Development Corporation, which would be in your community or near your community, and they'll come in working with you with really like the last 10% of it. This is a structured, a tiered financing. You've got a bank lender that you're going to work with, as well as there's what's called debentures, and I've actually flipped the order, my apologies. The bank lender's on first with 50%, the debentures are second with the 40%, and that is something that gets involved with the secondary market. But the beauty of the debentures is they're fixed rate, and they tend to be lower rate markets, so that below market, so that your blended rate, if you will, for all the financing can be can be fairly attractive. But that's it. Yes. On the 7A lending?
Can you repeat the question?
On this, on
the 504, do you know, is there a minimum?
See the 10% on the end?
Okay,
that will come from
the buyer.
That can go in a variety of ways. Maybe the CDC puts in some money, but and then the CDC may have some cash requirement that they want from you as the borrower.
Got it. Thank you.
And what gets the bank, and again, my apologies, the bank lender is in first position, the debentures are in second, and working with a bank lender can be attractive because their exposure is the first half of the money, and then you've got the subordinate pieces. Okay, good question. Okay. The next, and this is a federal program as well, under the USDA, is rural development. They have a wide range of programs, and it's not just small business lending. They'll do things with municipalities. They've done things with the tribes. They've done things with nonprofits. Very much focused on rural communities and creating and improving the quality of life that in the community. So they may have things energy related, water related, but on the small business side, they have a business and industry program. It's generally for medium to longer term purposes. I don't think I ever had a borrower go to rural development if they needed a working capital loan. It was mostly because they had something, something involving a large building or, new construction, that type of thing. Although the bank did the construction finance, and then we went to rural development for the longer term. But they are a very active borrowers and lenders. I know in the state of Maine, their offices are up in Bangor, Maine. They are. I also found them very good to work with because they'll do a lot of hand-holding, at least the office here does, through people that have projects to get you through the government application process side of thing. They the business must be located in a community with under 50,000, and that's not the whole community. That's the municipality. And I know in the state of Maine that there's only about 2 or 3 that are over that 50,000. I think it's Portland, Lewiston, and Bangor. And I'm not sure about Auburn or over the 50,000. So it covers a wide part of the state. And for those of you in predominantly rural states, you'd find them a good lending partner. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on their lending programs. The structure, the whole thing is somewhat similar to SBA, but I've got their website you can go to. Oops, oh, that's the light. I'm hitting the wrong thing. Okay. Where I did want to spend some time is on CDFIs, Community Development Financial Institutions, which are mission-driven lenders. They're nonprofit organizations. The first federal legislation for CDFIs came about in the Bill Clinton years, so they've been around a while. I've got, these are logos from 4 that would cover this area. And if you're in different states, you just go Google CDFI and your state name, and I'm sure you can find them. But Four Directions Development Corp, that's the native CDFI. They're located in Orono, Maine, about an hour and 20-minute drive from here. Mainstream Finance, they're in Bangor. That's the one I used to run. And CEI, which is statewide, they are located in Portland. They're the largest of these. And then Eastern Maine Development Corp, they're out of Bangor. They're more recently a CDFI, but they're also a CDC. So if somebody was doing 504 lending, they do the 504 packaging and borrow for this part of the state. And Four Directions, I love this. Mount Katahdin in our state, it's our highest peak, and I know it's a very sacred to the tribe, the Wabanaki tribes in this state. It comes from their website. It's just a beautiful shot. Okay. thought because it's a good sample of what some of the small business lending programs will look like with CDFIs, is Four Directions, and they've been around, oh my goodness, they celebrated their 20th, 25th a few years ago, so they've been around a while. But their small business program, this is just, as I mentioned, I did some work with them, and this was something we had in a presentation, that their small business loans, they'll do up to $250,000. They do have affordable rates and terms, which get set by the CDFI. They're not working with a bank. It's what they do. They'll do all kinds of different small business loans, working capital, equipment, real estate, inventories, materials, supplies. And I put in bold, provides technical assistance for businesses. Oftentimes at this stage of financing, having somebody that provides technical assistance. I mentioned small business counselors, small business advisory services. These are offered as a free service through Four Directions, and many other CDFIs do the same thing. So it's your first step as a borrower might be to meet with one of their small business counselors, goes over your proposal, helps you find out, are you ready to apply for the loan, and then they'll assist you through that process. So very valuable service. The other thing I added here too is Four Directions. A unique program they have is they've had is an online marketplace, which is actually sort of morphed into a different program where they have a artisans grant fund, and I probably don't have I don't have the exact name correct, but it's a grant program that they've started to assist Native artisans with all just wonderful and beautiful products that artisans make in the Native community. Okay, at the state level, I'm going to talk about what we call FAME in Maine. And if I have some people here that are in other states, you probably have something similar. Most states will have some type of state financial organization. And FAME is, stands for Finance Authority of Maine. They offer direct loan guarantee programs similar to what I described with SBA and rural development. So again, you might not be applying directly to FAME. You would go into the bank, meet with your lender, or go work with a lending, it might be a credit union or a community development company that does work with FAME. You make your application there, and then they, through their own internal processes, get the loan guarantee approved on the loan. And some people may wonder, well, gee, if my loan's all guaranteed by FAME or SBA, why should I personally guarantee, or why am I, why is the bank going to worry about any of this? The guarantees only come into play if you default on the loan. And if you default on the loan, then it helps cover the losses. So ideally, the lender wants to see they're making a loan that is going to be repaid. You're not going to go through a default, but this is a little bit of a backstop to help them feel comfortable that you don't have the established track record, or you don't have the right collateral mix, or maybe you're in an expansion stage. You may have been in business 5, 6 years, and now you want to do something new that complements your business, but it kind of puts you back on a higher risk stage in terms of business success. So that's why the guarantees. FAME also, and again, in your own state, you may find it, they have some very specific loan programs. They do the small business lending. They have an agricultural loan program. They do student loan education in the state, which isn't a topic for today, but they do it. They have something called the Linked Investment Loan Program, it's a way to reduce your interest cost borrowing. And then they also will directly lend to some of the local development organizations that I've mentioned, the CDFIs. When I ran Mainstream Finance, we actually had some loan funding that came through FAME that we worked with, that we relent to our customers. And as I said, if you're outside Maine, I would just check with your own state's economic development department or agency and see what they have that's similar, because I'm sure it's out there. Okay, other local and regional sources. With the tribal community, my experience, again, is working with Four Directions and the 5 tribal communities in Maine. But as I understand, all 5 of them have economic development directors within the tribal community. And if the tribe is or isn't lending, those individuals are at least a source of where do I go and what do I do for my next steps? For Directions over the past couple of years has worked with the Passamaquoddy tribe at Pleasant Point, and they've actually developed an on-site Native Entrepreneur Center so that somebody on reservation can go in. It's part of some of their community center building. There's some space in there, and they can get information directly about a lot of these programs to help get them going. And there may be something like that in the tribal community that you are associated with. So you have that. Other cases within the municipalities, it's not unusual for, I know in Maine, some of them get community block grant funding, and they may set up some sort of local loan fund that's probably specific in terms of the use, sometimes downtown, facades, renovation type thing, or maybe something that's just helping entrepreneurs get going. But a call to the local town or city office is always a good thing. And then you do have the regional CDCs that I mentioned, and the two shown up here are those that would cover this region: Eastern Maine Development Corp up in Bangor, and then further north is Northern Maine Development Corp. That's in Presque Isle, but they cover parts of Washington County, which is just a little bit east of here. So, okay. Now, I'm going to, unless is there questions on any of that, because that is, I've sent a lot of questions. I want to shift and talk a little bit about bank versus personal financing before we get done with this session. Nope, none online? Okay. Okay, the next piece too, because there may be those of you that are, well, I've already got a bank, I've already got established credit. Do I need to go through all these programs? Chances are you may not. One of my clients with SCORE, I know I'm working with right now, who's going to start a new business. He's a school teacher. He's got something he wants to do summers. He's got his home. He's got good personal credit. He's got income. He's got a number of things. Doesn't need a lot of money. He can probably walk into his local bank and get some type of loan to get him started. But we'll go through the pros and the cons here, because I think there's things to think about, and I always encourage a business owner, if you're going to start something, think about separating that business from everything you do personally as quickly as you can. Now, like I said, you may have to personally guarantee the debt, but in terms of how you operate that business, don't run it out of your personal checking account. Open separate checking accounts. Set up, an LLC is very limited liability corp. They're very easy to start in the state of Maine. Other states may have something similar, or you may just be a sole proprietor, but set up separate record keeping. And again, some of the, maybe I can just use a personal loan. I can use a credit card. Do I need to go through the business loan process? Well, things to think about. The pros, it may be more convenient. You may have a $30,000 line on your credit card, and off you go. It's easy. You've got the availability. If you've got a home equity line of credit you can use, those are often lower rate interest. That may be easy to use, and as I said, the credit card might be an option. The problem with some of that, though, is if your business is going to take off, and that's what you want your business to grow. One, the business is not building any kind of credit for itself separate from you. So that's something to consider. And then your personal loans, you may just, what you need for your business, because it expands quickly, you may outgrow what you can borrow personally very quickly. When I was in banking, I at one point ran an underwriting a loan center where we, in Maine, we reviewed a lot of loans across the state for a fairly large, for the bank that I worked with. And I'll never forget, and this is, oh my goodness, going back 10, 15, oh God, probably 20 years. At the time, it was not unusual that every now and then we would get a business loan request where somebody had run up $200,000, $225,000 in credit cards. And they were bouncing from one card to one card, from one card, trying to, just do the low interest rate thing. And at some point that catches up with you. It's just not manageable. And what happens is the interest rates start going up really, really fast. You get behind on payments, and then your personal credit just dives. So having seen those, we would oftentimes be able to restructure and put them into something else, but it was not an easy process, and the borrower, the business suffered because of it. So I'm a big believer in, if you need business credit, get business credit. And again, the other things, you end up paying higher credit cards, and your personal credit score is going to hurt. So that's my quick pro and con. With that said, you will at some point probably need a bank. And even if you're at a stage where you're working with the CDFI, you're working with Four Directions, and they're providing you your loans and so forth, CDFIs typically do not have checking account products. They typically do not do anything with, credit card services and things that your business may need. So my advice is go into that local bank, open a checking account, get to know the customer service rep. At some point, if they're not a lending person, ask, could I meet the lender? Is it the branch manager? If you got somebody that comes by here, and just set up a time to talk to them about your business. Because what you're trying to do is build a relationship, set the stage for, I don't need to borrow this year, but next year I may. And then they'll know what you're doing. Banks also, too, they like to have a full banking relationship. When I was a lender, I wanted to make sure I tried to work with my client, make sure the checking was there, the savings was there. They needed a home mortgage, we were able to do it. It's, the more services you do with one bank, you become a more attractive borrower and client for them. So give that some thought, and make sure, as I said, that you try to just, invite them out to, bankers particularly like to get out. Invite them out to, see what you're doing, invite them out to see what's going on with your business, and if you have an open house or whatever, just start including them in building that banking relationship. It can be very valuable for you. So, in summary, when you're financing your business, you want to know, start where you're going to start and what are you going to need. And that was that whole thing of thinking through the timeline, thinking of how much do I need to borrow, what's the purpose, be as clear as you can in thinking through what is it's going to benefit my business. Check your loan readiness, that 10-point checklist, and there may be other things that come to mind that you want to do. But you want to be prepared when you get in there to meet that lender. And the lender working with you should help you identify the best lending choices for you. If you're going to buy, again, that piece of equipment, chances are you don't want a loan that you're going to pay off in 6 to 12 months. You may want something that's a longer term, monthly payment, and you can pay more out of the future cash flow of the business. And that all will come with, the lenders don't expect you to know all of that. They will work with you as you get into your application process with them. As I said, go through the pros and cons of the business versus personal. Your borrowing need may be small enough and simple enough that just using whatever personal credit you have available is a possibility, but I just have a big word of caution next to that. And start building financial relationships. I just you can't do enough of that, particularly with a bank that you may already be working with. And from there, you just take the next step, the first step, and contact that lender. So, do I have any questions?
Thanks. So I guess, you talked a little bit about not using your personal bank account, not bouncing between credit cards and seeking that low interest bouncing. But for a company that's in the BT stage, from that startup to being bankable, what are some other common mistakes you see or gaps that are created that we can look to avoid or steer clear of for ensure our success?
One of the first things, and again, as you're building credit, I mentioned having separate your business from your personal. Just do. It can be very easy for people to just start doing stuff. Separate your business from your personal. Have separate checking accounts. Manage those well. You don't want to be building a history of overdrafts down at the local bank, because that bank you ultimately want to borrow with. So this is basic. but it's very important. The other part is using a credit card is not a bad thing, but it's just you want to manage it and make sure it's not getting ahead of you. And if you find yourself in a situation where I've got 1 or 2 or 3 of these, I'm not able to pay off the balances monthly, a good place to go at that point, even before the lender, is, as I mentioned, something like SCORE, or if it's not Eastern Maine Development Corp., any of these places, they probably have a small business technical assistance service for free. And show them, show them what you got. They can work with you on mapping out your cash flow over the next 12 months. And it may be that what you need is a little bit like budgeting. How much, and looking and knowing more about your business in terms of what months do I have more cash coming in or not. In Maine, things are incredibly seasonal. It just is. All of us know that. In the winter months, unless you're a winter business, can be pretty quiet in terms of sales. So they can map it out for you month by month by month and look at the expenses. And the challenge you may have is, well, my expenses are pretty much the same month after month, but my revenue really changes. And they can work with you so you can help plan better. And potentially what you need or are working to is a line of credit with a bank or some other type of lender that you can use the line in the lean months and then you pay it off in the cash surplus months. And until you get to that stage, having some budgeting in place done so that you're actually squirreling away some money during the cash rich months to use in the cash poor months. So does that help a little bit with thinking through? Yeah. Good question.
Hi, John Chiraka. Quick question. What are your thoughts around small businesses, to your point you just made, oftentimes have a lack of, they're subject matter experts, they're not necessarily financial experts. As they grow, what are your thoughts around like a fractional CFO? Is that something small businesses should look at? How do you identify one? What are some good practices around that? Because small businesses a lot of times don't have that capacity in-house, and hiring a CFO is expensive.
Yep. I'm a big proponent of it. I worked with some companies in my banking business that did just that. They couldn't afford a full-time CFO. Same way with human resources and HR. And there are, once you have a number of employees, and it doesn't take that many. I know one of the biggest sort of decisions for a business owner sometimes is to go from just themselves to an employee, and then your whole world changes in terms of how you operate. So I'm very much supportive of doing that. In terms of how do you find some of these folks, you may start by asking your accountant, do they know somebody that does this type of work? Because to have somebody in there 20 hours a month or whatever you work with for scheduling, and it is tough for somebody to afford that full-time person. There's bookkeeping services, but it's going to depend on what the level of experience and knowledge is for the bookkeeper. So if you're talking CFO, that's certainly a different level, but I'd say it's an excellent strategy to use.
Good questions. I have one for like bigger banks like Chase and Bank of America and Wells versus like credit union. What are your thoughts on going with those two types of banks?
Oh, the big bank versus the small, or yeah. So much of that to me is really up to the individual business owner and where their greatest comfort level is. My own career, I started out with a smaller bank, but we got acquired, and a few more acquired us, and I ended up with a very large bank in my banking experience. My own thought is whether it's with a big bank or a small, is to find, as you build that banking relationship, find somebody that you really believes in you and is going to be your advocate when it comes time to, talking about a loan for you internally. That to me is most important. You can find them in the small organizations or the larger. The technology, I think, is such that you probably get a lot of the same services. Sometimes the smaller banks or credit unions might be a little more limited, but not so much these days. They've either kind of gotten into partnerships with other entities so they can keep pace with all the web services and payment services and everything you need. The only thing that you might run into is something like international banking services. You know, if you are doing exporting or importing, you may have to go to a specific bank of some of the larger ones, just because the others, there's not that much demand for it, so. Okay, well, thank you. Great session and great questions. So, and good luck to you in all that you do. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to go into a short break. So we're going to be back here at 2:15 by online audience or 2:15, but in person we're going to do our last drawing, and then real quick, we have some snacks in the back. We got popcorn, I believe, 2 different. I think it's like a salt and sweet one. We still have cookies and some of the other baked goods right there and fruit.
Eat them all.
Yes, eat them all.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to do one more. Huh? Oh, 2. Oh, there's only 2 left. Okay.
Run track. The winner is Shannon Connolly. Right? Okay.
There's only one.
Oh. Nick Francis? He hang in there with us, or did he leave? Oh, you have to be present. All right, let's go have a break.
Okay.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Native Edge podcast. I'm Chris James. I'm here with my coworker and talented coworker, I should say, Yvette Fielder.
Yvette Fielder. Hi everybody. So welcome to the Native Edge podcast.
Native Edge podcast.
Series number 1.
Episode 1. That's pretty amazing. Yeah. What are we doing here? Let's talk about this podcast. What are some of your expectations on the podcast?
Well, I think people, they really like to engage with, what's happening, what's in the now, what's happening, what's going on, especially in our line of work across Indian country and even into Canada now. A lot of importing, exporting ideas coming in and out both ways. And so people want to know what's happening, what is the National Center doing, how are we creating these things, and how can we be relevant in their life and their work that they're doing? How can we bring resources to them?
I think it's, you mentioned our brothers and sisters from Canada. It was so great to have the delegation, Canadian delegation. Just a few weeks ago, we had, 12, 13 different businesses come into the National Center?
Yeah, absolutely. And they have a lot of great questions. It's really exciting because I don't think the National Center has really had that footprint in the years past, but we have recently with our export program in the last 3 years. And so now there's also the inquiry of the importing. And so a lot of questions generated there. And of course, anytime there's a question, we always want to help them, and if we don't have the answer, we have so many friends and partners and resources available, plethora of SBA and MBDA and all the players.
I love the word a plethora. It's such a plethora of information.
Our mission is to serve the people by honoring Native cultures.
It was awesome. It's a great networking place to find contracts and work if that's what you're looking for and to offer services.
I'm happy to be part of this today and learn from everybody that's speaking.
I honestly believe networking is such a key part of succeeding in government contracting, working with people, getting your name out there.
Sometimes the information on a government website, it's complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. You should be like click, 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 or like you find the right person. So to know that we have resources to help us with that, that's huge for us.
Three Res Moving Company was started in June of 2022. Our company isn't as big, but we hope to see our business reach new heights more than just moving. So I'm looking forward to going to the Native American Institute tomorrow to be able to kind of learn more about how we can progress more in our business.
I had never heard of this organization before, but when I got the email and it focuses on Native tribes, I was really interested just because we're also an all-woman-owned organization. And so to know that they can help us with that, that's huge.
If you're a startup company, first thing you got to do is come to conferences like this. You have to have a goal for yourself. I'm going to make 10 contacts today. I'm going to make one contact that's going to be a potential partner.
I think events like this today were excellent in terms of providing a level of speakers and providing a level of opportunities for people to learn different ways that they can start and grow their businesses.
The goal of all of this is to ignite that employee spark. There's just what I would consider immense opportunity to assist with business development with all those tribal members and all those tribal nations that says, I love working here, but I love this and I think I can do this for our people. I think I can do this for our nation. It's time for me to go.
Sometimes it's hard, and sometimes it's really flashy, but in the middle there's a lot of folks that are just like you, trying to find that success, and you will be successful because the future is indigenous.
All these leaders have different experiences, but they all share the same values when it comes to community. I'm here today to learn about the different industries that made successful at it.
I came today to the National Center's seminar here in San Diego because I saw some of the speakers and I was interested in what they had to offer. It's been very informative as I continue, the creation of my brand.
Organizations like this is specified for tribal citizens or people of color, and because of that, you can really get to know the leadership, you can get to know other people really well, and they have that time for you.
This being a forum to converse with individuals that are decision makers or connected to decision makers in Indian country.
What have you got to lose? All you have is knowledge to gain. I think if you just participate in conversations, shake hands, learn other people's journey, the next day you would have only gained something.
I'm the president of Sovereign AI, the Native woman-owned mother-daughter business, a tool that we're developing for tribal nations and tribal organizations to better understand resources such as ChatGPT to more efficiently put out briefs, memos.
Founder and CEO of Rhymes with Reason. It's a gamified platform ultimately meant to make learning engaging and make literacy and test preparation, skill building accessible for this generation of kids.
I own Red Leaf America, a personal care brand. I want to create a conditioner that I can put in my hair, put on my body, I can shave with it, rinse off, and I'm conditioned from head to toe. My clan is the Water Buster clan. We have to protect water. My brand will make you get in and out of the shower faster, conserving water, and water is life.
Storytelling is a part of tradition, and I noticed that sharing their story and their business growth was actually very helpful, especially in a tribal sense, because you could understand that, hey, these are people just like you to run your business community-centered and community-focused.
I had some preliminary conversations about bringing our program to Africa. I'm very interested in working with the Export Center on it.
Resources, education, information was key to my success, and that's why it's important for me to show up. Invest in your emotional intelligence for the gain of whatever it is that you're looking for.
I just want to encourage the young people to start their own businesses and to engage in these kinds of events. Just taking that extra step and actually doing it, highly recommend it.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged over the years, but if you look at the opportunities that present themselves today, they are tremendous for the Native community.
Coming from a Mexican-American immigrant background, having access to these kinds of things can be difficult, and so we tell our community and we tell others that this is important and they should pay attention.
With all of the activity that the National Center works to progress, having that kind of resource brings some opportunity.
Something that we've done over the last year and a half was we started a national beer collaboration, and the whole intent around that was to create awareness around the history of Native people, but to also acknowledge the contributions that we're currently making today and taking proceeds from those sales and investing them in Native nonprofits.
As Native people, we're very vision-oriented naturally, and I think that's an extreme strength for us. And I would just encourage, more folks to look in that direction.
OnTech Incorporated, though we have done extremely well, many of our family members, our ancestors, the Native people have been entrepreneurs long before I have. They're the forefront of being a business owner and negotiating and contracting and building a business. I follow in their footprints.
Take those risks. Any fear that you may have, some doubts, that is just in that moment. Just meeting other individuals, definitely learn that integrity is a lot more important in your business than anything.
The NCAIED, their team, and the Native Age program does a great job in guiding anybody that would be interested in whether you're starting a company, whether you're up and running, or whether you're just trying to survive out there. In helping not just tribal-owned businesses, but Native American Indians that are entrepreneurs.
If you do what you love, you can't go wrong, because once you start and you're very passionate about what you do, you put a lot of work, a lot of thought into it, then things start falling into place.
The ability to utilize your time and take a risk and ask someone. And I think there's really a great opportunity for us Native people to pioneer and go into new spaces.
There's always important ways of learning things better and learning. I didn't walk in knowing federal government contracting. You've mastered something, and if you haven't quite mastered it yet, then go off and learn it well from someone who has mastered it.
That's what develops leadership. That's what develops character. I think it's extremely important if you have a...
Okay. Coming back from our break, we have John Shiraka with part 2 on growing opportunity. So take it away, John.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Kaya. So I have a different set of slides for this afternoon. And remember, for folks online, please feel free to ask questions. They'll come back around to me and they'll let me know. So feel free to ask questions. But before we get to the second set of slides, and I know we have a limited amount of time, I do want to talk about the Mentor Protege program and joint venturing. But before we get to that, I sort of want to get into the basics of the programs. As we were talking about this morning, we talked about the set-asides, right? How do you qualify as a small? Once you are a small, what are the different socio-categories? How do you qualify for those? But one of the things that really frustrates government contractors entering the federal marketplace is how do I find opportunities? And there are systems like we talked about all sort of today. There's free resources. And unfortunately, a lot of folks don't reach out to those free resources because the ones that are for pay advertise a lot. And there are resources that will help you identify who's buying what you're selling and how they're buying it, right? So that's really important because the federal government is a huge behemoth. Like if you just did a shotgun approach or registered in SAM and just started replying to SAM solicitations, the success rate in that is almost like minimal, right? It's kind of non-existent. I've seen one or two firms get lucky, but that's all it is. It's lucky. It's not strategy. So the real important aspect of federal procurement is to sort of be very targeted and then have a real strategic sort of approach to business development. So number one, register in SAM. We went over that. Number two is who's buying what I'm selling, right? So if I'm selling widgets, because there's thousands and thousands of buying activities across the US, I could wait for the widget solicitation to come out in SAM, but then I have 30 days to respond. And my competitors have probably known that that was coming out for like the last 12, 18, 24 months. They probably put their team together. They probably talked to the program office that's looking for the product and have sort of laid down the groundwork for, hey, we're a good alternative or we're a good provider of this service or product, et cetera. So how do you overcome that? In usaspending.gov, there is every contract ever let with the federal government that's above $25,000. So instead of using a tool like FedMine or Bloomberg Government, and these are very good tools, robust tools. If you had a really strong BD team, they may make use of these tools. But it's also overkill. And it's also like $5,000 a month. So, and I've seen small businesses acquire this service or this product, not have the bandwidth to really use it, go through a year, spend $60,000 and be like, what did I get out of that? And so before sort of taking the leap into those systems, there's alternatives, right? One is usaspending.gov, every contract that the federal government lets. So you can go in there, you can do a NAICS code search, you can do a NAICS code search, product service code search, PSC search, you can do a keyword search, and it'll start narrowing down, and I always give the example of widgets, who's buying the most widgets around the United States at all the buying activities. So it can give you your top 10. Now, that's only the first cut. You can't stop there because there might be a buying activity like White Sands or Aberdeen or VA, regional, Colorado region, where they're buying $1 billion worth of widgets. And you're like, wow, that's a great target. I want to go there. Well, not so fast because they might have one contract for $1 billion, right? And that's probably not the best alternative for you as a small business. Now, if you drill down further and they had thousands and thousands of contracts for, $1 million or $2 million or $100,000 or $500,000, now it's starting to look like a better alternative for you as to that should be on my list of places to go because they're buying widgets, they have a lot of contracts out for widgets, and there are multiple contracts available for me to pursue. Once you identify that, then it's, are they friendly to the type of company that I am? Do they do small business set-asides? Do they do a lot of 8A sole sources if I'm an 8A company? Do they do women-owned, service-disabled? So now you start narrowing down the buying activities across because there's thousands and thousands of buying activities. You start narrowing it down to your top 5 or 10. Once you have your top 5 or 10, then the question is, okay, how do I approach this? Since all the contracts are in there, you can see which contracts you're interested in and when they're coming up for rebid or expiring. You can start targeting those and building a team around that, building your capacity and capabilities to be competitive on that particular opportunity, and also understand who had the contract, so who's either potentially a partner or a competitor. And then if they're graduating 8A, let's say it's in the 8A program and you know they're graduating, you know they can't bid on it again. So that's like low-hanging fruit. That's like super low-hanging fruit. Graduating 8A, they sold widgets. They can't sell it anymore. I sell widgets. I'm going to start marketing around this particular opportunity. Now, who do you reach out to? So a lot of folks will automatically reach out to the contracting officer. They assume the contracting officer executes on the transaction, on the acquisition, so that's who I want to talk to. Now, contracting officer important. One person to talk to. But that's only one, right? Because all they're doing is they're taking the funds that the program office has and executing a transaction based on the agency's policies, goals, if they're meeting the small business goals, 8A goals, service disabled goals, et cetera, and all the regulations that sort of entail federal acquisition. So important to know the contracting officer, but equally important is to know who the program office is, and that's in USA Spending. So as an example, when I was at the Small Business Administration, I was responsible for government contracting and business development. We had a budget. It was our budget that acquisition used to acquire stuff. If I knew, I needed IT services, me and my staff would do some research about IT services, what our needs are, develop a statement of work, then work with the acquisition people to execute against that. So knowing the program office and those officials, those people responsible is important as well. So that's sort of the second leg of the stool. Contracting office, program office. Then the last leg, and this is sort of the challenge in the current environment in federal contracting, is the small business office. So every buying activity, by statute, every agency has to have a small business office. It's sometimes called OSDBU, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Utilization. And then sometimes it's called Office of Small Business Programs, OSBP. By statute, every agency has to have one. Unfortunately, where, as an example, HHS, Health and Human Services, used to have a staff of probably around 30 to 40 small business specialists, because you can imagine HHS, there's proper HHS, there's the CDC, there's NIH, they have a whole bunch of different subcomponents. Each of those used to have a small business specialist assigned to it. Similarly, Department of Defense, when you have proper Department of Defense Office of Small Business Programs, you have Air Force, Army, Navy, Army Corps of Engineers, each of those has a director, and under those, you go to Aberdeen Proving Grounds, there's a small business specialist. In this current environment of, unfortunately, with the reduction in staffing, you're going to see more and more gaps on small business specialists at the more local level. However, by statute, there still has to be someone that's covering that. So the third leg, and their only responsibility is to find small businesses to meet their goals, right? So when we talked about the 23% and the 5553, they are trying to meet those goals. So the small business office is looking at the acquisition plan for the agency. They're looking at the acquisition strategy, and they're saying, okay, I need to find small businesses so I can meet this 23%, and they will have industry days. They will have matchmaking. They may be at Reservation Economics Summit to do matchmaking. I'm not trying to sell res, although it's a great opportunity for matchmaking. They may be at the National Small Business Conference, the National 8A Small Business Conference. And so you want to figure out, here's my top 5 or 10 buying activities. This is the contracting officer, the program office, and the small business specialist. This is how I'm going to get in front of them. And I know what their requirements are. So I'm not just showing up and saying, oh, I'm an 8A and I do this, give me a contract. I'm showing up and saying, hey, I'm an 8A. I know you have these needs. I can certainly fill those needs. And I know that your 8A is expiring. The current incumbent has an expiring 8A. I'm ideal to help you get what you need done. And that's why if you have these relationships in advance of getting into the 8A program, The fact that you can leverage the sole source once you have these relationships is ideal. Because if you have the relationship with the contracting officer, the program office, the small business specialist, and then you have a track record of providing services to that activity, it's an ideal scenario where they trust you and they're like, oh, I'm willing to give you a $4.5 million sole source. So building those relationships, having that past performance, doing your homework, building a plan, and forget who mentioned, I think it was Rich that said, starting a business without a business plan. I thought he was going to say it's kind of like without a map. I guess we don't use maps anymore. We use Google Maps or Waze. But if you don't have a plan around this, it can be extremely frustrating. If you're just doing the shotgun approach, it can be extremely frustrating. So that's why, like, the most successful firms, and as you grow, and you can, we talked about outsourcing with financing and CFOs. You can outsource some of your business development activities. But as you grow, you really need a team to build where your opportunities come from. Isn't, hey, I saw something on SAM. It's the firms that are really good at this have a pipeline of $10 million, $20 million, $30, $40 million of potential project opportunities, and they're tracking each of those. I met with the CEO. The CEO is going to be at RES, or it's going to be a national 8A conference. I met with a small business specialist. These are my notes. This is when the acquisition is coming up. This is my team. So strategizing around all of that is incredibly important. Did you have a question, sir? Yeah.
I guess my big question is, I don't know how many sessions I've been in with you, quite a few. Thank you. I always learn so much. But the challenge I seem to be facing over the past 9 years has been OSDBU is at matchmaking sessions. KOs are not.
Yeah.
And so I can't get FaceTime with decision makers. I get this is how you give your capability statement to OSDBU. I've had a lot of success lately with market research. I had about 20 or 30 market research responses, and got 3 sole sources off of them.
Awesome.
So market research is really working, especially within some of the GWACs like STARS.
Congratulations.
That's great. Yeah. But still, getting in front of a KO when, right after it became an 8A during COVID, OSDBU became the gatekeepers. OSDBU became the gatekeepers. COVID happened. Everybody closed their shops. So how do we get it? And now with the way federal spending is going, no government agencies are attending conferences.
Yeah.
So how do we get in front of decision makers and buyers when the decision makers and buyers are closing their doors?
Yeah. So thank you. I don't know if I have an easy answer, right? I think you sort of pinpoint the challenges not only of the current environment, but of a couple of things. One is definitely after COVID, which you sort of explained, like everything shut down and even the OSDBUs were gone. But the other part of it is that KOs, contracting officers, have historically hidden behind, I can't talk to you, you're a vendor, and that's against acquisition policy or acquisition regulations. And that's entirely not true. They can talk to you. In fact, we work with clients to frame acquisition strategy ahead of time. And the big firms do this all the time, right? Because they're walking the halls. They already have a whole bunch of contracts. So they're walking the halls and they're like, hey, we know this acquisition is coming up. Why don't we frame it like this? And guess what? How it's framed. So they'll be successful, right? And we've worked through the acquisition strategy for some of our clients to make sure that the requirement gets set aside for small business. And however, contracting officers are notorious for saying, oh no, I can't talk to you because federal acquisition regulations prohibit it. That's not true. The only time they cannot talk to you is once the requirement's out on the street. Once it's released, then yes, it has to be official. Your questions have to go through the Q&A, all that stuff that you know. But they'll hide behind that. Unfortunately, the only way to press that is through their senior leadership. So there are some agencies that are much better than others. And again, unfortunately, there had been probably a good decade of small business offices having leverage and cover from senior leadership to demand participation from the acquisition staff in the outreach, engagement, industry day, matchmaking. Here's the other thing. Sometimes the KOs or contracting officers will go to matchmaking, however, and program officers won't. However, historically, again, this is changing because of the reduction in staff and resources. On resource days, on base or at the buying activities, the program office would show up, right? So not only KOs and contracting shops, but the program office itself. Unfortunately, those industry days that usually happen on base or at the activity have all been reduced. Now, here's the other thing that I recently heard. Good news, bad news. Good news is it looks like government officials are being allowed a little bit more leniency with respect to travel across the civilian agencies. Bad news, it looks like there was just a memo that came out at the Department of Defense that said, we don't want you going to events and participating in events unless you ask for you provide a justification and it gets approved. And we all know government officials, nobody wants to put their neck out on the line. Like, why are you going to this event? Is it a boondoggle, et cetera, et cetera? So our feeling is that Department of Defense might become more difficult. Civilian agencies might become a little bit better. But I think you point to a really important, and I don't really have a great answer other than industry days and then forcing, here's the other thing, and sometimes small business specialists, if they don't have cover, won't force program offices. So they'll say, to your point, they'll say, here's how you present your past performance. Here's how you present your one-pager. Rather than doing what they're supposed to do, which is actually instigate that meeting and get you in front of the program office. So the other lever to push, and again, this is a challenge under the two other levers to push. But again, this is a challenging environment. One is a procurement center representative. So PCRs oversee buying activities, right? And now, when I was running the program 119, I was distraught because I thought 119 was horrible to cover all the buying activities. We have 38 now. So PCRs are understaffed, but PCRs work with small business offices to frame acquisition strategy. So when you're reaching out to the small business office, I would encourage to contact the PCR as well. And then you mentioned that you were an 8A. Now, again, grain of salt, because I'm sure you've had this experience, business opportunity specialists are highly overworked. But one of their tasks is to write search letters and send them to the buying activity that you're interested in and helping you get in front of the program offices. Unfortunately, depending on which district office you are at and how many people have been fired, you may or may not even have a BOS, or your BOS might have like 120 firms assigned to them, and all they're doing is their compliance every year to make sure that you do your annual review.
Yeah, we try to limit our BOS search letter to about one a quarter, just because we want to make sure that what we're asking for is like really targeted to it. But to your point, they're so overworked. We're grateful for who they are.
Which district office?
Richmond office out of Virginia.
Oh, okay. Awesome. That is, so that when I was a regional administrator, that was one of my district offices. And unfortunately, and I know you know this, by order of magnitude with number of 8A firms, it goes DC, Baltimore, Richmond. Yeah. And so they're one of the ones with a lot of 8A companies, and they keep losing BOSs.
I think right now they have 2
BOSs for all their firms. They have something like 450 firms.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Yeah. Don't limit it. But also, to your point about USA Spending, we had lost an opportunity where we were the incumbent, and I looked up who they gave the contract to, and USA Spending on the front page for the company tells you how much money they've received through award allocations, and immediately I filed a size protest because they
were
over their size.
Yeah.
And
did you win?
It's still in process.
Okay.
But it's, I mean, they were over by like 15.
Wow.
So, but USA Spending was right there with what we needed immediately, and that's what we used for our support to file the protest or
Awesome.
size standard request, whatever it's
Yeah,
called.
size protest. Yeah, awesome. Very cool. Yeah, the other thing, and I'm going to digress for a second because you brought it up, is the other thing I wanted to mention with protests, and this comes up a lot, and it's both a warning and an opportunity. So be very careful about your LinkedIn posts and how you're presented on LinkedIn. So a lot of women-owned small businesses on their LinkedIn, they have the CEO and chief executive as their husband. And it's like, that's ripe for a protest right there, right? It's like, you're WOSB certified. Like, why is this individual the highest ranked and the chief executive? Or they'll see someone have two positions, like you're the president of this and the president of that. And then you're like, well, those firms are affiliated. So you got to be really careful. I mean, that's ideal that you were able to find that and do a protest, but the opposite could be true. That could happen to you too. So how you're presented on anything that's public is really important, and be very aware of it. Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that as far as this morning's session, the basics of how to do a very targeted approach. The other thing that I just want to go through is how do the set-asides work? And I think this is sort of for the audience as well, because a lot of folks who are even in this business for years and years and years, they don't necessarily understand. And this is where you can sort of push the lever with your small business specialists or the PCR. So there's two ways set-asides occur, right? One is the rule of two, which means if there are two or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, not the best price, but at a reasonable price, then it shall be set aside. There's a lot of fear because of the FAR rewrite that the rule of two wouldn't make it into the FAR rewrite. It did. The rule of two made it into the FAR rewrite. It came out, the draft deviation came out last Friday. So that's why it's important, number one, to your point earlier, that you reply to sources sought and RFQs, because that's how contracting officers do their market research to determine, is there two or more small businesses that can provide the product or service? But to my point earlier this morning, that dynamic small business search, which used to be SBDS, Small Business Dynamic Search, is another way that contracting officers do their market research. So if you're not going into SAM and updating your profile, or if you're not responding to RFIs or RFQs, the contracting officer says, hey, I tried. There isn't two small businesses that can provide this product or service. I'm not going to set it aside. And so then the PCR, the procurement center representative, that's an official SBA personnel who oversees the buying activity, doesn't really have a stick anymore, because contracting officer will say, I have my file here. I looked in the SBS or a small business search. I sent to sources sought. I didn't get any responses. I don't have to set this requirement aside. It's really critical, to your point earlier, respond, because you might even get a sole source. Number two, update your profile, because that's where the contracting officer is going to do their research. Yes, sir.
So for DSBS, it's interesting. Somebody a couple of years ago said that when you do a search on DSBS, it pulls up the most recently updated profile.
Correct.
And so for about a year and a half, every week I would go into DSBS and add a period or remove a period.
Awesome.
But you've got to be diligent and use your tools that you've got available to you. But DSBS, I don't know if the new small business search is more dynamic or...
I think, I don't know the answer to that. So I don't know if that trick works anymore, but it's still critical to update it regularly. Yeah. Hopefully it's a little bit more dynamic and it's improved, where that trick should have worked anyways, but hopefully it's a little bit better. But I don't know enough to answer that question. But so that's the rule of two, right? So and so the other thing that I would say is, because we are responding to sources, thought, and RFQs. If we're seeing requirements not get set aside, we should reach out to the small business specialist. We should reach out to the PCR and say, hey, I know I responded. I'm pretty sure my colleagues who are in different firms in my industry responded. We want you to look into this to see why this didn't get set aside. And that's really the PCR's job. And if your PCR is non-responsive, because we have very few PCRs now, in the directory on the SBA's website, you can find out who their boss is, the area director. So if the PCR isn't responding, we can go to the area director and to the small business specialist. The other place that that set-asides occur is the simplified acquisition threshold. So right now, and there's proposals to increase it. Hopefully it will. I always thought it should be at least $1 million, maybe not, if not $2 million. But right now, everything below the simplified acquisition threshold, which is $250,000 and below, is exclusively reserved for small business. So for very small firms, that's sort of the entree into federal procurement. And they will be listed in SAM. And because they follow simplified acquisition procedures, that's an area like if you do see it on SAM, it's not super complicated. It's simplified acquisition procedures. You might be able to reply to that one and maybe have a success rate that's okay. But that's how the set-aside program works. And those are sort of the officials as far as the PCR that's responsible for sort of being the cop on the beat to make sure the set-asides occur. And because we have fewer and fewer government officials, like industry needs to sort of be the eyes and the ears of the oversight to make sure that it's occurring. One last thing, because you sort of are a little bit more sophisticated in this world, the way the federal acquisition regulations were drafted, it preserved the rule of two, but not under GWACs and schedules. So it created a loophole, which I'm a little bit disappointed in, but technically a contracting officer can decide to go to a GWAC and order off of a schedule, and once they get to that schedule, the way the FAR has been redrafted hasn't been fully implemented or adopted by all the agencies. But the way it has been redrafted gives them the discretion to set aside an order as opposed to make it a requirement. So it does, although it preserved the rule of two, it made it a little bit broader and gave the contracting officer more discretion not to set requirements aside. Any questions online so far? And then maybe we jump to, thank you, sir. Anything come up? Any questions that you might have?
I guess the biggest thought for me is the number of PCRs where the agencies have been given procurement authority, and are able to just bypass the PCR completely. Seems to be it seems like the PCR doesn't have as much bite anymore for a lot of agencies. So
yeah, and there's a couple of things I guess going on there. There's two things. One is delegation of authority around the 8A program is one, which we always thought that was kind of good because it sped up the process because you could delegate the authority and they could do this, the sole source, and it could just move to the district office. So we thought that was a good thing. However, under the current environment, because there's this pushback around the small business programs, contracting officers seem empowered not to necessarily follow all the rules. So they seem to be a little bit empowered by that. And then because of the lack of the PCRs and PCRs not having as much cover, if you will, from the administration and from the administrator herself, there seems to be, again, this sort of a pushback from CEOs that, they can pretty much ignore some of the rules without any consequences.
Well, and we see that with the protest limit increased.
Yes.
Some agencies are, in my opinion, maybe a little bit more lackadaisical in how they're using their evaluation criteria to make.
Yeah. And look, so if you look at the new FAR 19, they also further restricted opportunities for filing protests on certain bids and bid sizes and orders under GWACs. So it is, Unfortunately, I want to talk about this. I don't know how much time I have. Oh, I have like 13 minutes. Unfortunately, it's okay. No, because I love this conversation. Unfortunately, under the current environment, with the GSA sort of trying to take on acquisition, and this is great because this is an important point. The things that are going on, obviously, and you and I have sort of talked a little bit about this, is a rewrite of the federal acquisition regulations, right? So those have been drafted not under the normal processes for redrafting regulation, which would be a proper notice, getting comments, incorporating comments, something that when I was in government took 12, 18, 36 months to get done. This was done in a period of 6 months, and it was done through deviation without notice and comment, meaning FAR redraft, then every agency could accept the deviation or not accept. So far, a handful of agencies have accepted all the deviations, which means the new FAR counts at those agencies. Department of Defense has not, meaning they're waiting till the end, which is pretty soon, to determine if they're going to hold, across the board, accept the deviations. But the whole process has done a couple of things. One, diminished the strength and sort of the cover that the small business specialists have and the authorities that they have. Two, emphasized centralized acquisition at the GSA. So using government-wide best-in-class vehicles, using schedules, that's your default. Where there is no statute that says that should be your default, but the way the FAR has been written is go first to a government-wide acquisition vehicle. If you can't put it on that, then you can go ahead and look at an individual contract. And so for small businesses that are just entering the federal marketplace, being on a GWAC or even just being on the schedule is a huge leap, right? So they get left behind. So the other alternative is simplified acquisition threshold or subcontracting. And then the last thing that we're seeing across federal government in this current environment is certain acquisition shops are being shut down. Like the SBA shut down their acquisition shop, Department of Education, I think OPM shut down their acquisition shop. There was one more. So basically, their acquisition people got shut down. There's one acquisition official at the agency. The rest of the staff moved to the GSA, and GSA is taking over their acquisition programs. To me, that's also detrimental to small business because to the extent that you had relationships, you had the opportunity to build relationships at the agency and the program office, that's now all transferred to the GSA, and that's like a monolith trying to figure that out. Like, how are they buying and how do I even get on one of these schedules to be able to sell? So that environment of what we're seeing today, unfortunately, is not super small business friendly. And so the alternative to that is just like, and this is, I think, for the audience, just like the federal government has the 5553, large primes have the 5553. So to the extent that that can be imposed and required, then subcontracting becomes an important part of your strategy as well. I don't know if you had a question to that or a comment.
Just that the GSA used to acknowledge that companies spend upwards of $200,000 to acquire their first GSA contract. So a small business, these programs that you had to talk about today, the ASMPP and joint ventures, need them in order to subsidize those funds to get on a schedule to get a contract.
Yeah, and so that's a good segue into the small mentor protege joint venture program, and why that can be beneficial. And I know I have only 10 minutes, but the one thing that I'd say is another point of concern or just awareness is that there had been draft proposals at the SBA level to limit MPJVs on government-wide acquisitions and larger contracts. And to me, if you have an environment where everything is being pushed towards government-wide acquisition vehicles and schedules, on the one hand, then why, on the other hand, would you limit MPJVs from participating in those? Because that's the only way small businesses can get on those government-wide acquisition vehicles.
Yeah, we had to decide as a small business, were we chasing Oasis as a joint venture or individually, because they wouldn't allow us to do both.
Right. Correct. So real quick, the Mentor Protege program existed originally as an 8A tool. And the reason it came about in the early days was that nascent 8As, just starting up, startups had a really difficult time sort of gaining traction and being successful in federal contracting. The SBA came up with the idea of, why don't we team you up with a mentor? That mentor can be a large firm, and there can be some benefits that flow from mentor to protege. And these benefits can be in any of these areas, right? Do you need business development help? Do you need financial assistance? Do you need proposal prep? Do you need project implementation? What are the gaps that you have that is making you unable to be successful in the full and open market? Let's find you a mentor to help bridge those gaps. And so the Mentor Protege was initially instituted in the 8A program. And under the Mentor Protege agreement or relationship, you could create a joint venture where the 8A was the managing member. In other words, they own 51%, so that, just like we talked about today, they own and control. And if they own 51%, even though the mentor was other than small, the mentor could be like Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, even though the other partner was other than small, that JV became small and took on the designation of the protege. So the key point is that there's supposed to be benefits flowing from mentor to protege with respect to this slide, right? What are the areas that you need help in? And then once you have identified this, you go to the SBA, put in your application. When you submit your application, you can't say, hey, the only thing I want to do is create a joint venture and go after contracts, because SBA wants to see there is benefits flowing to from mentor to protege. Going after contracts is one tool and one benefit, but there's got to be other. And it doesn't have to be all five. It can be 1, 2, 3 of those 5. Once you have the benefits flowing from mentor to protege, then you submit your application. It's a pretty simple application on the SBA website. Don't mess with it too much. It's just the chart of benefits flowing. And then once you're approved, you can create a joint venture. Now, again, the protege has to be the managing member, meaning 51% owner control. If those conditions exist, that joint venture inherits the past performance of both members. So to your point, it becomes highly competitive. The JV inherits the past performance of your mentor, which in this case, for my example, is Lockheed, and all of your past performance. But it also inherits the designation of the protege. So now you have an 8A entity that has all the past performance and references and qualifications of not only your firm, but of Lockheed Martin or Northrop Grumman as well. So it becomes highly competitive. And in this world, to the point that we were talking to, in a world where we're seeing more and more push from the GSA to go to best-in-class vehicles, to go to GWACs, it is absolutely almost necessary to create a mentor-protege joint venture to be able to go after these large vehicles and get on the vehicle and win a contract. And that has been super successful. Now, why would a mentor decide that they want to help a protege? Like, they don't do it out of goodwill. Now, sometimes they have initiative, corporate, give back, et cetera, be a mentor to smaller firms, but there's a benefit for them. So what we didn't talk about today is that if it's an 8A set-aside contract, if it's a woman-owned small business contract, if it's a service-disabled contract, that prime contractor has to do at least 51% of the work, meaning the subcontract work can only be 49%. So prime contractor 8A has to do 51% of the work. In those cases, the subcontractor, and let's think about like Lockheed Martin, could only do 49% if they were going to be your subcontractor in order to get access to a set-aside contract. If they do a joint venture, if they are your mentor and mentor you and provide benefits, and you create that joint venture, they can now go after set-aside contracts as part of your team, and they can do up to 60% of the work. So not only do they have access to more work in the small business world, but because you're an 8A, they have access to sole source as well. So in an individual 8A world, they have access to sole source of $4.5 million. However, if the protege is a tribal 8A, you now have Lockheed having access to unlimited sole source with the federal government. So if you are a tribal entity and a tribal 8A, a lot of times it makes sense to identify a good mentor to partner up with, to create an MPA, to create a joint venture. That joint venture gets the designation of tribal 8A. That joint venture gets all the past performance of both members, so it gets Lockheed's past performance, and it becomes highly competitive and really desirable for an unlimited sole source, which is why a mentor like Lockheed would want to partner up with an 8A. The one thing that I'd say is be very careful, and I know I'm running out of time. One thing that I'd say is that as a protege, be very careful in picking your mentor. You only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime. And so it's really important when we said there was areas of assistance. It's really important to do an actual gap analysis. Like, don't just say, I love these guys, they're good friends, I want them to be my mentor. What is the actual benefits that they're going to provide to you? Because you only get 2 in your entire lifetime. And is it going to help you be competitive in the long term? And then number 2, is there a cultural match? Like, do they match? Do you trust them? Do they only want to do 8A sole source set-asides? Or are they really going to be good partners? Because it's almost like a marriage. And you only get 2. It's a 3 plus 3, right? 3 years base term period. If everything goes well and you report to the SBA that everything is going well, you get an additional 3 years. So 6 years. That's 1 MPA. You get a second MPA that can be at the same time, or you can do one after the other. And then for a mentor, a lot of folks are like, oh, I just want Lockheed or Northrop Grumman or AECOM. Those guys only get 3 at any given point. Now, they don't get 3 in their entire lifetime. They can roll them in and out. So 3 graduates, they can bring on another one. At any given point, they can have up to 3 proteges. But those guys are super selective as well. Because in all of, let's say, Boeing, and all their subsidiaries, all their wholly owned subsidiaries, all their organization, in all of that, they only get 3. So they're highly selective in their protege. So what I tell our clients, if they are proteges, I say, yeah, if you have a relationship with Lockheed or Northrop or Grumman or AECOM, great. Maybe that can be one of your mentors. However, your other one should be someone that's been in your shoes. Like someone that's taken an 8A, because those guys know how to grow a business, they know how to make payroll, they know the 8A program. Northrop is going to just assign, and I have nothing against Northrop, but they're just going to assign you a small business liaison. That person's never ran a business. Not that that's a bad thing, because they will get you in front of the right people, they will try to get you business, they will help you out, but they've never ran a business. They don't know about payroll systems, they don't know about internal systems, they haven't grown a company. So if you get 2 mentors, make sure one of them is someone that's been through your shoes, been successful, and graduated. The other one can be sort of your wish list. There's a whole bunch of issues around creating the joint venture agreement and following the regulations, because those are protestable. So make sure you either get advice on how to set those up or reach out to the National Center, Apex Center. You can reach out to us. More than happy to sort of address any questions you might have on how the JV is set up and the regulations around that. But you have to make sure you follow the rules, because if you get protested, you didn't follow the rules, you track this project for 18 months, you're going to end up losing it if your joint venture agreement is not written properly. I'm going to stop there because I think I'm out of time. So this time you didn't say, gotta go, man. You gave me some leeway. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Andy Bradford talking about cybersecurity. Andy Bradford. Andy Bradford. Okay. Just a quick reminder, we are going to have these slides, everyone's slides available, and I will email it out with the recording as well.
Well, hello. I'm Andy with Dandy IT. I'm here to talk to you about the exciting topic of cybersecurity. Yay! So, if you're not falling asleep, or I guess to help you not fall asleep, I want to start off with a story. And to keep it exciting, it won't even include computers. The story takes place in medieval England. Our heroine is a woman by the name of Bella Hell. Do we have a clicker? Okay. So, our heroine is a woman by the name of Bella Hell. Like I said, her story takes place in medieval England. Her story starts when she is, before she's come of age, and her father passes away, leaving the estate, her house to be run by her. Everything is now on her. She's devastated by loss of her father. She doesn't feel ready while she's learned a little bit from him on how to run things. Seeing it done is not the same thing as doing it. And, and watching the plan come together isn't the same as making that plan. So she realized that first she needed a plan. She needed that business plan, right? As any good small business needs. So she went and found her father's business associate and good friend. She talked to him and came up with a plan. She would go into real estate. Now, to do that, she needed a few things. She needed a seal, and so she went and got one. Being a new business, couldn't afford the nicest, fanciest seal, so she just got one off the shelf. Probably the cheapest one she could get. And then she needed some clients. So she went and she was able to find some people that were willing to buy a part of her land. Now, as you can imagine, it's still not easy. I run a business today, not easy, and I'm not a woman in medieval England. But she was able to find a client, a buyer, and sell part of her land to them. Now, as she did this, she started to gain confidence. And she was able to make a few more deals. She was able to lease additional parts of her land and even buy some other property and sell it for a profit. As she did this, there's her basic seal. As she did this, she started gaining confidence. Her name started to get out there, and her business started to grow. She started to do more and more business. She was able to continue buying and selling, leasing properties in medieval England for the next 10 years. And as she did so, she continually upgraded her seal. So you can see here, she went from a basic to a little bit fancier, a little bit more intricate, something that other people can recognize her by. When she got a little bigger, she went a little bit more intricate, something that could identify her, and even more intricate. Bella was able to become a successful businesswoman in medieval England. Not an easy feat, because she had a plan and she had the right tools for the task. Now, at the time, you might know a little bit about wax sills, but at the time, wax sills were used for several things. They were a symbol of security, of privacy. You would write a letter, stamp it with that wax seal, and you would know that your letter had been opened or not based on whether that seal was broken. I tell you this story because while the times and methods of communication have changed, in cybersecurity, we're trying to do the same thing. We're still trying to protect these same principles. So today, it's still data security. We're still trying to protect the information that you're transferring, that you're sending. The wax seal was a symbol of authenticity or credibility. Just by seeing the seal, you could recognize who had sent the letter. You could tell, this one's from Bella, this is from the king, this is, you could tell who had sent the letter, and you knew instantly, who they were, and, if they'd had businesses done before, if you could trust them. Now, the reason why she had to have that seal is because back in that day, you had to sign contracts with the seal. So official things, you had to stamp that seal, and that was the way of signing these land deals, the contracts. So it was the set standard of ratifying a deal. They also indicated history. You could look through, and in fact, the only reason we even know the story of Bella is because of her wax seals. We're able to track which deals she did because of the wax seal she made. And today, that's kind of your reputation. What have you been able to do as a business? What transactions have you been able to do? And are you trustworthy and secure as a company? What is cybersecurity? We're still trying to protect the same things. We're still trying to do the same things that the wax seal did. Today, we just have to do it over a computer. So while it might be easier to recognize a wax seal and understand, what that is, we have a lot more in place to try and secure and protect computers. And I'll go over additional things on additional ways that we can do those. Now, before I get into ways to add security, I want to help you understand why it's important. These are statistics from the IC3, the federal website. In 2024, Americans lost $16.6 billion to cyber attacks. The cyber attacks are increasing year over year, as you can see, over the last 5 years by 33%. I think we all wish our industry was growing that way. Last year, there were reported 850,000 cyber attacks, and these are the only ones ones that are actually reported. There are considered to be a lot that are not reported. A few other statistics that are important to know here, especially for small businesses, is that if you're a small businesses that are hit by a cyber attack, 60% of them go out of business within 6 months. Other important things to know is that it's understood that about 50% of small businesses do not have cyber protection or at least anything adequate. And about 40% or 45% of cyber attacks are currently targeting small businesses because of the vulnerabilities. So why is it important? Because your business is at risk. This is from the FBI website, the federal website. They were not able to stop these attacks. They will not be able to protect you. You have to protect yourself. So how do you do that? Well, like Rich mentioned, we need a business plan, right? We need a plan of what we're going to do. Like Bella, the first thing we need to do is seek help, seek knowledge, educate yourself. Coming to events like this is a great way. There are lots of resources out there to have continual education. The next thing, we need that plan. How are you implementing the knowledge? What policies, procedures are you putting in place? Know your limits. Nowadays, we're a little more technical than a wax seal. It gets specific, it gets technical. If that goes above your head, know who you can reach out to. And when it comes to cyber attacks, plan for the worst. The statistics up there, I'm sure none of those companies were planning for it, or maybe they were planning for it, but none of them wanted it to happen. None were expecting it to happen. None of the people that I've seen affected by it have ever been like, oh yeah, today's a good day for that. It's never happened that way. So plan for it. All right, so what are you up against? Here's a list. We'll take it a little bit one by one of the different threats, what you're currently facing. And, if you have questions, feel free to reach out and we can go into more detail. First thing is phishing. I will be really surprised if everybody here doesn't get at least 2 phishing attempts a day. It comes by email, comes by text message, probably even get the phishing phone calls or spam or whatever. I mean, it's insistent. The other thing you need to know about it is it's getting more sophisticated. AI is making this easier for them to look like your bank account, like your bank reaching out to you, like Facebook, like your phone provider. The other thing is, it cannot be stopped. As your IT department, as your IT, we don't have a filter to protect you against that. They are intricate enough, they are specific enough that if we were to try and close that out, we'd basically block all communication. And your business cannot run without communication. So the only way to stop phishing attacks is by training you, by helping you know what to look for, and by having security measures in place in case. Next, social engineering. Social engineering. A while ago, I got a call from a small business. They say, hey, we just lost $100,000. I'm like, oh, okay. What happened? Well, this was a general contractor. They had just done a really big job and had hired some subcontractors. nearing the end of the project, one of their subcontractors reached out and said, hey, we've changed our bank accounts, here's a new bank account. Their accountant said, okay, great, that's fine. Job finished. They paid the subcontractors. Told them, hey, your money should be in your accounts. And their sub reached out and said, where's our money? You said we should have received it. And they said, we sent it. Only to come to find out that that call where they changed the bank account wasn't really their subcontractor. That's an example of social engineering. The best way to protect against this is by having policies and procedures, having a set way to change bank accounts, to transfer money, and by that I mean, okay, if you want to change your bank account, let's make sure it's in writing. Let's make sure that comes from your primary email address, and have a confirmation phone call with you. If I'm transferring a large sum of money, let's make sure that, not only are you calling me, but you've texted a confirmation. You need to have policies in place to ensure that you are protected and doing things correctly. This is a fun one, right? This is human error. When it comes to humans, we are wonderful. We are creative. We are great at building and things, but sometimes we get lazy. Or we accidentally deleted a file, click on that email. That the accountant wasn't expecting that, the accountant, that last story wasn't expecting the hacker or the social engineer to reach out. Really, the only thing we can do for it is training, have policies and procedures in place, have backups, protect it. Viruses, I think most of you are common enough with this. Obviously you need some type of malware protection, antivirus. I would definitely say go a little bit more advanced nowadays, have an EDR, MDR, something to that effect. We'll get a little bit more into those about now. The next thing is ransomware. Typically, it comes through those phishing attempts or other means. But essentially what happens with ransomware is the hackers get some software on your computer that blocks you out of it. They then can look at your data and determine, what type of data do you have here? Do you have important financial data? Do you have medical records? And then they'll send you I think the amount of the data you have is worth this much money. So if you want it back, you have to pay us this much, or we won't give it back. Or even worse, sometimes they will say they'll put it out on the internet and make it broadcast it live. The average cost of ransomware is $5 million. And currently in the US, we are seeing 275 attacks a day. Your typical antivirus will not see this coming. It will not protect against it. You need backups, and you need some of the advanced software, such as the EDR, MDR, something that would be able to detect your hard drive being encrypted or being blocked. Something that can see if large amounts of files are being transferred. You need something a little bit more advanced than your standard antivirus. The dark web sounds very ominous and scary. Really, it's a bunch of servers that aren't trying to be seen. It is used for nefarious purposes. One such thing was this Rent-A-Hacker. We were able to go on, look, and find this. Essentially, we've got a hacker here that's for money. He'll hack somebody's email address, take down their website, essentially attack some type of, cause harm, malice to something for money. The new fun stuff, AI. I love AI as much as the next person, probably more. But along with it, we have new types of threats. We've got things called deep fakes, and I'll get to that a little bit more in a minute. Videos, images that are hard to detect. We've got personalized messages. Like we said, you'll see a lot of it in the phishing emails, text message, things that way, or even fake news, fake videos, things that way. So, hopefully you're all familiar with Yvette and her podcast, the Native Edge podcast. I've done a deep fake of it to show you what to expect. First, I want to show you what it actually looks and sounds like, and then I'll do the deep fake. So here's the real version, just a tiny clip of one of her podcasts.
So when we bring this information out to the local communities, it really engages each other for partnerships and continued growth. And of course, they all live and work and play together in their local communities, just like we do in our communities.
Okay. Here's the deep fake.
Hello, everyone. Yvette Fielder here. This election season, after a lot of thought, I've decided to throw my full support behind Mickey Mouse, because honestly, if we're going to have a bunch of cartoon characters running things, it might as well be an actual cartoon.
That's it side by side. Now, side by side, you might be able to see and detect a few things that look a little bit off, especially if you're watching her mouth. But if you notice, the voice sounds really similar. And, that's hard to detect. That is why it is extremely important to have policies and procedures. It is getting really easy to do a deep fake. I was able to do this one in a few minutes. You don't want to get a call from from a number and hear your boss on the phone saying transfer all this money, and just do it. But you go, oh, it was my boss. It was the accountant. I know him. I'm supposed to transfer that money. That's why we have to have it coming from a specific phone number, follow-up text message or email. Have the policies and procedures in place to protect yourselves. Now, just like Bella didn't start off with the most intricate SIL, most of us, we can't add, the same level of security that the big banks can, or the huge hospitals can. It's not something that we're able to do. We need to start where we're at and build our cybersecurity and our security stack with what we have. So here are some good basic things that I think everybody can and should do. First, make sure that you have a backup of all of your data. And I'm not talking put it in OneDrive or SharePoint. I'm not talking about put it in Google Drive. Those are not backup solutions. The main problem with those is that if your data gets encrypted or if it gets corrupted, those sites instantly transfer, your computer instantly transfers that up to the cloud, and the cloud is now corrupted and has all the same problems that your local machine does. You need an actual backup, use an actual backup solution. Multi-factor authentication. I get it. It's annoying. It takes an extra few minutes, but it is worth it. It is one of the best ways that we have right now to ensure that it is you and that you're the only one able to get into it. Please use it on every application that you can. Endpoint detection response, EDR or MDR, managed detection response. These are the advanced security measures that we have. I would be happy to talk to you a little bit more specifically. If you have questions, feel free to reach out to me, and we can talk about it a little more. But I can recommend a few solutions. The next thing, and this is a big one, I mean, just passwords. I don't know how many times I've gone to a computer and just seen a password on a sticky note or on a wall, whatever. If you need to have unique passwords for each user logging into a machine and for each application. I do recommend like a password vault as a way to help you remember those passwords and help you keep it secure. Another easy one is just have a secured wireless. That makes it so that people can't get onto your Wi-Fi, onto your own network, and start wreaking havoc, get into your systems and things that way. Now, if these are things that you've already got and you're a little more established, start thinking, what's the next step? How can I upgrade that SIL to protect me and my company? Here are some more solutions. Here are some more options. I don't need to get into each one of those. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. But, I think we're getting a little more technical as we go on here. Compliance. I guess before we get to compliance, I want to kind of stress the importance of, some of these basic things with another little story. So imagine you talk to your friend and he says, hey, I've got this great print shop. You can go get your business cards, your banners, they're fantastic. They've done an excellent job for me. You're like, all right, they've already got a good review, let's go try them out. So you go in, you give them the media, they start printing your stuff off, and but now it's time to pay. Now the owner says, hey, I'm glad, I'll keep working on your stuff, and I'll have our new employee here, Johnny, and he'll check you out. Okay, great. Johnny goes over to the computer. Oh, hey boss, it's locked. And I can't get into the system here. And the boss just says, oh, Johnny, it's on that sticky note. Johnny types it in and then says, hey, can I have your credit card? Are you going to hand him your credit card? So this is where that trust aspect comes in of cybersecurity. You might be able to give a great service. You might have done some good past performance. But if your clients feel like they can't trust you with their credit cards or with their personal information, they're going to be hesitant to pay you. And heck, I might even be like, I'm not quite sure I feel safe paying here, and I might, mention that back to my friend who referred me in the first place. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but we have an online question. Which password vaults or software do you recommend?
There's a lot of really good password vaults out there. I've used a number of them. I've used, really as long as you have a password vault, that's the main thing. I've used LastPass, I've used OneKey, I've used, a bunch of different things. It's more important to have one than it is to have a specific one. As a business, look for one that has business features. A lot of these password vaults for businesses have the ability to share passwords or to even create groups of passwords So, you know, your accounting department can have a shared password section, you know, or even information so that they know, you know, this is the tax information and the account that we use to pay the taxes. Things that way. Dashlane, I mean, there's a lot of them. And most of them are having these features and are good, but, you know, I will say you're going to kind of get what you pay for. If you're not paying for it, you're probably, you know, not seeing all the same features, but it's important to have something secure. So now that we come back to now I want to come back here to compliance. We've talked about building your SIL or your cybersecurity, and each industry has already decided that's important. And they've set their own standards of, hey, you need to meet these minimum requirements to work in this industry. So these are the industry requirements that you have to meet for cybersecurity if you want to work in these industries. I think we've all heard of HIPAA. We've all heard of PCI. One thing I will note, especially on the PCI, is if you look at your, you know, whatever payment method you're using, most of the time they are saying that you are required to be PCI compliant as well. So if you're taking the credit card, even if you're using that payment processor, a lot of times, even if you never see the credit card, they are asking or requiring that you be PCI compliant. So I do recommend looking into those terms and making sure that you're meeting the requirements so that you know, an audit or cyber incident doesn't happen and they hold you to blame. Kind of going on, you know, as you get a little bigger, continue adding. You know, there's a lot of network security that you can add. There's physical security that you can add. The point is to plan to protect yourself, and then have a plan, you know, and then as we were, oh, yes, please.
I saw you out on your previous list, CMMC. Is that something that your firm has experience in, helping other firms establish their CMMC policy?
We do have some experience with CMMC, and we can help you with that if that's something you're interested in.
That's a big one. A lot of contractors are being faced with making sure that they're becoming CMMC certified.
Right. Yeah. Now that it's official, and you know, you're seeing it start from the government level, but also coming down. It's becoming more and more common, which is a good thing. You know, we need to make sure that we all have the security measures in place so that we're protecting ourselves and our clients. So obviously, there's a lot of technical things that can be done for networks, or you know, even physical security. But when planning for the worst, you know, obviously we want to have some backups in place, and we've already kind of talked about that. Another important thing to have is cybersecurity insurance. And I know it's been mentioned a few times today already, but this is what's, you know, this is one of those things that that can help you if the worst happens. When 60% of small businesses are going out of business within 6 months of an attack, you got to wonder if it's something like this that's helping the rest stay alive. Because when you get a cyber attack, you're not just, you know, it's not just the extortion. You know, they didn't lock up your stuff and you pay them and you're good to go. You have to report that. And there's the fallout of your clients now have to be informed that their information has been breached, and your reputation is damaged, your trust. Your clients are going, okay, well, I don't know if I can trust them anymore. It's a lot of these reasons why it's not, day one they're out of business. It's 6 months down the road, they're finding it harder to do business. Cybersecurity insurance is able to help cover some of those costs while and help you rebuild your brand, rebuild those trust. Now, we talked about the basic SIL. We talked about basic cybersecurity things. The other thing you need to know is it's not a stationary thing. You don't put it in place and do it and have it done once. As we saw, we're building on it. It's continuing to grow. And there's things that just need to be done routinely. As you see, you need to, check running services, remove spyware, review technology needs, consult management on IT needs, train users on email security, review business needs, check firewall logs, remove old Active Directory users, schedule maintenance, run phishing campaigns. I think you kind of get the point. There's a lot to do. This is not a one-man job, especially if you're trying to do other things. This is why it's important to have an IT department, an IT person, a managed service provider, which we talked about fractional CFOs. A managed service provider is basically your fractional IT department. Insurance brokers, you need to have a good insurance policy. I also have the Apex accelerators up here as resources, as they know the ins and outs of a lot of the compliance needs, and they can help you. Bella Hill was able to succeed as a businesswoman in medieval England. Not an easy feat. She was able to do it because she had a plan and she had the right tools. She was able to use her seal to protect her information, to prove she was who she was, to build her brand, and to show her transactional history. Cybersecurity is often looked at as, it doesn't bring money to the business. It doesn't necessarily help the business. It's looked at as an afterthought of this, as, it's something we have to kind of protect ourselves, I guess. But the truth is, it's what's helping maintain the integrity of your brand. It's what's helping protect you. It's what's helping protect your employees. It's what keeps you safe. So, I'm going to recommend everybody take the advantage of gaining knowledge. Gain knowledge first. I've got a tech tip of the week. Feel free to take advantage of that. And if you have any questions, now's a good time. Any online questions or anything?
Just as we were sitting here, I received one of those note to self emails with my own picture and everything. It looks so legitimate. And, it's just amazing how real some of these vulnerabilities truly are, or risks are. For a company that's growing, is there a size at which you think a company should be outsourcing or looking towards having a dedicated IT professional?
Yeah. I would typically, honestly, consult with somebody early. Even if as you're just starting. But, once you're hitting 5 to 10 employees, I would recommend having, at least a fractional MSP or somebody that way. Typically, at that point, you can't afford a full-time person. but that's the purpose of having an MSP. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Yes.
Not really a question, but some comments. The other day I was on LinkedIn and the video that you had of that talking. One of the people that I follow on there had created a lot of, like, they just uploaded their headshot, and then from there they were able to have AI create a whole little post about it. And so he was speaking, and I thought he really was speaking, but
yeah,
it was just his similar to what you had up there. It was just his picture and AI's prompts that kind of put it all together, and it looked like a legitimate post with talking. And so he kind of utilizes that to help give like different sorts of education, similar to like what you presented on today. So I thought that was very interesting.
It is, yeah. I mean, the AI technology is impressive, and it's getting better. So here, while side by side, you may have been able to spot some inconsistencies or even sound a little bit. It's just going to get better and harder to spot and easier to do. So please have action plans in place, policies and procedures of how you're going to handle financial transactions. Yes, have a comment? Okay. Have policies and procedures, how you're going to handle financial transactions, things that way, and plan for the worst. Have backups, have insurance. A lot of times the insurance policies will ask for you to meet certain security standards. Ensure that you meet those. If you're not meeting those, they're going to say you weren't upholding your side of the deal when you got attacked. It's an agreement that you're agreeing to meet those standards. So make sure that you follow through with what you're agreeing to. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. All right, so I will be introducing our last speakers for our last session. They will be giving an overview of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and the services we provide. I have Kaya Jackson, who is our business development specialist, and Yvette Fielder, who is our program director.
We'll have to share. No, we're good. You can ask us questions. I think Kaya's going first. So, okay, we do have that up. Sure, Yvette Fielder with the National Center. I'm a program director. I just had my anniversary, started October 1, 2018, and I'm enrolled with the 3 affiliated tribes from North Dakota and descendant of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe.
I'm Kaya Jackson. I am from the San Carlos Apache in southeast Arizona. On my dad's side, I'm also from the Fort Peck Assiniboine Sioux tribe.
So we're going to try to not say the whole time. Ready? We're starting now. You're up.
There's our little clicker. Sorry about that.
Social engineering right there.
Okay, we're going to talk. These are lovely pictures of us about. Not me.
This is an overview of the National Center that we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We provide business development, advocacy, economic development for tribes and individuals. I think it says 55 years, but it's more getting close to 57 years. And we are the largest Native American economic development organization in the United States. And our tagline is "We Mean Business." Res 2026 is coming up. Am I doing Res or you?
I can go over Res.
Okay.
Okay. So we kind of talked about Res a little bit here and there today. So Res stands for our Reservation Economic Summit. And this year it is going to be March 23rd through the 26th for, not this year, sorry, next year, 2026. March 23rd through the 26th. And it'll be at Caesars Hotel, Las Vegas. So if you need a reason to go to Las Vegas, there it is. Res, our logo today, our theme for Res this coming year is Rising Together. So kind of what that means to me, it's awesome. I'll kind of go into it more when we talk about the NEIs, but we ask a lot of folks this question, the theme for Res. And for me personally, I think Rising Together is just, it's really an awesome thing in my opinion, because we visit so many different nations, not just tribal nations, but nations over the globe. And so I think really seeing like the times that are happening and everything, that we really rely on each other to bring each other up. So Rising Together. Let's see.
I was just going to say, we've seen economical downturns before, and this is of sorts of an economical downturn, and we rise together.
So as of today, we are 171 days out from Res. So I think we are currently hosting our flash sale. So if you're interested in that, you can visit the website res.ncaied.org. So a couple of things that we feature at Res, we have our American Indian market. So if you're looking for native buyers, specifically like jewelry or native goods made, that is the place to go. Amazing. You see so many different vendors that offer not just jewelry, but clothing, beauty products, bath products, all kinds of good stuff. And not just from Native American communities, but we had some First Nations present in the market as well. We also offer a B2B called Buy Native Matchmaking. We usually have about 30 buyers, and then we usually shoot for about 90 suppliers. And out of that, we get about, I want to say over 200 meetings that happen at Res, just specifically for the matchmaking.
And we do have an app, so it's very easy for you to connect with the procurement officers and buyers that attend Res. There are state and federal procurement folks that attend, and it's really beneficial to attend the business matchmaking.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff happening with them. We have additional opportunities, such as our networking events. So we have, I think, 3 days of networking events. One that's everyone kind of likes is the fashion show event, but definitely very good time to network. Right now we have our call for sessions that is coming up October 17th. So if you know someone or you think you have a really good idea to present, we would love to hear from you. You can submit that at res.ncaied.org as well. And then we are also doing, I think this is our first year doing this, a call for the fashion show. So if you know of any Native American or First Nation designers who would like to intern that, we have that opening as well. And then, of course, sponsorships. We have a lot of different sponsorships rolled up. And you can see all this information on our website. Other things you can look to, volunteer opportunities. We have a lot of things to prep before Res. Yvette likes to. Her favorite part is stuffing our bags.
It's the best part. It's fabulous.
So definitely, if you want to help, we could use those volunteer hours. And I think that's pretty much it for us. We have, I think, over 100+ sessions, ranging from export, government contracting, agriculture, capital. We have our accounting portion where we get CPA credits for attending those sessions. So those who qualify it will get CPA credits, CPE credits. My apologies. Yeah, I think I covered pretty much everything with Res. We got next. Okay, NC Magazine. We're actually running a special with this as well. Afterwards, we'll pop up the little screen specifically with this. But if you're interested, we have a magazine every year that comes out right before Res, and we feature a ton of small businesses. And if you want to be a part of it, you can email Carla. Yep, her email is up there. Carla@ncied.org. Awesome. I think we're going to go into our fifth edition this year, or next year. Sorry, next year. So super exciting for that.
Okay. At the National Center, we provide technical assistance and training, one-on-one counseling. If you are a small business owner or even a tribal enterprise and you have additional questions, you can reach out to myself, Kaya, or Nicole, who is sitting in the back. Even though we may have different job titles, we all participate in helping those that reach out to us via phone or email. So please do. That's what our core activities are at the National Center, is technical assistance besides the training like Native Edge Institute that we want to. And if we do not find or we don't have the expertise, we have a great network like John Shiraka and other contractors and consultants that work with us very closely, and we can easily partner with them and they can provide additional assistance with their expertise. Some things are over our head. We are a small nonprofit organization, but if we don't have the answer, then we will find the answer for you. We have other partners that I mentioned earlier today that we've worked with over the many years with MBDA, SBA, SBDC centers, although I think MBDA is now dismantled. However, there are still the SBDC centers, community colleges, I was going to say the Chamber of Commerce and SCORE, other mentors that we've worked with, that numerous opportunities that are within your own communities, along with tribal citizens and governments that are starting to have their own Chamber of Commerce and different networking opportunities for small business development. Those are growing all the time in various communities, and they're available to work with you as well within their communities, because it's best to find the local resources available in your community. It's great to go out, have coffee, sit down with them, have them come to your office, whatever it is, and work with them one-on-one. And again, they serve much like what we do. If they don't have the answers, we have a large network, and we have partnered with hundreds of tribes over the many years, as well as many individuals to help with that technical assistance. Native Edge Institute's where we're at today. That's a river.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about our Native Edge Institutes. Here's a couple of them that we hosted. We hosted them all throughout the country. For this year, we were in Washington State, we were in Alaska, Hawaii, Arizona, Connecticut, and Maine this is actually my first time being in Maine, so super exciting. Montana, we were in Montana a couple weeks ago as well. What was that? North Carolina, we were at Cherokee Nation. Let's see. Just kind of going over what the Native Edge Institutes are. They're one-day business trainings. We reach out to different organizations to participate. Definitely each one of these Native Edge institutes has different focuses. Today we had a big focus on agriculture. Others we had government contracting, tourism, or export. It all depends on what that region is looking for and also what our grantors are looking for as well. We also posted some business matchmaking. I think our last one was in San Diego. So these ones are definitely on a smaller scale than our res event. We try to keep it a little bit more intimate. That way everyone can meet with each other so that we're all on the same field.
If you've never been to a business matchmaking, it is speed network dating into the business world. We will connect you with a buyer from that either state, federal, county government, or city government. We had one in San Diego a couple of years ago, and it was very successful, and you were there. You were in attendance to that. We set you up with that 10, 15 minutes. I think we even went 20 minutes on some of those meetings, and you simply sign up and go to each table and meet with those procurement folks and those buyers. At this particular business matchmaking, we had each buyer speak on behalf of their organization and what they were offering as far as what they were looking for to purchase at that time, the current bid openings. And it was very beneficial for small businesses in the area. And we had some people fly in for the event out of state to participate when they want to go outside of the boundaries of their particular state or tribal government that they reside in. So getting involved with business matchmaking events, including res, is very important for your business. That way you're in front of the actual person, the buyer that they're looking for. And I'll give an example. Indian Health Service, extremely hard to get in to meet with them. And if we can get them out into the community to meet with you, I highly recommend, because they're procuring all sorts of different goods and services. As we know, John probably mentioned that the federal government is the largest procurer of goods and services, not only in the United States, but in the world. So very beneficial to attend business matchmaking events. And I think the next is workforce development. We also did a career fair at Fort Mojave Indian Community in Southern Arizona, also very successful event, where ideally we would like to have a training to scale folks up when they're ready to look for new employment. I used to work for Maricopa County Workforce in Arizona, which at the time was the third largest county in the United States. And we had a couple of offices in the valley of 5 million people. And it was very surprising to me to know that many adults do not realize that when they go to a career fair, they need to be job ready. You need to look business professional. You need to be on your game. And even if the person at their table does not accept your resume, for example, at that time, you can be creative. You can create your own business card and use the back for your information and really market yourself, because you are your own brand. So it was very beneficial to be able to go out into the community and talk with them prior to the career fair and get people ready for the career fair, because I was always amazed when we would have a career fair and people would walk in their slippers and their hair's pulled up and like they were wearing their pajamas or something. I'm like, I don't know if that's sending a real strong message that you're going to be to work on time every day. So really beneficial career fairs to have the local employers come out. As a result of the Fort Mojave Career Fair, there was a direct hire of 7 folks that day for their casino and hospitality industry within the tribe, but we also then reached out to the local community there in the Laughlin area and had, I believe, 26 tables set up of local businesses that were hiring. So we can also implement that as a Native Edge Institute and come to your communities, because much like today's Native Edge Institute is funded in part by the Key Bank Initiative, great partners of the National Center and has been since 2018 or so. We are looking to work with you, and if you have a need similar, anything related to business development, such as workforce development, then we want to work with you as a nonprofit organization, and we can map out and scale however it is that you see your day flowing that day.
Thank you. Just to kind of wrap up with the NAIs itself, the whole goal for our Native Edge Institutes are to support small businesses through technical assistance through these events we have with the National Center programs and our regional, local, national, and international partnerships. We have our NCAIED team. I know I went through that earlier. Some of our contractors that presented today, I went through them as well. Our local partners like Tribal Ag, we're so excited that you guys came out here today. Let's see, local folks like SCORE was here, and then we also have, for majority part, we have like SBA representatives, our small business development centers represented as well. So thank you to them for assisting.
And our awesome contractors, John and Andy, today. Thanks for being here. I think this is leading into a couple of things.
Talks about our spotlight stories. So we've kind of went over that, what the Native Edge Institute is. We also offer it to online as well. So we have a live stream. Thankful to Skybear Media for putting that together for us. It is found on our YouTube channel. What they also do is help us highlight some of the small businesses within the area. I kind of talked about it in a comment earlier today that we had visited someone who made guitars yesterday. Prior to just doing one spotlight story, we did like a recap of the whole time here, and we would interview small businesses. Our last one was in Pequot, so we visited their golf course, we visited their spa, and there was one more, their museum. And so we really try to highlight what's happening within Indian country when it comes to our businesses. And you can find all those recaps on our YouTube channel, and it kind of offers a way to market them. A lot of these times, most of them are small businesses. They don't have the opportunity or the financial backing to get into that. So it's a great way for us to support them as well.
And depending on the funding stream, because we are a nonprofit organization, the recap videos, we have done a number of them across the United States in the various communities that we have visited, where we're able to go out and interview small business owners and then compile the full day so you can see it in real time in a quick snapshot, as opposed to like today, we're not necessarily doing a recap video, but we were able to go out yesterday and do a feature, a spotlight that we will provide for that business owner later on social media where they can reshare it. So on this particular Native Edge Institute, we won't have a full recap, but we have done a number of them over the years because everything does cost money. And again, if you would like to support us, because we are a nonprofit organization, and we look for the partnerships to continue our work since 1969. That was just a little bit more about the recap videos, and we do have a videographer on staff, and her name is Michaela Garcia. And a little bit again about kind of what we talked about just now. And here's one recap video that we did in Brooks, California, and that goes along with Seika Hills was mentioned today with the Intertribal Ag Council today, and I believe they are featured in this particular recap video. Like Kai mentioned, they're always on YouTube.
I'm excited to be part of the Native Edge Institute here in Brooks, California. Just an exciting opportunity to teach the topics about growing a business and actually some of the leadership skills to sustain that business.
If you're a Native entrepreneur, whether that's an individual entrepreneur or a tribe, this is one of the best places you can go to start up.
Going to conferences such as this is eye-opening. I know this event allowed our company to flourish and grow because we meet great people that our business can benefit from. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to come.
We're so excited to be at Cache Creek in Brooks, California. Learn about building relationships, working with the tribes and the individuals, but even with the state agencies.
We're at Yochadee Golf Club. The golf course opened for its first public rounds in 2008. The expectation is to deliver a world-class experience for our guests. When you arrive on property, first thing you see when you pop over the top of the hill, you've got the Golden Hills in the background with the green golf course. We do host a golf academy here. This place is for everybody. So come on over to the driving range and let's go check it out.
The goal and the vision always being products that are grown on tribal land. We started with just wine and oil. Since then, we've added several other products. The tasting room here has really been amazing. Our goal was to also have visibility through the entire process. You can see the entire thing here at the Sage Hills Olive Mill. I've had the great opportunity to work with the Tribal Council. What I've come to realize and appreciate is the high level of leadership we have here. Without that level of leadership, none of what we do here at Sage Hills would be possible.
The growth opportunity for Indian country is tourism. All this native land out there, people really aren't coming there to visit that. Why is that? In many cases, they don't know what exists out there.
Be a part of our industry, but also be a part of respecting who we are. It really helps us to see our culture as relevant. And I think that's what tourism can really help.
Our voice has to be heard, and our way of life has to be understood. The businesses that have a vision and a mission statement that's value-based will become the brand names of the 21st century and on into the 22nd century. Doing that, they will reach out and help people in need in the community.
Attending a Native Edge Institute is a real opportunity to connect with potential customers, potential partners.
I remember I used to joke, I work in casinos, it's not like we're curing cancer. And then one of our attorneys sat me down and she said, I think you need to look at it a little bit differently. You're building a government.
When I first got here, I didn't really think it was for me, but then they showed an example of a Navajo woman with a clothing and a jewelry line. That's when I realized I am in the right place, and I know that I can learn and grow from this experience.
All of us have to see a future. We have an opportunity to give our respective cultures that voice, but really have it be a presentation to the world.
And thank you, Skybear Media, for putting that together for us. They've done some really awesome videos. This last year, we did have the opportunity of having a tourism program officially under one of the agencies. And we decided that we will still continue to develop those organizations or individuals that want to have a tourism destination, much like what Sky said earlier today, because it's still business development and it doesn't matter if, it's being supported federally. We still want to support our communities, especially when they want to grow a destination in their community or an individual that wants to grow a business. For example, there's ghost tours locally, we heard earlier today, and we might tour one of those tonight. And that's a little bit about the program. There's a lot of technical assistance and a lot of data gathering when we were building the program. But like I just mentioned, we still want to continue with our export program, our tourism program, and still work with tribes and individuals if that's how they want to scale their community or their small business. Go to the next one. Thank you. This was just some information that I found. I thought it was kind of interesting that the top tourism states were California, Florida, Nevada, New York, and Hawaii. However, I think in all of the diverse communities that are across Turtle Island in the United States, Alaska, and Canada, there are numerous opportunities to grow your business. We were in Alaska at a small business development summit, and we stumbled onto a outdoor ice bowling activity. I think it was like $8, and we all paid to participate. And they had hay bales set up, and it was right out the back door of this restaurant. We went to go have lunch, and we decided we would participate in that. And it was really a lot of fun, and you could tell that there were a lot of people in the restaurant that went out and did it. And we were bundled up. It was cold, but it was a nice sunny day. And that's just something an example of what a small restaurant was doing to engage the community during a 100-year activity of what they called Fur Rondi, which was an event that's held in Anchorage every year. And a lot of small businesses within the community there in Alaska were participating. And that's just an example of how you can diversify in your community to create an attraction to create income. And the export program and import.
Okay. So prior to being in this position with the Native Edge Institute, I used to be a part of our export program. We have now branched into importing as well. So I'll kind of go into that a little bit. So with our export import program, we had two guarantees that we went with. One was with MBDA Export Center. So we're still operating that, but just as an export center now. And the second one is through SBA, and it's similar to the state STEP program, but this one was specifically for Native American STEP program. This program we offered for several years. Mainly, it was a lot of technical assistance to help access global markets and access capital within the exporting realm of things. And so we're able to do that with several different partners and other programs, and also to offer training similar to what we have today with the Native Edge Institutes. Some of our partners included the U.S. Commercial Services. If you're not familiar with them, they are an amazing program, organization that is featured all over the U.S. and I think they're in all states, I believe, and major cities, but they also have presence in many different countries. And so what they do is they offer a lot of market research. So if your small business is looking to get into the international market, that would be one place to start at, is to look at their resources and their services that they have, and definitely see they can categorize it via different markets, and it's just an amazing tool that they have online. They also vet their businesses that they work with. They vet their businesses that they work with outside of the U.S. So I think Latricia had mentioned this morning during her presentation that they had an instance where this organization had reached out from Dubai to one of their clients, and they didn't know if that was legit or not, and so they vetted them. That's one thing that the U.S. Commercial Service does. They do it really amazing, and they're able to have a big network of partners within these other countries to do that. Let's see.
Much like Andy's presentation, you're taking the scariness out of it, where then you can work with them and they will let you know what countries are best to work with and the successes. Can you give an example of a success story within the export program, whether it was with the National Center or not, that you knew of that maybe you had a piece in?
Sorry, I'll answer that. So going into some of these programs, we had our clientele who was, they resold John Deere tractors, and they were able to get into the Australian market. And from there, they had branched out and created their own separate business that was specifically for international work. And so I think that in itself is a real success story as well. And contribute that to Joanne. Kind of going back to the U.S. Commercial Service side, a lot of their additional programs kind of focus around their Gold Key service. And again, I'll go into that a little bit, but it's basically all their market research. They do it directly for your company, and it's all packaged up nicely, and they give it to you, and you can go through it. And it's really such an amazing tool. So if you ever get a chance, look up some of those services. Another partner that our export center had utilized was XM Bank. They do a lot with insurance, so like non-payment protections and everything. So when you are working with businesses outside the U.S. and kind of going underneath that vetting system, that's what they really helped out with. So we refer our clients to them as well. And they only deal with export, not import. Their name is Export Import Bank, but it's just export services. And then our newest one, the SBA STEP program. So with this one, we were able to go on a trade mission a couple weeks ago, and that was through New Zealand. We took a delegation of folks, Native American businesses, down to kind of connect and create partnerships with the Maori Nation of New Zealand. And it was really amazing. And actually, we had Skyber attend that one as well. I think that's pretty much on our export-import program.
What do we have next? Become a client. Okay. The Apex Accelerators, formerly called the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, the National Center holds the longest running Apex Accelerator program, which is a 26 East Coast, which includes Maine, for Native American entrepreneurs who are interested in becoming a client to learn about everything John talked about earlier today with government contracting. It is a free service. It's one of the longest running programs funded in part by the Department of Defense, formerly the Defense Logistics Agency. We can skip over to it's free of charge, to the map, and it just shows the service area of where we serve for the National Center. So we do serve the state of Colorado, the state of New Mexico, the Navajo Nation, which you can see on the map is huge, and the 26 East Coast state region. There are Apex accelerators in every state. However, if you don't feel that your Apex accelerator is properly serving you, you can call another Apex accelerator and ask to become their client. The Native American Apex accelerators are specific, though, with their strict rules that they have, and that's why it's open to each state has one. And then the Native American Apex accelerator programs, 51% Native-owned small business owner. You do have to show your CDIB, certificate degree of Indian blood, and those kind of processes to become a client. However, it's a very simple process, and our staff have been doing this, like I said, for almost 30 years, and a lot of them have served in the military, so they're very schooled and versed on everything about government contracting. And of course, we have a great partner in John Shiraka and his organization with Gov Contract Pros. And that's a little bit about the Apex accelerators. Skip through that. That is the program manager is George Williams. Kathleen Weeks, Stan Sams is in Colorado. Chris Johnson is in Louisiana. Chris Crazybolt. We have a lot of Chris's on the team. New Mexico. And then Mabel Sosi is in the Navajo Nation. And that's it. Do we have any questions? Because we're at the end of the day here. We had a giveaway. We had a fun day. We had really good food. The salad was amazing. And thank you all for being here. Are there any online last questions at all, Jack? Oh, okay. You want to add anything else? How many ums did we have, Nicole? Were you keeping track? Ums?
I think I won that.
Kaya won. Kaya won. You have to buy me a hot chocolate.
Okay, I'll do that. Just to finish again. I want to thank you guys all for joining us today, online, in person. It means a lot to us, and definitely for our team to be here as well. So thank you, Jack, Rich, Andy, Sky, John, Nicole. Thank you guys all so much.
And one last, please subscribe to the National Centers Network. You can find us, like we said, on YouTube. If you want to place an ad in the NC magazine, you can reach out to Carla, and also listen to our podcast, and that you can find online as well, and the Native Edge podcast. So thank you so much. Goodbye, online audience, and thank you all for participating.
Yay!